On a June evening, cicadas began to sing louder. The busy fields gradually quieted down, but the village started to become lively again. Villagers crowded around the door of Heeping's house, each stretching their necks to look inside. They saw a beautiful young girl in the yard. Although she wore a mask and looked down, making her face hard to see, just her slim waist and white neck outlined by the ropes told everyone she was a pretty girl from the city. "Wu Tsuewa, what are you doing? Are you about to make a mistake?" The brigade leader, Huashanong, pushed through the crowd, eyes red with anger, shouting loudly. "What did I do wrong?" Wu Tsuewa's face was harsh and twisted. "My older brother is a squad leader. He was injured trying to save a young worker and became a fool. His fiancée ran away. No girl in 10 miles or more would look at my brother now. That little brat today has to take responsibility." Just as the brigade leader was about to speak, Wu Tsuehua yanked off An Nuo's mask. It was a striking face, half like a fairy with smooth, white skin and beautiful features, half like a fierce ghost scarred by burns. Wow! Children who had come to watch with the adults immediately started crying when they saw her face. An Nuo slowly opened her eyes amid the crying. Her reflex was to cover her face, but then she thought it didn't matter and simply looked up. She frowned slightly, feeling memories that didn't belong to her flood in. Yes, she had been reborn. She was reborn into the body of a girl with the same name as her previous self. The original owner's grandfather was a military district leader, her grandmother's family were red capitalists, and her parents and fiancé were soldiers. She was supposed to live happily like this, until her cousin An Ran tricked her into a storage room, and a big fire burned her over most of her body. Once she was stunningly beautiful, but now she was hideous. Even if she wasn't the original, she could still feel the burning pain when the flames licked her skin. She also felt the despair of her past self at that moment. Her childhood sweetheart and fiancé, Gu Sheng, turned away and married her cousin instead. What made her even more hopeless was that her beloved grandfather was maliciously reported and lost his job, and she was forced to go to the countryside. In one night, her world collapsed. Even in the countryside, she couldn't find peace. She was almost beaten to death in a cave. And that beating led her to be reborn in the 1970s and also turned Huachinian, who saved her, into a fool. That's how today's farce with Wu Tsuehua began. An Nuo sneered inwardly. Before crossing over, her ancestors were court physicians who created the deadly 81 needles, capable of bringing the dead back to life, flesh and bones. Is it just foolishness and disfigurement? Does she think that will push her into despair? Her original self was lonely and helpless, unable to change her fate. But she was determined to fight back, eye for eye. Seeing the villagers' disgusted looks, Wu Tsuehua sneered twice. "Did you see that? Just look at Anqing's ugly face. Besides our family's eldest, who else would dare marry her?" As she spoke, a broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted man with long legs came out from behind the house, hurriedly pushing through the crowd, stepping in front of An Nuo, spreading his arms, and speaking firmly but stubbornly. Not ugly. This man was Huachinian. An Nuo sat on the ground, looking up at his tall, mountain-like figure with a soft heart, feeling strangely safe. A plain girl and a fool. Aren't they a perfect match? Someone said this, and everyone burst into laughter. "Matsi, stop talking nonsense here." While others didn't notice, the village chief, Huashinong, immediately saw Matsi with a mischievous smile. Matsi wasn't angry. He leaned on the wall, stretching his neck to look inside. His eyes flicked back and forth between Huachinian and An Nuo, occasionally showing a gleeful, mischievous smile. Isn't Huachinian proud of being an outstanding young man? Now he's turned into a fool and has to marry a hideous wife. Hearing Matsi insult Huachinian, An Nuo's anger rose instantly. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Climbing so high, be careful not to fall flat. Matsi was happily unaware. Suddenly, his arm ached, and he tumbled down from the wall like a falling leaf, his big face landing right in the dog feces freshly excreted by Wonkai. The villagers saw Motsi's embarrassing state and burst into laughter. An Nuo's eyes twitched slightly. Could this be considered of luck? Motsi struggled to get up, wiping his face with his hand, gagging. He disdainfully flicked the dog feces off his hand. The village chief, standing nearby, immediately covered his nose and jumped back. Dead Motsi, where are you throwing that? It stinks. Go back and wash up. Motsi blushed deeply, but since his face was covered in dog feces, no one could tell. Wangkai was Huachinian's dog. Since Motsi had lost face, he naturally blamed Huachinian. He picked up a stone and, furious, threw it at him. Watch out. An Nuo pushed Huachinian aside, and the stone hit her shoulder, making her grunt in pain. Huachinian was foolish and didn't know how to hide. An Nuo couldn't bear to see him get hurt again because of her. Ugly monster, scare people, smash the ugly monster to death. Mozzie started, and seeing no one stop him, some kids who didn't like An Nuo became bolder. They picked up stones and threw them at her. An Nuo was furious and wanted to fight back. Before she could act, a shadow suddenly covered her, and she unexpectedly bumped into a strong chest. She looked up at Huachinian, who was protecting her in his arms. His forehead was throbbing from the stones, but his gaze on her was very gentle. Don't be afraid, I'm here. An Nuo's body stiffened suddenly, and memories flooded her mind. That day in the fire, just before she lost consciousness, she vaguely saw a man in military uniform rush in and say, "Don't be afraid, I'm here," then carry her away from the flames. For a moment, the image of the man in military uniform merged with Huachinian. Is it him? The man who risked his own safety and bravely rushed into the fire. Was it really Huachinian? No matter if it was or not, just because Huachinian was protecting her so fiercely, An Nuo was not ungrateful. She would naturally protect him in return. Wang Wang Wang. Wang Kai, loyal to his owner, bared his teeth and lunged at Mozzie. Mozzie's face changed drastically, and he ran away in fear. The team leader saw things were getting bad and quickly shouted sternly, "You bunch of bullies, bullying a simpleton and a woman. Heartless." When the flood happened in the village, wasn't it Huachinian who led people to save everyone? He's foolish, but he's a soldier, protected by the country. His words calmed the scene somewhat. An Nuo's eyes turned slightly red from emotion. Huachinian remembered nothing and didn't know they were talking about him. He was just kneeling seriously, carefully untie her ropes. An Nuo's heart suddenly clenched, and a sour feeling rose inside her. He had deep features, sharp eyebrows, eyes like a falcon, a neat crew cut, standing at about 1.9 meters tall, muscular and sculpted like a work of art. Because he trained in the military for many years, his skin was a healthy wheat color. In modern times, he would be a top-notch handsome man. Now, those sharp falcon-like eyes were full of clumsy kindness. Let's go. You go home." An Nuo held Huachinian's wrist and softly asked in his ear, "Brother Hua, do you want to come with me?" And Jiqing, come with me. Before Huachinian could answer, the team leader stepped forward to pull An Nuo. But before he could get close, Wu Tsuehua blocked him. "Stop. No one can take An Jiqing away unless she is married." Wu Tsuehua stood with her hands on her hips, raised her eyebrows, glared fiercely, and puffed out her chest in front of everyone. She looked ready to fight anyone who dared to step forward. "Wu Tsuehua, stop acting tough here," the team leader said, stepping forward with his hands behind his back, looking annoyed. "You're kidnapping a young person, which is illegal. She needs to be sent to the farm for re-education." Hearing about going to the farm, Wu Tsuehua felt a bit scared, and her eyes showed a hint of hesitation, but she kept her stance strong. She stepped forward and grabbed An Nuo's wrist, then sharply twisted her waist. "And Jiqing, your son probably got confused because he was trying to save you, right?" An Nuo winced in pain and was about to fight back when Wu Tsuehua whispered only to her, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I will really make things difficult for Huachinian. Even a fierce tiger does not eat its own cubs." Wu Tsuehua was worse than an animal. For Huachinian, An Nuo had no choice but to grit her teeth and nod. "Yes." Huachinian stepped forward quickly, separating Wu Tsuehua and An Nuo. He pulled An Nuo behind him in a protective stance and looked at Wu Tsuehua with a cold expression. Don't bully her. You wolf cub who forgets his mother after getting married, step aside. Wu Tsuehua's face darkened. She pushed Huachinian, but he didn't move. Then she pointed at An Nuo and shouted, So, you married your benefactor, right? Before An Nuo could answer, the team leader's face darkened. The state promotes marriage freedom. You disrespect Jiqing's wishes and force her to marry Huachinian out of gratitude. That's illegal. These villagers are simply ignorant and act like bandits. We must not give in to this. Otherwise, it will only get worse. In the future, if someone likes a young person, they might just tie them up with a rope and take them home as a bride. Would they still dare to do that? What about marriage freedom? My wife doesn't understand that. I only know that my son saved Jiqing, so she should marry my son. That's. Wu Tsuehua, still with her hands on her hips, yelled at the team leader. Today, no one could stop her from forcing her eldest son and Jiqing together. The team leader knew Wu Tsuehua was sharp-tongued and unreasonable, often causing trouble, which gave him a headache. An Nuo slightly raised her eyebrows. Fine, I agree. Wu Tsuehua thought she had control over An Nuo. Before she could feel proud, she heard An Nuo say the next words. But I want Huachinian to cut ties with the Hor family and become part of my family. There was a moment of silence around them. An Nuo's words were like a drop of cold water in hot oil, making everyone in the group burst into excitement instantly. What? Wu Tsuehua was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. She scolded angrily. What did you just say? Say it again. An Nuo turned to look at Wu Tsuehua with a calm expression. I said I am willing to marry Huachinian. No bride price. But Huachinian must cut ties with the Hor family and become part of my family. If you agree, I will take Huachinian and leave now. Wu Tsuehua's second daughter-in-law, Li Chunya, and third daughter-in-law, Chen Yanan, exchanged glances and gave a subtle nod. They secretly felt happy inside. Big brother has gone crazy. When Jiqing remarries, the family will suddenly have 2 more mouths to feed. If Jiqing gets rid of Big Brother, then the survivors' benefits for Big Brother will belong to them. But Wu Tsuehua waved her hand fiercely. No way, absolutely not. Her eldest son was recognized as a hero for acting bravely, and the county gave him a monthly subsidy of 15 yuan. If Jiqing takes him away, that subsidy will disappear. Li Chunya and Chen Yanan didn't understand their mother's thoughts and became anxious. But they dared not speak out in front of her. Why not? An Nuo snorted coldly from her nose, her eyes sharp. Your family doesn't treat Huachinian like a person. They took his survivor's benefits, refused to let him see a doctor, and made him live in a shed, worse than blood-sucking leeches. He is my son. The survivor's benefits should belong to me. Besides, he became mentally slow because he saved you. If anyone should pay for his medical treatment, it's you. Wu Tsuehua was so angry, she almost yelled at her. Only she had the right to ask others for money. No one could ask her for money. So, if I let him marry into my family, I will pay for his medical treatment, and I won't take his survivor's benefits. Wu Tsuehua's resolve softened a little, but she still wasn't sure. Do you really not want the survivor's benefits? An Nuo naturally wanted to get back Huachinian's benefits. But when she looked at Huachinian, she saw him like a fierce god, blocking Wu Tsuehua aside, with deep, alert eyes watching Wu Tsuehua carefully, afraid she would hurt her again. An Nuo bit her lip. Her feelings were complicated toward this man who kept standing in front of her. But no matter what, she couldn't let such a kind man be bullied by the Hor family forever. An Nuo and Huachinian stood side by side, their eyes firm as they said, no. Third sister-in-law Chen Yanan, pregnant, walked over to Wu Tsuehua, looking worried. She said, Mother, eldest uncle's illness is hard to treat. Your eldest grandson is about to be born, and he's the golden grandson of the Hor family. Wu Tsuehua thought about it. The family had already had 3 unprofitable children, and because they couldn't have a son, they had been mocked by the old women. Marrying into another family is also okay. Wu Tsuehua's eyes darted around, but you have to give me 300 yuan. When Wu Tsuehua said this, everyone looked at her strangely. Why was her face so big? Wu Tsuehua, enough. You took 300 yuan in condolence money from Huaxiaozi, and now you're asking for money from Jiqing? Are you crazy? The village head rolled his eyes so far back they almost touched his forehead. If she was shameless, how could Wu Tsuehua even say such things? Wu Tsuehua suddenly got angry, shouting at the village head and spitting saliva in his face. I raised Huachinian for 28 years. Now he wants to marry into another family. What's wrong with asking for some bride price? The village head wiped his face disdainfully, causing everyone around to burst into laughter. Bride price? An Nuo sneered coldly, half of her ghostly, burn-scarred face intimidatingly facing them, naturally commanding respect. Over these years, Huachinian supported your family, and in the end, he got nothing good. Instead, when he was sick, you mistreated him. He's a hero awarded by the county. If you mistreat him, you're insulting the county government and the soldiers. If I report you, your whole family will have to undergo reform. Wu Tsuehua froze in place after hearing this. Her 2 sons and daughter-in-law looked at Wu Tsuehua with guilt. Since their eldest brother became mentally disabled and couldn't send money home, they hardly fed him a proper meal. They even cleared out his room for the children to live in. They sent their brother to sleep in the woodpile. If this was reported to the county, their whole family would be in big trouble. An Nuo saw they were all frightened and gave the village head a subtle signal. The village head's face immediately fell. Wu Tsuehua, you mistreat Huaxiaozi, don't feed him, and make him sleep in the woodpile. Everyone in the village knows this. You're inhumane, but we can't allow it. The team can't lose 20 jin of grain just because you can't get ahead. The crowd, who had been watching eagerly, suddenly lost interest. They thought, if this matter meant they couldn't be recognized as advanced, then losing the 20 jin of grain reward was not a big deal. It's not acceptable to harm everyone's interests. Someone immediately refused. People kept criticizing the Hor family for being irresponsible. I've made the decision. I will cut ties with Huachinian and let him marry in Jiqing. Old Hua, who had been sitting at the wall smoking a dry cigarette, finally stood up bravely and walked over to Wu Tsuehua. Thinking about losing the 15 yuan subsidy, Wu Tsuehua felt upset. She was about to argue, but Hua Heping shot her a stern look. She pouted, hesitating to speak, and finally swallowed her words unwillingly. An Nuo slightly curled her lips and showed a cool smile. Then it's best if we all go to the brigade office. We need to write a formal agreement. Words alone aren't enough. Wu Tsuehua gritted her teeth and pointed at An Nuo. You. Don't push your luck.
Mom.
Just write a note for her. Wu Tsuehua looked at her 2 sons and daughter-in-law with eager eyes. In the end, she clenched her teeth, stomped her foot, and followed them to the brigade office. At the brigade office, under the witness of the secretary and the team leader, An Nuo and the Hor family signed the agreement and pressed their fingerprints. Later, Huachinian's household registration would be transferred to An Nuo's name, and everything would be settled. Everything was finally settled. An Nuo took Huachinian to the Hor family to pack up, but he didn't have much to gather. The Hor family was greedier than locusts. All the clothes they brought back were taken away. Even though he was wearing patched up, ill-fitting clothes that Hua didn't want, Wu Tsuehua still stood inside the house, arms crossed, watching An Nuo and Huachinian like a thief, worried they might steal something valuable. I tell you, don't even think about taking a needle or a thread from my Hor family. After saying that, Wu Tsuehua examined Huachinian's clothes and reached out to try to take them off him. An Nuo quickly stepped in front of Huachinian, trembling with anger, her eyes red as she stared at Wu Tsuehua. Wu auntie, you're going too far. You've taken all his belongings, and you won't even leave him a single rag to wear? He's not my son anymore. Why should I give him my things? Wu Tsuehua sneered. Well done. Truly admirable. Absolutely shameless. An Nuo took $1 from her pocket and placed it on the table. I bought his clothes, she said. She wanted to protect Huachinian's last bit of dignity. She couldn't let them take away even his last piece of modest clothing. Seeing the 1 yuan bill on the table, Wu Cuihua's eyes lit up. She quickly grabbed the money, afraid that if she was slow, An Nuo would regret it. An Nuo gave Wu Cuihua a disdainful look and put away the medals and certificates that Huichinian had earned in the army over the years. If they didn't take these things, they would just be left as objects that could be used to start a fire. She knew that Huichinian loved everything about the army very much. Seeing An Nuo pack the certificates and medals for him, Huichinian smiled happily like a child. Wu Cuihua snorted coldly and looked at Huichinian with disgust, saying, "Such a fool." A cold light flashed in An Nuo's eyes. She couldn't stand Huichinian being laughed at, so she started to think of a plan. She held Huichinian's hand and softly said, "Let's go." Huichinian obediently nodded. As An Nuo walked past Wu Cuihua, she secretly took out a silver needle and quickly stabbed it into a point on Wu Cuihua's lower back. Seeing that Wu Cuihua didn't notice, An Nuo slightly raised the corner of her eye, like a cunning little fox who had succeeded. She held Huichinian's hand and pulled him out of the room. Huichinian only looked back at the room where he used to live, but didn't stop walking, staying close to An Nuo. The Hor family members stood neatly in the yard, their eyes complex as they watched An Nuo and Huichinian.
Wow!
Suddenly, Wu Cuihua, who was behind An Nuo and Huichinian, felt her legs go weak and fell to the ground. "Mom." Huichifu and Huichizai saw Wu Cuihua fall and quickly rushed over to her. Since An Nuo was close, she turned around and kindly helped Wu Cuihua up, secretly pulling out the silver needle. "Uncle Wu, you're getting old. It's better to stay inside after dark. If you fall and get hurt, you'll have to bear it yourself." Wu Cuihua held Huichifu's hand, gritting her teeth and cursing An Nuo. "Shut your mouth, you little brat. You're just a troublemaker with no good intentions." TSK. An Nuo returned to Huichinian's side, looking pleased. "I was just trying to help you. You took my kindness for granted. You're really ungrateful." Ignoring Wu Cuihua's curses behind her, An Nuo was in a very good mood and pulled Huichinian to leave. On the way to the rural youth station, An Nuo's steps became much happier. You mischievous girl." Huichinian's voice rang above An Nuo's head. An Nuo's smile froze. Seeing Huichinian's determined eyes, she looked around nervously and lowered her voice, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I saw a silver needle." Before Huichinian could finish speaking, An Nuo covered his mouth. "Shut up quickly. I'm helping us get revenge." Who made her so unreasonable? An Nuo didn't think she was doing anything wrong. Wu Cuihua pinched her waist, and it still hurt.
Moreover, Wu Cuihua wasn't kind to Huichinian.
She not only mistreated him, but also tried to his clothes. Just thinking about it made her unable to bear it anymore. However, she had prepared for everything but didn't expect Huichinian to surprise her. As a former soldier, even now with a childlike IQ, his observation skills were still sharp. "If you tell anyone, I won't talk to you anymore." An Nuo playfully glared at Huichinian, trying to scare him and prevent him from revealing anything. Hearing this, Huichinian looked at An Nuo helplessly, his face full of panic, shaking his head repeatedly. An Nuo sighed softly, realizing she might have gone too far. She quickly released his hand and explained, "I just pressed on Aunt Wu's acupoint, making her stay in bed for half a month to teach her a lesson. It won't harm her life, don't worry." Huichinian carefully held his hand, looking uneasy, and said, "Don't tell. Don't ignore me. Don't leave me." An Nuo felt as if an invisible hand was tightly squeezing her heart, making her feel uncomfortable and short of breath. He probably knew he was abandoned by his family. Now she was scaring him like this. He must think she didn't want him anymore. Right now, he looked like a dog about to be abandoned, full of grievance and panic. She held his hand again, looking at him gently, and said, "Brother Hua, I'm sorry I scared you. I promise, I won't ignore you until you get better. Please forgive me, okay?" In the darkness, Hua's deep, narrow eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded heavily, "Okay." An Nuo secretly relaxed and showed a small smile. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly and awkwardly. She touched her hungry, flat stomach. After a day of fussing, I haven't eaten yet. If there was a roasted chicken in front of me now, I could eat it all in one bite. Huo Qinan tightened his grip on Nuo's hand and smiled. Let's go home. I'll cook. An Nuo chuckled softly and said, Brother Huo can cook? I must try your cooking. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes by the roadside. An Nuo turned alert and shouted, Who's there?
Come out.
A shadow rushed toward An Nuo. It really flew over. Be careful. Hu Qinian reacted quickly, swinging his palm like a blade at the flying shadow. The object immediately fell to An Nuo's feet. An Nuo was startled and tightly grabbed Hu Qinian's sleeve. Under the moonlight, she looked at the object near her feet.
Huh.
An Nuo frowned, loosened Hu Qinian's arm, and bent down to examine it carefully. Suddenly, her face lit up with joy as she grabbed the object. Brother, Hu, it's a wild chicken. We're so lucky. The two looked at each other and shared a knowing smile. Since An Nuo was reborn, her luck has been amazing. Not only did her wish come true and cause Mazi to fall flat on his face, but a wild chicken also appeared unexpectedly. Could it be that she has the legendary lucky body? An Nuo held Hu Qinian's hand, and Hu Qinian carried the wild chicken. They happily walked back to the youth commune. There are 6 young people at the commune, 3 men and 3 women. Originally, An Nuo was supposed to share a room with Yi Ruolin and Jiang Mei. But when they saw An Nuo's burns, they were so scared they couldn't stay calm. The team arranged a separate room for An Nuo next to 2 other rooms. Everyone was worried about An Nuo, so she naturally didn't want to get too close. When she saw them, she just nodded and went her own way to do her work. Even when An Nuo was kidnapped by the Hu family, besides the team leader Dong Yongxing stepping in to stop it, everyone else just watched the show. An Nuo knew the people at the commune didn't like her, so she didn't hold out hope for them. Frosty human relationships, after all, are like that. As soon as An Nuo and Hu Qinian entered the yard, they overheard voices coming from inside. Doesn't Ji Qing really agree to marry that Hu family guy? Marry? No, she's going to be a concubine. With her scary look, only that fool from the Hu family could accept her. Other men would be scared to death just looking at her, let alone want to marry her. Haha, I'd rather stay single my whole life than marry someone like her. Harsh laughter echoed. Just then, Hu Qinian pushed open the door with a dark face. The old wooden door creaked loudly as it was pushed open. An Nuo was worried it might fall off under Hu Qinian's strength. She squeezed Hu Qinian's hand and shook her head at him. Hu Qinian clenched his jaw and kept his lips pressed tight, saying nothing. Although he didn't understand what they were saying, he knew it wasn't good. His wife didn't want him to speak, so he obediently stayed silent. Yes, he would listen to his wife, absolutely. When the people inside heard the noise, they all looked toward the door at once. Several pairs of eyes met, and the surroundings fell silent. Someone was talking behind their back and was caught in the act by the person they were talking about. Embarrassment showed on everyone's face. Dong Yongxing blushed and cleared his throat lightly. And Jiqing and Nuo didn't mind these things. She looked ugly and scary right now, so having such thoughts was normal. She interrupted Dong Yongxing's weak explanation and said, It's okay. You all talk among yourselves. I just want to tell you that I married Brother Hua. From now on, he will live with me at the youth commune. As soon as An Nuo finished speaking, Yi Ruolin stood up with a displeased look on her face and said stiffly, An Nuo, are you shameless? You work alone for points and eat with 2 mouths? Each youth at the commune paid 1 yuan for food each month. The points they earned could only exchange for a little grain, which was sometimes not enough to eat. Not to mention, they could only eat meat once a month. An extra mouth means more meat to share. Since there wasn't enough to eat, there was barely enough even to fill their mouths. Hearing this, the others also looked unhappy. Before Nuo could speak, Yang Yongnian leaned against the wall of the Kong bed, crossed his arms, and snorted softly. Yi Jiqing is right. Hu Qinian can't work or earn points. And Jiqing only earns about 5 points a day, relying on us to help out. Why should we help out Hu Qinian too? Yi Ruolin quickly agreed. Exactly, 1 person works, 2 mouths eat. Isn't that taking advantage of us? An Nuo glanced at Yi Rulin with a cold smile on her lips. Say, what do you want to do? Everyone exchanged glances, each with their own plans. Dong Yongsheng caught their looks. As the team leader, he could only grit his teeth and step forward. And Jiqing, since you've already married, it's not suitable for you to eat with us in the big pot. So, let's split up. Everyone eats separately, no one takes advantage of anyone, and it avoids conflicts in the future. And Nuo listened to Dong Yongsheng's words, which were quite polite. He had helped her today, and she didn't want to make things too tense. She nodded in agreement. All right, then let's split up. I will be on my own with Brother Hua. Dong Yongsheng awkwardly scratched his head. There's still more than a week until the end of the month. I'll return your remaining food expenses then, okay? When Yi Rulin heard about returning the food money, she immediately wanted to jump out and stop him. An Nuo understood what she meant. Before she could speak, she said directly, Captain, there's no need to return the money. Consider it a thank you for everyone's care during this time. From now on, let's officially part ways. An Nuo looked around at everyone's satisfied expressions and said coldly, Does anyone have any objections? No objections. We have no objections. The young workers nodded in agreement. Since An Jiqing had already decided not to ask for the meal money back, they didn't want to disagree, fearing An Nuo might regret it later. An Nuo's lips curled into a sarcastic smile, but unfortunately, because of her mask, the young workers didn't see it. Today, she caught a wild chicken. She didn't want to eat it alone, thinking everyone could enjoy a stew together to satisfy their hunger. But unexpectedly, they were eager to split up from her. She felt embarrassed to take advantage of their kindness. If they knew they missed the chance to eat meat, would they regret it?
All these thoughts no longer mattered to An Nuo.
She turned around and patted the cold-faced Huachinian. Brother Hua, let's go cook.
I'm starving.
After saying that, An Nuo puffed out her cheeks and rubbed her growling stomach. Huachinian's gaze softened as he reached out to pat her head.
Eat.
Huachinian was responsible for killing the chicken, plucking feathers, and cleaning the internal organs. An Nuo was in charge of lighting the fire and boiling water. Since they had split up, An Nuo naturally wouldn't touch the ingredients at the young workers' camp anymore. Fortunately, she still had half a bag of dried noodles. She could make chicken soup noodles, enough for both of them to eat well. When the chicken soup was ready, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. At the same time, the smell of meat drifted into the young workers' rooms. Yi Rulin sniffed and said, It smells so good. I think I smell chicken. The others also caught the scent, took deep breaths, and their mouths watered, eager to eat. Su Jiaguang licked his lips and looked outside longingly. It smells so good. It really is chicken. Everyone hurriedly left their rooms, following the aroma to the kitchen, where they saw An Nuo lifting the noodles from the pot. Yi Rulin stared at the chicken soup noodles, greedily swallowing her saliva. She couldn't hold back anymore and pointed at An Nuo loudly. An Jiqing, you're eating alone. How can you be so shameless? The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. We are a team. You can't eat alone. It was a big bowl of chicken soup noodles. How long had they gone without eating meat? Seeing the meat now, their mouths were practically watering. Why is it that they can only eat bran and vegetables, while An Nuo and Huachinian get to eat meat? Huachinian saw the young workers surrounding An Nuo and felt danger. He quickly stepped in front of her. His face was full of coldness and anger. What do you want to do? Even though Huachinian was foolish, his strong presence scared the young workers, so they didn't dare to step forward. An Nuo was amused by their shamelessness. She patted Huachinian's arm and told him to stay calm. It's you who want to split up the group. Now you're accusing us of hogging everything. Really, you tear your cheek off and stick it on the other side. You're both thick-skinned and shameless. Yi Rulin's face instantly turned red with anger. Who are you insulting? An Nuo smiled and said, Anyone who responds gets insulted. Yi Rulin stomped her feet in anger and looked around for help from the other young workers. Although they wanted to eat meat, they knew they were in the wrong. When Yi Rulin looked at them, they could only awkwardly turn away. You all. Everyone knows to act wisely. Can you be as shameless as her? Can you help her speak? Even beggars have some dignity. An Nuo didn't want to really fight with the young workers, but this time she was targeting Yi Rulin. The original owner had often suffered from Yi Rulin's schemes, and even the young workers didn't like her. It was all Yi Rulin's doing. She always tried to take advantage of the original owner, even when there was nothing going on. Now that An Nuo had taken over her body, Yi Rulin wouldn't get any benefits from her. An Nuo smiled at everyone. "We have plenty of noodles. Everyone try some." When the others heard they could have some, they happily thanked An Nuo. Yi Rulin sneered coldly, thinking, no matter how much you talk, you'll still have to share with everyone." But when Yi Rulin brought her bowl to serve herself noodles, An Nuo grabbed her wrist.
Sorry.
"If you want chicken soup noodles, you can have them, but you need to return everything you owe me. Otherwise, I won't give you a single drop of soup." Yi Rulin's face instantly turned pale. She looked wronged, but inside, she was furious. At this moment, the young workers' attention was on the fragrant chicken soup noodles. They smelled so good they almost wanted to swallow their tongues. Besides, words are short and hands are short. You can't take what isn't yours. Everyone knew what kind of person Yi Rulin was, so they naturally wouldn't get involved in her mess. Seeing no one to help her, Yi Rulin felt embarrassed. "You're too much," she cried, then ran out crying. An Nuo watched Yi Rulin disappear behind the kitchen door, a cold smile on her lips, her eyes darkening. She was starting to feel like leaving the youth commune, or she couldn't handle these kinds of incidents happening now and then. She also felt she had no obligation to support so many people there. After sharing the chicken soup noodles with the youth, An Nuo poured the remaining into a basin. When her fingers just touched the edge, she suddenly pulled back, pinched her earlobe, and said, "It's too hot." Huachinian quickly walked over, took her hands, and looked at them. Her fingers were slightly red from the heat. "Don't move, I'll carry it." He calmly carried the basin out of the kitchen. An Nuo chuckled softly, washed the dishes, and followed Huachinian back to the room. Under the dim oil lamp, the two sat facing each other. Huachinian placed a bowl of noodles in front of An Nuo, and then took a chicken leg to put in her bowl. "Wife, eat first." "Wife." An Nuo was stunned for a moment, then found it funny. "Do you even know what wife means?" Huachinian nodded calmly. "Mother said, sleeping with a wife and having children." As An Nuo just took a bite of the noodles, she almost spat them out and started coughing uncontrollably. Huachinian looked at her worriedly, his warm hand rhythmically patting her back. She didn't know if her face was red from coughing or from being shy, because of his words. In any case, a successful woman from the 21st century, she was actually being flirted with. Who said she was attracted just by looks? That wasn't an exaggeration. That was what your mother said. What about you? She immediately regretted asking after she finished. Huachinian was not thinking clearly now. How could she ask him such things? The key was he didn't understand either. Just when An Nuo wanted to give up, Huachinian suddenly looked at her with gentle eyes. "Take care, wife, for a lifetime." An Nuo scratched her head, hesitated, and helplessly said, "Taking care isn't love." "Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just eat your food quickly." She was really hungry now. She ate the noodles eagerly, feeling the fragrant taste fill her mouth. The chicken soup noodles were incredibly delicious. All the fatigue from the day seemed to disappear at that moment. Huachinian watched her enjoy her meal, smiled foolishly, and ate even more happily. After they finished eating, Huachinian took the initiative to clean up the dishes and boiled hot water to fill the thermos. An Nuo was pleased. Such a capable man. How could she let someone else have him? She decided he was her man. Since she had made up her mind, she would go get the marriage certificate tomorrow. She had to officially register their marriage. Currently, the most important thing is to treat the burns on the original owner and cure Huachinian's foolishness. An Nuo gently smiles, holding Huachinian a hand as she sits on the bed, feeling his pulse with her fingers. "Hua, big brother, don't move. I'll check your pulse." Huachinian is obedient, sitting quietly, his deep eyes fixed on An Nuo. Feeling a bit shy under his gaze, An Nuo clenches her fist, lightly coughs in front of her lips, then quickly adjusts her mood and focuses on checking his pulse. After finishing, An Nuo looks serious and thoughtful. Huo Qingyan sits quietly beside her, not disturbing her. After a moment, An Nuo speaks slowly. Big brother Hua, your condition is a bit complicated, but there's still hope. We'll only know for sure after going to the county hospital for scans. But your body has been a bit weak lately, and acupuncture takes energy. I need to help you regain your strength. It seems we really can't stay at the youth station anymore. Otherwise, there will be many troubles in the future. I need to talk to the team leader about building a house. Huo Qingyan holds An Nuo's hand, his eyes showing some panic. Don't leave, wife. This man must feel very insecure.
An Nuo feels a little sad and gently pats Huo Qingyan's hand.
Don't worry. Once we build the house, it will be our home. I'll cook meat for you every day. It'll be more convenient for acupuncture and herbal medicine. Huo Qingyan grins happily, a smile of happiness on his face. Yes, our home. After washing up, looking at the only single bed in the room, An Nuo scratches her forehead and a suspicious blush appears on her face. She admits she has feelings for Huo Qingyan, but she never thought of taking advantage of him. An Nuo hasn't decided how she will sleep tonight, but Huo Qingyan has already quickly taken off his clothes, kicked off his shoes, and lay on the bed. Huo Qingyan stares at An Nuo intensely, pats the spot beside him, and says, Wife, time to sleep. Seeing Huo Qingyan's sleeveless shirt and big shorts with holes, An Nuo's face turns even redder. She quickly looks away.
Huojia people.
The shorts Huo Qingyan wears are full of holes. Seeing An Nuo standing still, Huo Qingyan gets up and pulls her onto the bed, turns to the side and hugs her. He smiles and closes his eyes. Sleep together with wife. An Nuo doesn't act shy and lies in Huo Qingyan's arms, falling asleep. Before sleeping, she still plans to buy him a few new pairs of shorts. In the middle of the night, the village is quiet, with only occasional dog barks. While An Nuo was peacefully sleeping in Huo Qingyan's arms, the Hua family was in chaos. Son, it's not good. Your mother might not make it. When Huo Qifu and Huo Qikai heard old Hua's cry, they hurriedly put on their pants and ran to the main house. What's wrong? What happened to my mother? Huo Qifu asked as he fastened his waistband. Your mother suddenly can't move her lower body. Hurry, take her to the clinic, old Hua said anxiously, putting on his coat, slipping on his slippers, and pacing around nervously. Late at night, Wu Tsuehua needed to go to the bathroom but couldn't even sit up, and her legs wouldn't obey her brain's commands. She grabbed old Hua's waist tightly. Old Hua was startled awake by her grip. Just as he was about to get angry, he heard Wu Tsuehua crying, saying she had no feeling in her lower body. She was a vital worker in the family. With so many mouths to feed, losing a worker meant earning 10 fewer work points. Old Hua quickly woke his sons and hurriedly took Wu Tsuehua to the clinic that night. Unfortunately, the doctors there couldn't diagnose her condition. They then took her to the county hospital overnight. After spending a lot of money, they still couldn't figure out what was wrong. Could mother really be paralyzed? Huo Qifu sat outside the hospital room, looking worried. Huo Qikai, feeling irritated, scratched his head. My wife is about to give birth. If mother is paralyzed, who will take care of her during her postpartum period? If she really is paralyzed, we'll have to take care of her ourselves.
Huo Qifu scoffed.
If mother is paralyzed now, how will we get through the days ahead? It's just adding trouble. Wu Tsuehua, lying on the hospital bed, was annoyed by her son's discussion and kept muttering in frustration. Her only thought was, An Nuo is a troublemaker. Losing the money-making son, and now she's mysteriously paralyzed. Nothing good ever comes from her being involved. The next morning, An Nuo was sleeping soundly and felt her face being tickled. She waved her hand irritably to brush it away. With a sharp slap, she was startled awake. Sweetheart, time to wash up. Huo Qingyan gently woke her, speaking softly. An Nuo put on her shoes and got up to look around. Wow. Huo Qingyan had even squeezed out the toothpaste for her and poured cool water into the basin. She then picked up the hot water bottle, which was full. Surprised, An Nuo looked at Huo Qingyan and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Hua, you're amazing. Huo Qingyan blushed at the compliment. a faint smile appearing on his face, shy but happy. After washing up, An Nuo took out half a jar of malted milk powder and made herself a cup to drink. Brother Hua, soon we will go to the county town. I will buy meat buns for you to eat. Huachinian obediently nodded. An Nuo knew that just drinking a glass of malted milk wouldn't be enough for Huachinian, especially since they had already split from the youth team. They needed to buy rice, flour, oil, and other supplies themselves. Since she and Huachinian were married, they had 3 days of honeymoon leave, so she didn't need to go to work today. She planned to take Huachinian to the county hospital for a scan and also do some shopping. An Nuo pulled the curtains closed. Then she took a small shovel, knelt by the bed, and started digging under it. In a short while, she dug out 2 cookie boxes from under the bed. She opened them, and inside, neatly stacked, were large bundles of bonds, various receipts, and 5 small gold bars. The large bundles looked to be worth about 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. In this era, that was definitely a lot of money. The original owner's grandfather, like mine, was a kind person who cared a lot about his granddaughter, An Nuo whispered to herself. She gently fiddled with the shiny gold bars, her scarred, slender hand, then shook her head regretfully. Too bad, gold bars are good, but before 1980, they couldn't be used. Cash is better. Building houses, eating, buying medicinal herbs, all cost money. Fortunately, the original owner wasn't foolish and hid her money very well, so it was never found. An Nuo took out 200 yuan and some receipts. She thought for a moment, then took out another 300 yuan. Today, I need to have a good talk with the team leader about building a house. This money will come in handy. Huachinian watched quietly as An Nuo dug up and counted the money. He didn't ask anything or say a word, acting very obedient.
Who was that?
A figure flashed past outside the window. Huachinian quickly opened the door and chased after him. An Nuo's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know when that person had been standing outside the window. She also didn't know if that person saw where she hid the money. No matter what, she had to change her hiding spot. When Huachinian returned, An Nuo had already moved the money to a new hiding place. How is it? Did you see who it was? Seeing An Nuo, Huachinian's sharp eyebrows relaxed a little. He shook his head. A woman, I didn't see her face. An Nuo raised an eyebrow and smiled indifferently. Forget it. Since she saw our money, her true intentions will come out sooner or later. We just have to wait. They finished packing, locked the door, and left the youth team's place heading toward the village entrance. Just then, the team's ox cart was about to leave for the county to deliver goods. Brother Juzi, wait for us. An Nuo hurriedly called out to stop Juzi. The pillar is the son of the team leader. He is honest and simple-minded. Sometimes, when he sees An Nuo having a hard time, he will help her willingly. And Jiqing, I heard you and brother who are getting married. Are you going to the county to buy things? Pillar stopped the ox cart, waiting for An Nuo and Huachinian. Yes. When we come back, I'll treat you to some wedding candy. Okay. Brother Hua is a good man. You two should have a happy life. Don't worry. Thank you, Brother Pillar. After getting on the ox cart, according to the old rules, each person gave Pillar 5 cents. Pillar was not polite and happily put a dime into his pocket. An Nuo and Huachinian looked at each other and both smiled. Huachinian's smile made An Nuo momentarily distracted. This man is really good-looking. Entering the county, An Nuo first took Huachinian to a department store to buy him new clothes. Getting a marriage certificate is a big event in life, so how could he wear torn clothes? She was also curious about what the shopping mall in this era looked like. Inside, An Nuo looked around eagerly until she finally found a men's clothing counter. The clerk was sitting cross-legged, eating sunflower seeds. When they stood in front of the counter, he impatiently asked, "Comrade, what do you need?" An Nuo thought, this service attitude. As expected, state-owned enterprises are impressive. "Comrade, please get 2 white shirts and pants that he can wear," An Nuo said, pointing to Huachinian beside her. The clerk rolled his eyes, looked at An Nuo expressionlessly, then glanced at Huachinian with obvious disdain. He threw the sunflower seeds down harshly and said, "Shirts are 13 yuan. Pants are 25 yuan. Are you sure you can afford it?" An Nuo frowned in displeasure. It was a happy day, and she didn't want to argue with the clerk. She endured and said, "Since you're asked to get them, of course we'll buy them. Just bring them out confidently." The clerk pursed his lips, reluctantly took out 2 shirts, and said, "Don't get them dirty." An Nuo picked up the shirts and held them against Huachinian to check the size. Yes, the size fits. Finally, An Nuo bought clothes for Huachinian from head to toe, inside and out. She waited outside anxiously, calling out to Huachinian, who was changing in a small alley, "Brother Hua, are you done?" As she spoke, she saw Huachinian walk out of the alley. She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Huachinian put on a white shirt and green pants. He turned his back to the sunlight, and the glow hit his body, as if giving him a golden aura. It made him shine even more and look even more charming. Sure enough, people really do rely on their clothes. I must say, this man's appearance is truly outstanding. Huachinian saw An Nuo walking toward him, smiling foolishly as he touched his clothes. "Big brother Hua looks so handsome." An Nuo gave Huachinian a thumbs up, then stepped forward and took his hand. "First, we register our household, then we get the marriage certificate." "Okay, wife." Huachinian's face reddened slightly, and he felt happy inside. An Nuo thought to herself, "I helped you separate from the Hua family. I hope you won't blame me once you're clear-headed." Everything was ready, and An Nuo quickly helped Huachinian register his household. They then hurried to the Civil Affairs Bureau. When An Nuo held the marriage certificate, which looked like an award certificate, she felt a bit dazed. In her past life, because of her parents, she focused entirely on her career, trying to prove she was no less than their sons. Not getting married was also because she believed no man could catch her eye. But this life, the moment she saw Huachinian, she knew he had become the one in her heart. If she didn't win him over, she would feel a little guilty to herself. As for Huachinian, if he ever wakes up and finds life with her too difficult, she wouldn't force him. Then she would just let him go and divorce him. Huachinian, who was nearby, didn't know An Nuo was already thinking about divorce and was just happily smiling at the marriage certificate. "Let's treat everyone to some candies." An Nuo snapped back to reality, took out a handful of candies from her bag, and placed them on the clerk's desk. Nowadays, not everyone could eat candies easily. "Congratulations, congratulations." The 2 clerks happily divided the candies among themselves. After getting the marriage certificate, An Nuo took Huachinian to the county hospital, registered, then went to see the doctor to get a referral for a head CT scan. From morning until noon, both An Nuo and Huachinian had only a glass of malted milk, and they were already very hungry. They had to wait until the afternoon for the CT results. An Nuo planned to take Huachinian to a state-run restaurant for a meal first.
Hungry, right?
"Let's go eat." Huachinian touched his stomach, feeling hungry too. He nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." They exchanged smiles and walked side by side out of the hospital. As soon as An Nuo stepped out, she saw Huachitsai's family of 3 looking tired as they came out of the inpatient department. "Big brother Hua, it seems like your 3rd brother's family is up ahead." Huachinian's face darkened, and he simply responded with a faint without saying anything more. An Nuo thought for a moment, scratched her head, hesitated, and tentatively spoke. Brother Hua, if I'm not mistaken, it should be your mother in the hospital. Do you want to go see her?" She pointed toward the hospital department. Huachinian looked at An Nuo with clear, big eyes and shook his head. "No, it's not real." An Nuo chuckled softly. Since Huachinian knew the full story, she didn't say anything more. Since Huachinian didn't want to go, there was no need to greet the others. She simply took Huachinian's hand and left by another path. They arrived at a state-run restaurant and ordered 2 large bowls of beef noodles. As they ate happily and rested, An Nuo asked, "I'm full. Are you enough? If not, I'll buy you another bowl." Huachinian glanced at the half-eaten noodles left by An Nuo and, without hesitation, poured them into his own bowl, eating everything quickly. Seeing that he didn't mind sharing her food, An Nuo felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. She rested her chin on her hands, watching him eat happily, feeling very happy. Earlier at the hospital, she asked the doctor, but they didn't sell acupuncture needles. Since she needed them to treat Huachinian, she realized she had to try her luck in the black market. After leaving the restaurant, they were immediately targeted by gang members. In the shadow of an alley, 3 young men with sinister eyes stared at An Nuo and Huachinian. The second one's face suddenly turned pale, and his voice became sharp. "Big brother, that woman isn't dead. Big brother, look at that man. Is he the one who suddenly appeared to save that woman last time?" The third one looked at Huachinian, furrowing his brow, and then remembered who he was. The leader didn't speak, his expression was silent, but his eyes were like hellish demons. His superior had ordered him to kill An Nuo. If the soldier hadn't intervened at that moment, An Nuo would have already met her end. The third one touched his chin, confused. "That's strange. Didn't we give these 2 people 2 sticks? I also checked that woman's breath. She was definitely dead. How is she alive and jumping around now?" The leader's face darkened, and a murderous aura rose from him. "The mission isn't finished. We'll all be punished. Since they've encountered us again, there's only one way out: death." The second one made a threatening gesture, mimicking a throat slash. Their eyes followed An Nuo and the others as they entered a dark alley in the black market. The leader was the first to chase after them. "Let's go, find a chance to attack." The 1960s and 1970s were times of extreme shortages, and everything had to be rationed. The combination of ration tickets and money greatly limited people's purchasing power. Some things couldn't be bought just because you had money. When demand exceeds supply, black markets naturally emerge among ordinary people. It's also a secret everyone keeps. If caught, you could be accused of illegal trading and sent for reform. The black market was chaotic, and An Nuo warned Huachinian to stay close. Luckily, he was very obedient, never looked around or wandered off, always holding onto her belongings and walking closely behind her. "Fellow villager, how much for eggs?" An Nuo squatted on the ground, licking her lips. Eggs were very scarce at this time, and sellers didn't have many either. "Girl with a ration ticket, 8 cents each. Without a ticket, 10 cents. The villager held up one finger to show the price. He had been farming for years, and his fingers were wide and rough, his hands dark and coarse. She had more money but fewer tickets, so she had to use her tickets carefully. "Fellow villager, I'll take all your eggs." The villager counted the eggs. There were only 13 left. An Nuo paid 1 yuan and 30 cents, then looked up at the basket beside the villager. Her eyes lit up. "Do you want to sell that basket?" The villager glanced at the basket. "Girl, this was handmade by my wife. 1 dime. Do you want it?" He was trembling, afraid of losing even a little profit. "Just 1 dime. Okay, I'll take it." An Nuo agreed happily. 1 dime? In modern times, you could buy a piece of candy with that. After paying, Huachinian kindly carried the basket on his back, freeing her hands. Everything was packed inside, making it easier to carry. An Nuo felt the dime was worth it. The 2 continued wandering in the black market. They spent 1 yuan and 50 cents on 2 jars for medicinal decoctions, bought rice, flour, oil, a piece of pork belly, some cured meat, and vegetables that could be stored. Their basket was packed full, but the most important acupuncture needles still hadn't appeared. Just as An Nuo was about to give up, a middle-aged man, looking unwell, limped into the market and squatted down somewhere. An Nuo saw what he had placed on the ground. Her gloomy eyes gradually brightened. She excitedly picked up the acupuncture kit. "Comrade, how much for this?" Wow, these were silver needles, rare and valuable. She was very excited and determined to buy it. "This was passed down from my ancestors." 20 yuan, no less, he said. The middle-aged man saw An Nuo furrow her brow and quickly added, "Since you understand this trade, if your family wasn't so desperate, who would sell their ancestral belongings?" His face showed a hint of disappointment as he spoke. An Nuo said nothing and directly took out 20 yuan, handing it to the middle-aged man. "Don't worry, I bought these silver needles to save people. I will make sure they are used properly." The man carefully stored the money close to his body, nodded to An Nuo, and then left. An Nuo shook the acupuncture kit in front of Huachinian. Brother Hua, now that I have the acupuncture needles, I can treat you. Huachinian smiled affectionately. Thank you, wife. An Nuo couldn't help but smile back. For you, it's no trouble. She grabbed Huachinian's hand. Let's go. We've bought everything. Now let's go to the hospital for the CT scan. They left the black market and headed toward the hospital. After getting the CT scan results, An Nuo examined them carefully. As she expected, there was some swelling in the brain and blood clots pressing on the nerves. She had the silver needles for acupuncture, and she could pick medicinal herbs herself from the mountain behind the village. But gathering herbs takes time and needs to be dried. Unable to do much, she gave the doctor 10 yuan as a tip and asked him to prescribe 5 doses of traditional medicine based on her recipe. Huachinian's treatment could finally be scheduled. After leaving the hospital, An Nuo bought 6 meat buns and 4 sesame pancakes. The two of them headed to the bus station, ready to return to the village. As they turned into an alley, they were blocked by 2 rough-looking men. An Nuo's heart skipped a beat. Maybe she was overthinking. She grabbed Huachinian and tried to walk around, but as she turned, another rough man blocked their way. Now she was sure these 3 men were after them. Feeling the danger, Huachinian, tall and strong, stepped in front of An Nuo, his dark face showing a fierce, protective expression. His protection made her heart soften even more. The second man looked lecherous and excited. Since you're here, just give up your life. An Nuo quickly realized these men were not ordinary troublemakers. She frowned and asked in a serious voice, "Who are you?" The second man glanced at An Nuo and snorted coldly. "People who want to take your life." An Nuo smirked sarcastically, pretending to be pitiful. "Big brothers, even in death, we should at least understand what's happening, right?"
Bah.
The third brother spat at An Nuo, saying, "Last time, I didn't kill you with that stick. This time, we definitely won't let you go." Last time? A stick? A vague figure flashed through An Nuo's mind. They were the ones who had threatened the original owner that day. They were also the ones who had beaten Huachinian into a fool. What a small world. Why bother talking to someone about to die? Just attack. The eldest brother said grimly, raising his arm. 2 younger brothers received the order, drew knives, and surrounded An Nuo and Huachinian from front and back. An Nuo gasped, sensing trouble. These 3 looked like trained fighters. Huachinian had been in the army, but he was injured, so his strength wasn't what it used to be. Still, he should be able to handle these 3 easily. But the problem was, he was now carrying her a burden. He had to protect her, which distracted him and limited his movements. A sharp blade flickered in front of An Nuo, making her mind go numb. She regretted not learning self-defense in her past life. Just when she thought her life was over, Huachinian grabbed her by the back of her neck and pulled her behind him, avoiding a deadly strike. Before An Nuo could breathe a sigh of relief, the second brother lunged at her with a fierce look. She was about to dodge when she saw a long leg lift up, and the second brother was thrown like a parabola through the air. "Watch out!" A shadow flashed in front of her, and An Nuo's face changed dramatically. She shouted at Huachinian, "Be careful." Huachinian heard her warning. He turned just in time to see the third brother, who was about to attack, collapse to the ground in a dog-like position, with something yellow and white beside him. "My teeth." The third brother cried out in pain, looking at his bloody hand. Blood. Throughout this, Huachinian kept An Nuo safely behind him. An Nuo looked up at him with a serious face. She had lived 2 lives, and for the first time, a man was protecting her tightly from behind, not pushing her forward as cannon fodder. Thinking of her past life, her so-called father had pushed her in front of kidnappers to protect his own son, taking a knife for him, which made her feel cold inside. Huachinian's strong arm gently rested on her slender waist, moving carefully as if protecting a rare treasure. "Don't worry, wife. I will protect you. Okay, with Brother Hui here, I'm not afraid." An Nuo's eyes gradually filled with tears. When she saw the determination in Huachinian's eyes, her heart softened completely. If this man had still been in the army, he would surely be someone others looked up to. Now, She is ready to fight alongside him. An Nuo looked around and saw a wooden stick leaning against the wall. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over to grab it. "Be careful, everyone. This guy used to be in the army," said the older brother with a sinister look, holding a dagger as if preparing to attack. As for An Nuo, he didn't even bother to look at her. The second and third brothers staggered up from the ground, wiping blood from their mouths, then drew their daggers and aimed at Huachinian and An Nuo. "Leave your life behind." The three of them kept coming at them fiercely. "Get back, I'll handle this." Huachinian pushed An Nuo aside and fought the three men. An Nuo held her stick tightly, nervously watching the fierce fight. She couldn't really join in, but at least she could block them if they tried to hurt her. The older brother exchanged a quick look with the third, who suddenly changed direction and charged at An Nuo. Get away, go to." When An Nuo saw the third man stabbing her with a dagger, she shouted and wildly swung her stick. In her mind, she thought, "Am I not a Lucky Charm type? Then I should use that luck." Though she swung the stick randomly, strangely, each hit landed on the third man. Fortunately, he was well trained. Otherwise, he'd be crying out in pain. Still, the third man was beaten badly by a woman. Thinking about how Huachinian had just kicked out one of his front teeth, he was furious and more deadly.
D.
The third man's eyes turned red as he angrily grabbed An Nuo's stick with one hand and stabbed her in the chest with a dagger with the other. It was over. Was this the end for her? Huachinian was caught by the older brother and second brother. When he saw the third man about to hurt An Nuo, he desperately broke free, leaped in front of her, and raised his arm to block the attack. There was a sharp tearing sound, like flesh being cut. Big Brother Hua. An Nuo saw him block the dagger for her and felt a strange panic. Why is this man so foolish? You're asking for death. An Nuo looked at the three men, her face dark and grim, filled with hatred. The older brother saw her cold, dark expression and sneered. "Just you? Huh, enjoy your last moments." He then pulled out a gun from his pocket, aiming the dark barrel at them. An Nuo stopped in her tracks, feeling her heart sink. She was more certain than ever that this man was not an ordinary person. Huachinian looked coldly at the three men, then quickly pulled An Nuo behind him, using his body to shield her from danger. On the other side of the alley, Huatianai rode his bike aimlessly, searching for Huachinian's figure. Yesterday, he took Huachinian's CT scan to the provincial hospital, hoping to find a doctor who could help treat Huachinian. But he was disappointed. After consulting all the brain specialists, the final answer was the same. There is no effective treatment available in the country, and no successful surgeries have been done. Later, someone told him that the illness could be cured, but not in their country. To get treatment, they could only wait for foreign technology to be brought back home. Huatianai clenched his fists, determined. Without Big Brother Hua, he wouldn't be where he was today. No matter how long it takes or what it costs, he will cure Big Brother Hua. Thinking of this, Huatianai irritably scratched his head. He had been gone for a day. When he returned at noon, he heard villagers talking about yesterday's chaos. How could An Jiqing have the face to take Big Brother Hua away? If it weren't for saving her, would Big Brother Hua have been so badly hurt? An Jiqing was badly burned all over and looked like a demon. She didn't deserve Big Brother Hua. No, he had to find Big Brother Hua and An Jiqing to stop their marriage. He was searching everywhere for Huachinian and An Nuo. Suddenly, he heard fighting sounds coming from the alley. He was anxious to find Huachinian and didn't want to get involved in other matters. He was about to leave on his bike when he heard a heart-wrenching scream from the alley. Big Brother Hua?
It.
Huatianya's eyes reddened as he pedaled furiously toward the alley, his legs moving quickly, his bike's wheels almost faster than the wind. Seeing the dark gun barrel, An Nuo tightly held Huachinian's hand, looking apologetic and reluctant. Big Brother Hua, I'm sorry. It's my fault again for involving you. A faint regret filled An Nuo's chest. If she had known that the person behind her wouldn't give up easily, she wouldn't have dared to provoke Huachinian and bring him away from the Hua family. The Hua family was ruthless, but Huachinian was safe there. Huachinian then took her hand, his expression cold but softening unconsciously. It's not your fault. I am willing. Hearing Huiqinyan's words, An Nuo's heart felt even more painful. She hugged him tightly, pressed her face to his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. Grinding her teeth, she made an important decision inside. An Nuo glared sideways at the eldest brother from Huiqinyan's embrace, speaking firmly and without room for refusal. The person you want to kill is me. I give you my life. Let him go. Ha! The eldest brother seemed to hear a joke, pointing a gun at Huiqinyan. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he looked at them like he was watching two dead people. Miss An Nuo, you and your friend can rest assured and go on your way. Big brother Hua, this time I will protect you. An Nuo resolutely spread her arms to block in front of Huiqinyan. If you dare to bully Big brother Hua, I will kill you. Gunshots and shouts rang out together, just as An Nuo thought her life was in danger. The eldest brother let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. Huiqinyan tightly protected An Nuo in his arms, his face dark and frightening, lips pressed tight, jaw clenched. He somehow found two small stones and accurately shot them at the second and third brothers. The second and third brothers were hit on the forehead and fainted immediately. Meanwhile, the eldest brother was knocked to the ground by Huiqinyan's bicycle, dropping his gun. Huiqian seized the opportunity to rush forward and wrestle with the eldest brother. The eldest brother tried to pick up his gun but failed each time. An Nuo was not good at fighting, but she knew human anatomy well. She directly went to disable the limbs of the second and third brothers, so even if they woke up, they would be powerless to fight. Seeing that An Nuo was no longer in danger, Huiqinyan stepped forward and, together with Huiqian, subdued the eldest brother. Huiqinyan kicked the gun to An Nuo's feet, and she quickly picked it up. The eldest brother coldly glanced at the second and third brothers lying on the ground, saw that the situation was hopeless, and threw a dagger at An Nuo. Huiqinyan leapt forward and caught the dagger with his bare hands, while the eldest brother took the opportunity to escape. Huiqinyan wanted to chase after him, but An Nuo held his arm. Big brother Hua, don't chase. Your injury is more important. She looked at Huiqinyan's blood-covered right arm with concern. She quickly took out a new silver needle and inserted it into his acupoint to stop the bleeding. But she couldn't hide her sadness inside. Her nose stung, and suddenly a tear fell onto Huiqinyan's hand. Huiqinyan felt a burning sensation on his hand. Seeing that tear, he froze completely, then raised his hand to wipe away her tears, saying, "Don't cry." Huiqian strode over aggressively and pushed An Nuo aside. "Stop pretending. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Big brother Hua wouldn't be hurt, and nothing good would come from being involved with you." An Nuo was pushed back a few steps by Huiqian. Huiqinyan pushed away Huiqian, gently supporting An Nuo's waist, helping her stabilize. "Big brother Hua, she's just a troublemaker." "You." Huiqian hadn't finished speaking when Huiqinyan stopped him. "Shut up. If you won't let me speak, I will anyway. Since she arrived in the countryside, you've asked me to take care of her. But not only did she not thank me, she caused you to get injured and unable to serve in the army. Now she's almost caused you to die. Big brother Hua, I'm doing this for your good." Huiqian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, looking at Huiqinyan in shock. Since the day she went to the countryside, Huiqinyan had found someone to help take care of her. Right, Huiqinyan was a soldier from her grandfather's unit. Maybe he was acting on her grandfather's orders. Even if not because of her grandfather, it was still because of her. Thinking of this, a bitter feeling surged wildly inside An Nuo. Huiqinyan frowned, his sharp eyes glancing coldly at the angry Huiqian, and said coldly, "She is my wife." Huiqian was struck like lightning, frozen in place. Is Big brother Hua really going to live with this ugly girl? It's over. He's too late. An Nuo knew what Huiqian was thinking and understood. He didn't trust her to take care of Huiqinyan. She sniffed, her voice clear and serious. "Huiqian, I know I don't deserve Big brother Hua. But don't worry, I will take good care of him." Huiqian snorted coldly, his tone not very friendly. "If you can't even take care of yourself, how do you expect to take care of Big brother Hua? That's nonsense." An Nuo knew Huitianai had a grudge against her and that he couldn't accept his brother being hurt because of her, at least not right away. But she understood the saying, sincerity can move mountains. Even if I say everything perfectly now, you might not believe me. It's better to show it through actions. Just watch how I perform in the future. Huitianai glanced sideways at An Nuo, who was holding Huitian's hand. They were very close, which made him very uncomfortable. But then he remembered how the Hur family treated Huitian like a pig or dog, and couldn't help feeling itchy to act. Instead of letting his big brother Hu suffer at home, it was better to let Jiqing take care of him. After all, big brother Hu was hurt trying to save her. Moreover, An Jiqing was from Beijing, wealthy and influential, and wouldn't mistreat big brother Hu. Thinking this way, Huitianai felt a bit better inside. But he still warned An Nuo with a slight threat, saying, I'll believe you for now. If I find out you're bad to big brother Hu, even if I risk my life, I won't let you get away with it. An Nuo was not angry about Huitian's threat. Instead, she felt relieved. Brother Hu is now living with me at the Jiqing station. You can come see him when you have time. Her meaning was clear. She wanted him to come often to supervise, so she could feel at ease. Huitianai snorted softly and kicked the two people lying on the ground with his toes. What should we do with these two? An Nuo looked at Huitian's injured arm with concern. First, take brother Hu to the hospital for bandaging, then send these two to the police station. Huitian's cold gaze swept over the unconscious pair on the ground. He shook his head. Take them first, then the police station. Although she had already stopped the bleeding for Huitian, An Nuo still felt uneasy.
But
they have knives, guns, and are dangerous, Huitian interrupted. An Nuo understood what he meant. These people were definitely after them. She wondered if they had any connection to the An family. After all, the people who wanted her dead most were her original family members. Huitianai stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. These people don't seem like ordinary robbers. Better to send them to the police station just to be safe. Huitian and Huitianai each dragged a person and threw them into the police station lobby. An Nuo took out a pistol from her bag and placed it in front of the officer. When the officer saw the gun, his face changed dramatically, looking very alarmed. Police officer, these two are trying to kill us.
we found this pistol on them.
Please, you have to help us. An Nuo's tone was playful, but also a bit pitiful, making people want to come for her. The officer immediately realized it was a serious case. His gaze fell on Huitian's injured arm, and he spoke more calmly. Comrades, please sit inside for now. I'll find someone to bandage this gentleman's wound first. Thank you, officer. No trouble. Serving the people. The officer instructed his colleague to take the two suspects to the interrogation room, then personally led An Nuo and the others to the reception room to sit. Wait here for a moment. I'll report to the leader. An Nuo nodded.
Okay.
Just as the officer left, a female police officer carrying a medical kit arrived. She quickly treated Huitian's wound and then left with her supplies. Captain, 3 people just reported a gun robbery. One of the victims was injured. The officer knocked on the captain's office door, entered, and briefly reported the situation while placing the pistol handed in by An Nuo on Captain Lee's desk. Captain Lee looked at the gun with a frown, his face turning cold and serious. A gun robbery was not a small case. A gun robbery? A clear voice sounded from outside the door. Hearing the voice, Captain Lee immediately stood up from his chair and strode toward the door. When he saw who was coming, he straightened up and saluted, then asked, "Director, why are you here?" Director He Yong-mien returned the salute casually, ruffling his short hair. His deep eyes glanced at the gun. Then he stepped forward, took the gun in his hand, and examined it carefully. Browning and the model and style looked like something from over there. Captain Lee and the officer exchanged a deep breath, their eyes meeting. If that gun was from over there, the case's nature would change completely. He Yong-mien looked back at Captain Lee. Where is the person who reported the case? In the reception room. Let's go and see. He Yong-mien led the way out of Captain Lee's office, with Captain Lee and the officer following closely. After waiting a moment, Anna and the others were led inside by the officer who was attending to them. Anna had just stood up before the officer could introduce their identities. One man, who looked like a leader, stared at Huachinian in a daze for a moment, then his eyes welled with tears. He quickly walked over excitedly and saluted Huachinian. Captain Hua. Captain Li and the officer looked at each other in surprise. It seemed they all knew each other. Huachinian no longer recognized He Yongnian, but when he saw He Yongnian salute him, he instinctively stood up and returned the salute, saying nothing. He Yongnian shook hands with Huachinian, feeling a bit emotional. Captain Hua, they said. But I didn't believe it. Seeing you well today makes me so happy. Anna sighed and said, Comrade, Brother Hua has a head injury. He probably doesn't remember you. His reactions are mostly instinctive. This was like a bolt from the blue. Instinctive reactions? That meant Captain Hua really became a fool to save someone. How could such a good person like Captain Hua become a fool? Captain Li noticed He Yongnian's emotional state was off, so he gave a subtle signal to the officer. The officer understood immediately and stepped forward to introduce, Comrade, this is Director He, then pointed to Captain Li, and this is Captain Li. We need to take a statement now. Please cooperate. Anna nodded. Okay, we will cooperate. Everyone sat down together. The officer took out a notebook and pen to start recording. Anna calmly recounted the events. The more He Yongnian listened, the more he felt something was wrong. An Nuo continued, Director He, the two people Brother Hua caught today, I strongly suspect they are the criminals who tried to kill me and then made Brother Hua go deaf. He Yongnian's face darkened with disbelief as he looked at An Nuo. Are you sure about this? An Nuo was very certain. Yes. I remember them. There were 3 of them, but one escaped. He Yongnian's expression grew even more grim. He clenched his hand tightly, suddenly exerting force, and the bones cracked loudly, sounding frightening. Don't worry, I will personally interrogate these 2 and make sure they are caught. An Nuo thought for a moment. Director, he was once a soldier under Huachinian, so perhaps he could help find out who was behind this. Comrade, I am just a young person from Beijing, but these 3 kept trying to kill me. I fear they have some hidden plan. He Yongnian looked up at An Nuo, his eyes deep and dark, as if trying to see through her. Do you have any clues? An Nuo sighed and took off her mask in front of everyone, revealing her face, which had been burned in a fire. There was a gasp inside the room. Everyone was working, so even though they were shocked inside, they didn't show it on their faces. Only Huachinian looked at An Nuo with a hint of pity. He moved closer to her, making it easier to hold her hand and give her strength. He Yongnian was stunned, his eyes wide as he looked at Huachinian and then at An Nuo. These 2 people seemed to have a secret. Although their leader had become deaf, he still thought An Nuo was not suitable for Hua. Especially her face, looking at it for too long made people feel uncomfortable. But right now, Huachinian didn't understand anything. If he ever recovered, would he still feel the same about her face? He Yongnian held back his dissatisfaction, knowing he was just an outsider and had no right to interfere in Huachinian's life. An Nuo shrugged casually and laughed self-deprecatingly. Actually, I used to be quite pretty. The reason I was disfigured was because my cousin tricked me into a warehouse and a fire almost took my life. Since then, even after I left Beijing, I was still being hunted. An Nuo didn't mention that her grandfather was reported by her uncle. She was afraid that if that came out, it would cause much more trouble. He Yongnian processed what An Nuo said and fell silent for a moment. Could he have been wrong about everything? This case is just a family dispute and has nothing to do with spies. The only connection is that gun belonging to that side. He Yongnian kept his thoughts to himself and said calmly, I will carefully question the 2 people involved. Miss N, I will need your cooperation. Yes, I will cooperate fully. An Nuo nodded, feeling a bit sad suddenly. After all, no one wants to live in constant fear of danger. Don't worry, Miss N, protecting people's lives and property is our duty as police officers. Okay, I trust you, An Nuo replied, showing her trust. They talked a little more about the case. Seeing it was getting late, An Nuo and the others stood up to leave. He Yongnian personally saw them to the police station entrance and shook hands with An Nuo and Huatianai. Be careful these days. As soon as I get any news, I will inform you. He then looked at Huachinian, straightened his back, and saluted. Captain Hua, take care. Take care. Huachinian returned the salute. Huachinian carried his basket on his back, glanced at Huatianai pushing the bicycle, then held An Nuo's hand. The three of them left together. He Yongnian and Captain Li stood side by side, watching them leave. Such a pity. If Captain Hu were still in the army, he would surely have a bright future, Captain Li said regretfully, shaking his head. Life is unpredictable. He Yongnian squinted in the direction Huachinian left, took a deep breath, then turned and headed toward the interrogation room. Captain Li took several deep drags on a cigarette, threw the on the ground, and stomped it out with his toe. He followed He Yongnian into the interrogation room, feeling that he probably wouldn't sleep tonight. Huatianai rode his bicycle from the county. He took An Nuo and Huachinian to the bus station. After they got on the bus back to Xinglong Production Brigade, he pedaled back home. An Nuo returned to the youth commune. The young people hadn't finished work yet, and the whole place was very quiet. She took out her keys, opened the door, and when they entered, Huachinian looked around the room with a serious expression, frowning. Seeing Huachinian standing still in the middle of the room without taking down his basket, An Nuo walked over and patted his arm, asking confusedly, "What's wrong?" "Someone has been here," Huachinian said firmly, turning to look at An Nuo. An Nuo trusted Huachinian's judgment and quickly looked around the room but saw nothing unusual. "The water cup was here this morning. Now it's over there." Huachinian pointed to the moved cup, speaking confidently. She knew her feelings were not as sharp as Huachinian's, so she quickly ran to the box, opened it, and pulled aside the clothes on top. She took out a small locked box underneath. An Nuo used a key to unlock it and saw that the money and tickets meant to confuse enemies were still inside. She clenched her lips and ran to the desk to check the new hiding place for her large assets. Seeing no signs of being tampered with, she finally relaxed. Everything is still here. It seems that person was afraid of getting caught and didn't dare to break the lock directly. After placing the items back, An Nuo went behind Huachinian and helped him take down the basket, placing it on the ground. "The bad guys will come again," Huachinian said with a fierce look on his face. "I'm just worried she won't come," An Nuo said, pulling out 2 bottles of good wine, 2 packs of cigarettes, and half a jean of white rabbit milk candies from the basket. She smiled slyly. She didn't get what she wanted to steal, so she won't give up.
Just wait and see.
Huachinian nodded in agreement, looking at the pile of things An Nuo took out with a puzzled tilt of his head. An Nuo thought Huachinian's expression was adorable, just like the British short-hair cat she used to raise. She couldn't help but tiptoe and ruffle his somewhat prickly short hair. "Captain should be at home now. Let's go see him together, okay?" Huachinian nodded, a faint smile appearing on his lips. An Nuo's bag was full and slung across her shoulder. To avoid suspicion, she pulled Huachinian and hurried towards the captain's house before the end of their shift. "Is the captain at home?" An Nuo called out loudly outside the door. With a creak, the door opened from inside. Captain's wife, Yang Yuping, looked out and saw An Nuo and Huachinian. She was a bit surprised when she glanced at Huachinian. "My husband is inside."
Come in.
"Thank you, Auntie," An Nuo said happily as she pulled Huachinian into the house. Seeing the two holding hands and Huachinian looking as spirited as when he was in the army, the captain felt confident that helping An Nuo was the right choice. Huachinian was practically raised by him. The child was filial, and he had given everything he earned to his family. But his mother and family were not kind people. After the child was hurt, they turned such a good kid into someone unrecognizable like a ghost. It was heartbreaking to see. The captain was generally kind to An Nuo because he knew she was grateful and had saved Huachinian from danger. "Why are you guys here now? Is there something you need?" "Captain, I came to thank you for your help." An Nuo took out cigarettes, alcohol, and candies from her shoulder bag and placed them on the table. "Today, An Yen and I got our marriage certificate. Please join us for a wedding celebration and enjoy some sweets." The team leader and Yang Yuping exchanged a glance, then looked at the items on the table, their eyes shining with interest. "This child is quite thoughtful." "No need," We appreciate your kindness. From now on, just take good care of Xiaozi. I will definitely take good care of An Nuo. You can rest assured. They declined each other several times, and the team leader finally accepted the gifts. Team leader, look, I am now married, so I can't stay at the youth station anymore. I was thinking behind the village there's some wasteland. We plan to clear it ourselves and build a house there. An Nuo clearly stated her main purpose for coming this time. In the future, she needs to treat both herself and Huachinian, which requires good nutrition. They eat very well, and it's inevitable that some people will be jealous. But since she has a yard, she can cook whatever she wants behind closed doors and no one will know. That piece of land was already abandoned. Since your situation is special, getting approval to use it doesn't break any rules, the team leader said, tapping his pipe. Once I sign with the secretary, you can start building your house. With the team leader's approval, An Nuo was very happy. Team leader, look at An Nuo. I'm just a woman and don't know much about these things. An Nuo took out a stack of money from her bag and placed it on the table. Seeing the money, the team leader and Yang Yuping's eyes nearly popped out. It's so thick, probably 300 or 400 yuan. You have influence. Help us find some workers. I plan to build a house with blue bricks. We'll need people and bricks, and it all depends on you. Here's 300 yuan. If it's not enough, just tell me. The team leader has some connections, so it's easier for him to handle certain matters. If money can solve the problem, it's not a big deal. Of course, if he can earn a little from this, he'll be more motivated. Xiaozi Hua is a hero in our village. You don't need to worry about these small matters. Uncle will handle it properly, the team leader said with a big smile, his eyes crinkling. Then he patted his chest confidently. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Uncle. An Nuo bowed to the team leader along with Huachinian. When the house is built, we'll invite you, aunt, and brother Zhuzi for a meal. Good. The team leader and Yang Yuping warmly sent An Nuo and Huachinian out the door. Yang Yuping counted the money again and again, feeling deeply impressed. This Anji youth from Beijing really has money. You won't believe it, but this young Manhwa is quite lucky. Yang Yuping nodded in agreement. This An Jiqing is a good kid, knows how to handle things, and could be helpful in the future. It's not a bad idea to stay in touch. The team leader gave Yang Yuping a meaningful look. Understood. The team leader stood up, took the 2 bottles of good wine and cigarettes, and with a smile, walked out with his hands behind his back. I'm going to help An Jiqing prepare the land, get ready to lay bricks, and build a house. Xinglong Brigade doesn't have a brick kiln, but the neighboring brigade does. He needed to go and get active. When An Nuo and Huachinian returned to the Knowledge Youth Camp from the team leader's house, the young workers had already finished their work and come back. They were either squatting at the door or sitting on small stools, each holding a bowl, some with porridge, others with dark bread, frowning as they ate. An Jiqing is back. Jiang Mei looked up at An Nuo and smiled, greeting him warmly. An Nuo smiled brightly. Today, I and An Nuo registered our marriage. Please enjoy some wedding candies. After saying this, An Nuo gave Huachinian a look. Huachinian went inside and brought out a small bag of white rabbit candies. An Nuo took the candies and distributed them to the young workers one by one. Oh, still white rabbit candies. Dong Yongsheng licked his lips. I almost forgot what candy tastes like. Dong Yongsheng's family was from the city, but they had 5 children and life was tight. He was the oldest, so he had to look after his younger siblings. Living here, every penny had to be carefully spent, no exaggeration. Who has an easier life these days? It's rare to find someone like An Jiqing with such good conditions. But everyone just talks about it. Nobody really knows how well off An Jiqing's family is. Each young worker received 5 pieces of candy, all smiling happily and offering blessings. An Jiqing, when will you hold a wedding banquet? Yang Yongnian looked very eager. Everyone looked at An Nuo, waiting for her answer. Everyone knew An Jiqing was from Beijing, and her family was well off. If she got married, the celebration would definitely be grand, with fish and meat. Now, the usual gift money was only about 3 cents per person. 3 cents for meat, just thinking about it makes people drool. Seeing their eager looks, An Nuo secretly chuckled. Now is the busy farming season. After it's over, I'll invite everyone to a meal to celebrate my marriage with An Nuo. We're looking forward to your wedding feast. Don't worry, we'll definitely enjoy it. An Nuo smiled and said, let's not talk with everyone for now. Anan and I haven't eaten yet, so we're going to prepare some food. An Nuo took out the previously bought steamed buns and heated them. Huachinian squatted nearby, tending the fire. After placing the buns in the steamer, An Nuo washed the new medicine jar and set it on the fire to boil medicine for Huachinian. Don't you think that since Deepening and Huachinian have been together, they've become much more cheerful? Su Jiaguang looked thoughtfully at An Nuo and Huachinian busy in the kitchen. I think it's good that Deepening is like this now. Her personality used to be too dull, he said. Back then, no one wanted to bother with her. Now, at least there's a fool who doesn't mind, and anyone else would be unhappy about that. Yirulin laughed, her voice tinged with some sarcasm. Jiang Mei shot Yirulin a disdainful look. Before she could speak, an angry male voice came from the entrance of the Deepening camp.
Who do you call a fool?
Huatianai glared at Yirulin and walked straight toward her. Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? The Deepening saw Huatianai full of anger and quickly stood up, alert. Yirulin was startled by Huatianya's imposing presence, but quickly recovered, puffed out her chest, and retorted, Huachinian is a fool. I didn't say anything wrong. If you're angry, go settle the score with Deepening. Huachinian only became a fool because of Deepening.
You.
Huatianai clenched his fists in anger, about to go and hit Yirulin, but Huachinian, rushing out from the kitchen, stopped him. Deepening is right. Anan became like this because of me. An Nuo looked calmly at the excited Huatianai, interrupting him from continuing. Yirulin's intentions were clear. If he hit someone, he would be sent to the farm for reform. An Nuo would never let Huatianai be manipulated because of her. Moreover, Yirulin's words weren't wrong either. Yirulin smirked triumphantly, spreading her hands to Huatianai.
See?
She even admits it herself. Who knows if Deepening had liked Huachinian long ago and was afraid he disliked her appearance, so she planned to make him a fool to match her. An Nuo trembled slightly and clapped, praising Yirulin's words. I really have to admire Deepening's imagination. But I must say, my Anan is truly outstanding. Even now, even if he's not fully aware, he's much stronger than most people. I am so lucky to marry him. This is a blessing I've earned over many lifetimes. Yi Deepening, you can't envy that.
Yeru olan Juliet her lips.
I envy you? Dream on, maybe? An Nuo looked at Yirulin and smiled silently. Although Huachinian didn't quite understand what An Nuo was saying, since she stopped calling him Big Brother Hua and started calling him Nyen, he felt unexpectedly happy. When he heard An Nuo say that marrying him was lucky, he felt a tingling sensation in his heart and even scratched his chest twice. He released Huatianai and walked over to An Nuo, taking her hand. Marrying you makes me happy. Yirulin crossed her arms and snorted. You're really a fool. Deepening, I hope you pray that he stays stupid forever. Otherwise, I'll wait to see you abandoned and disliked by him. Yi Deepening, why are you like this? Can't you hope for some good in others? Jiang Mei looked at Yirulin with a stern expression. We're all here to support rural development, so why act like enemies? And Deepening hasn't done anything wrong to you, right? Dong Yongsheng tilted his head and finished the last spoonful of porridge, then placed his bowl on the brick table. He stood up and walked over to Jiang Mei, looking at Yirulin with displeasure. Yi Deepening and Brother Hua are already having a hard time.
Why do you keep targeting them?
One or two people targeting her made Yirulin furious, her eyes turning red. She looked at Yang Yongnian across from her, her eyes shining with hope. Does Yang Yongnian like her? Now was her chance to show herself. But Yang Yongnian turned his bowl away, avoiding her pleading gaze. He liked Yirulin, that was true, but he didn't want to become a target with her. Besides, Huachinian was foolish, but he had Huatianai backing him. Huatianai was as wild as his name suggested, famous in the entire brigade. He was not only fierce in fights, but also unafraid of wild beasts in the mountains. It was said he could take down a wild boar alone. Yang Yongnian looked at his thin arms and legs, and he chuckled self-deprecatingly. He was a high school graduate. How could he associate with a rough man? Moreover, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He wouldn't be foolish enough to clash directly with Huitianai. Yi Ruolin hadn't yet found an ally when An Nuo's face darkened. She suddenly stepped forward in front of Yi Ruolin. Startled, Yi Ruolin's eyes widened in fear, and she took a step back. An Nuo didn't give her a chance to escape. She grabbed her collar and warned, "Yi Jiqing, I don't care what you say about me, but if you dare curse An Nian, I will make your life worse than death." "You are threatening me." "It's not a threat, just a warning." An Nuo's lips curled into a frightening smile. "Anyway, I am already like this. Those who go barefoot aren't afraid of wearing shoes. If you don't believe it, you can try." After speaking, An Nuo loosened Yi Ruolin's collar. Yi Ruolin's legs went weak, and she sat down on the ground, still showing shock on her face. She shrank her shoulders in fear, looked at An Nuo with some apprehension, her eyes turning red. She crawled up from the ground, covering her face, crying as she ran into the dormitory. Dong Yongxing looked at the loudly slammed dorm door caused by Yi Ruolin and shook his head. Then he waved to everyone, all right. We're all youths. It's normal to argue and make some noise. Let's move on." Everyone nodded at Dong Yongxing, washed their bowls, and went on with their tasks. An Nuo turned to look at Huitianai. "Brother Yi, have you eaten yet?" "No, I haven't." Huitianai was straightforward. He peeked into the room, sounding a bit dissatisfied. "Didn't you cook for me, Brother Hu? Looks like he's here to watch her, to see if she's treating Brother Hu well." An Nuo wasn't upset. She smiled and said, "If you haven't eaten, you can eat with us." She looked at Huitianai beside her. "An Nian, go bring out the buns. I'll make some egg noodles." Huitianai nodded with a slight smile, agreeing. "Okay." An Nuo went into her room and brought out 4 eggs and a pack of dried noodles, all freshly bought from the county today. An Nuo and Huitianai worked together like a married couple of many years, very in sync. Huitianai crossed his arms and leaned against the kitchen frame, looking at the busy pair with surprise. From his observation, An Nuo was generous with ingredients when cooking, so she probably wouldn't mistreat Brother Hu in terms of food. He silently gave An Nuo a perfect score. With Huitianai helping to build the fire, An Nuo worked quickly. Soon, fragrant egg noodles were ready. Huitianai sniffed the air, impressed. "It smells so good." His Adam's apple moved as he unconsciously swallowed. Huitianai picked up the buns and helped An Nuo serve the noodles from the pot. The medicinal herbs hadn't finished boiling, so An Nuo watched over them and told Huitianai, "You and Brother Yi eat first. I'll watch the medicinal soup." Huitianai shook his head unhappily. "You eat, I'll watch." Huitianai carried his noodles, stretching his neck to look at the medicinal pot. The smell of the medicine was strong and unpleasant. He frowned and asked, "Wow, this smell is really strong. Are you sick? Why are you drinking medicine?" "It's not mine, it's An Nian's." "What? Brother Hu's medicine?" Huitianai shouted in surprise. "Yes. Today I took An Nian to the hospital for scans. An Nian's condition is not yet hopeless. Once the swelling goes down and the intracranial blood is absorbed, he can recover." An Nuo was very confident in her medical skills. To reassure Huitianai, she patiently explained everything. "But the results from the big hospitals always say there's no cure," Huitianai said skeptically, staring at An Nuo. An Nuo smiled confidently. "Western medicine treats the symptoms, traditional Chinese medicine treats the root. My family has a long history of Chinese medicine, so I am about 80% sure I can treat An Nian." Huitianai still had some doubts, but thinking about what the doctors from the big hospitals had said, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Better to try anything than give up. "Whatever you need, just come to me. But first, you must ensure Brother Hu's safety. If your overconfidence causes harm to Brother Hu." An Nuo understood Huitianai's worries and interrupted him directly. "Don't worry. I will bring the old An Nian back to you completely. Just trust me once. All right, you two, go eat quickly. If you keep dawdling, The noodles will turn into a lump, An Nuo said as she pushed Huachinian out of the kitchen. Huachinian was very stubborn and refused to leave, insisting he wait for An Nuo. Huatianai helplessly rubbed his forehead. Why is Brother Hu so clingy after being scolded? Enough, you two, stop pushing each other. Let's all eat in the kitchen, Huatianai said, placing his bowl on the table, then walking outside to bring in 2 small stools, setting them on the ground. Sit down, let's eat. An Nuo looked at Huachinian's helpless shake of the head, feeling warm inside. Although she was born into wealth, with endless resources since childhood, she still had to live under the shadow of being called an illegitimate daughter and was often mocked by her family. Only her grandparents treated her well. Everyone else, including her father, used her as a tool. Huachinian risked his life to save her and cared for her so much. Whether his kindness was directed at the old An Nuo or not, she automatically ignored it and believed he was just being good to her. So, before she could fully cure Huachinian, she enjoyed his kindness as a way to comfort herself. After the 3 finished eating in the kitchen, Huatianai helped clean up, happily patting his round belly. Honestly, An Nuo's cooking skills are really good. Now, he didn't have to worry about Brother Hu eating poorly. Time's getting late.
I'm going home now, he said.
Huatianai waved to An Nuo, and Huachinian clasped his hands behind his head and walked out at a relaxed pace. Brother Yi, are you familiar with the path to the back mountain? Huatianai stopped and turned to look at An Nuo, frowning. There are many wild animals and traps on the back mountain. You should avoid going there. An Nuo shook her head firmly. My funds are limited, and I need to gather some herbs from the back mountain. Huatianai lowered his hands, showing a worried expression. He licked his lips and said, Tell me what you need, and I'll try to get it for you. Seeing how confident Huatianai sounded, An Nuo felt suspicious. Does Brother Yi have connections in the black market? Since they were outside, she couldn't ask Huatianai directly about it. Buying and selling in the black market could get someone into serious trouble. If you really want to go, you can look around the outskirts. But don't go further inside. It's not safe, Huatianai warned, still worried. Wild boars sometimes come down from the mountain looking for food, and they can be dangerous. There are also wild wolves deep in the back mountain, and I don't dare to provoke them. For someone like you, who can't defend herself, it's better not to go up the mountain. An Nuo understood that Huatianai was just being kind. She smiled gently. Okay, I got it. Huatianai looked at her meaningfully, then waved at Huachinian. Brother Hu, see you tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and left. After watching Huatianai leave, An Nuo took Huachinian back to their room to wash up. An Yen, go lie down on the bed, An Nuo said, pulling out a newly bought acupuncture kit and tilting her chin at Huachinian. Huachinian was obedient. He didn't ask why and quickly took off his shoes and clothes before lying on the bed. An Nuo left for a while and returned with a bowl of dark herbal medicine. She placed it on the bedside table. An Yen, drink the medicine first. Huachinian sat up, looked at the bowl of medicine, frowned involuntarily, then glanced at the smiling An Nuo. He took the bowl from her hand, like a brave warrior heading to battle, closed his eyes, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the medicine, Huachinian looked very pale. An Nuo took the opportunity to put a milk candy into his mouth. She gently stroked his soft lips with her fingers. She paused, blushing, and rubbed her fingers behind her hand. Just a piece of candy, and it won't taste bitter anymore. Huachinian pursed his lips, unable to speak from the bitterness, but he smiled foolishly. All right, lie down now, An Nuo said, raising the acupuncture kit. After taking the medicine and doing acupuncture, you'll feel better. Huachinian lay quietly, obediently staying still. An Nuo closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed her emotions. She removed the needle and inserted it into the acupuncture points on Huachinian's head. An Nuo's hands were steady and precise. After half an hour, An Nuo sat up, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and stretched her stiff waist. Removing the needles was very tiring, which was normal. Huachinian's head couldn't move, so he held An Nuo's hand and said with some concern, Thank you, my wife. An Nuo held Huachinian's hand back and smiled. As long as you recover soon, Everything is worth it. Thinking that Huichinian might leave her after he recovers, An Nuo felt a little sad inside. Onion, how do you feel now? An Nuo sat by the bed, trying to control her unusual emotions. Huichinian closed his eyes to sense how he felt, then opened them and looked at An Nuo. A bit dizzy. Good. Feeling something means it's working, An Nuo said, checking the time on her watch. In an hour, you can remove the needles. Rest your eyes for a while. Okay. Huichinian obediently closed his eyes. An Nuo released his hand, walked to the desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She took out a notebook from the drawer and recorded Huichinian's treatment notes. After finishing, she recalled the formula for the rejuvenating ointment and quietly wrote it down in her notebook. The rejuvenating ointment was created by An Nuo's ancestors for a burned concubine. Over 100 years of continuous improvement, the ointment had become very effective. An Nuo touched the burned skin on her hand, thinking she should visit the back mountain tomorrow. An hour later, An Nuo helped Huichinian remove the needles. Huichinian wanted to sit up, but he was too dizzy. He only managed to sit up halfway before falling back heavily. An Nuo hurried over, worried, and used a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Don't move. The dizziness will pass in a little while. Huichinian no longer tried to pretend he was fine. He shifted closer and patted the space beside him. Wife, sleep. Okay. An Nuo turned off the kerosene lamp, took off her shoes and clothes, and lay beside Huichinian. Good night. Huichinian turned to hold An Nuo in his arms, a happy smile on his face. With limited visibility at night, An Nuo snuggled in Huichinian's arms, feeling her face flush. She cherished this moment of happiness very much. The next morning, when they heard that An Jiqing was going to build a house, the entire Xinglong brigade suddenly erupted in excitement. During the morning break under the shade of the trees, the villagers were discussing this matter. Really? An Jiqing is going to build a house, a brick house. Where does she get so much money? Yi Rulin's face flickered with surprise, as if she had an idea, her eyes filled with scheming. Yesterday, she took advantage of An Nuo leaving for the county town. She sneaked back from the field, opened the window of An Nuo's room, and jumped inside from outside. She searched through An Nuo's room and finally found a small locked box in a trunk. She guessed that An Nuo hid her money and valuables inside this box. But the lock on the small box couldn't be broken by force. She was worried An Nuo would notice if she found out, and if she searched her, it would cause trouble. Yi Rulin gave a subtle signal to Ma Zi, who was sitting under the tree nearby resting. The two of them quietly moved toward the forest at the foot of the mountain. When they exchanged glances, Huichinian, sitting on the other side drinking water, silently watched them, then looked away, pretending not to see. Cluck, cluck. Hearing the signal, Yi Rulin peeked out from behind a tree and waved to Ma Zi. Here. Ma Zi, holding a blade of grass in his mouth, lazily walked over to Yi Rulin, giving her a playful slap on the little troublemaker. Are you missing me? Yi Rulin playfully pounced into Ma Zi's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. You old fool, you still dare to talk. When I asked you to get something, you still haven't brought it. Ma Zi chuckled, tightening his grip around Yi Rulin's waist, puckering his lips to give her a quick kiss. Little troublemaker, look at this, he said, opening his hand as if performing a magic trick, revealing a universal key. Yi Rulin's eyes lit up. A universal key. She hurried to reach for it but was dodged by Ma Zi. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. First, make me comfortable, and whatever you want, I'll give it to you, Ma Zi said, slipping his hand into Yi Rulin's clothes. To get the universal key, Yi Rulin endured her disgust and pretended to be shy, playing along with Ma Zi. The two of them rolled into the grass together. Onion, come quickly. There are many good things here. After the workers started their tasks, An Nuo and Huichinian also didn't stay idle. After breakfast, they carried baskets, sickles, and small shovels and went to the back mountain to gather herbs. The back mountain was often visited by wild animals, so the villagers rarely went there. This also indirectly protected the growth of wild medicinal herbs on the mountain. Anna looked at the lush growth and the widespread herbs, feeling as happy as a child. Huachinian smiled slightly, holding a sickle, alertly watching his surroundings. He wanted to protect Anna. Wow, such a big patch of golden flower. Anna turned to wave at Huachinian. An Nuo, come quickly, let's gather these. Huachinian quickly walked over to Anna. She carefully picked the golden flowers, and he placed the collected ones into a basket. In a short time, the basket was half full. Anna stood up, brushing dirt off her hands. We can't dig everything up, or it will affect future growth. She took Huachinian's hand and continued walking inside. Let's go see over there. They kept walking and gathering, with full harvests. Huachinian's backpack was almost full. The bright sun hung overhead, and waves of heat rolled over them. Anna wiped her sweaty forehead and looked at Huachinian, who was shielding her from the sun with his tall body. She felt a little sad for this silly guy. It's getting hotter. Let's go back, she said. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and tiptoed to wipe Huachinian's sweat. Huachinian enjoyed Anna's care and looked at her with more tenderness. Let's have chive pockets for lunch and make some egg soup. Okay? Anna linked her arm with Huachinian's and pulled him downhill. Okay. Huachinian smiled affectionately. My wife, everything you make is delicious. It seems you really like my cooking, Anna said proudly, lifting her head like a proud peacock. You love it, so I feel very accomplished. They laughed and slowly went downhill. Ah! A wild boar. Help! Suddenly, a man and a woman's screams and the flapping of wings from startled birds echoed from the mountain. The noise made Anna and Huachinian stop and look up toward the mountain. An Nuo, a wild boar hurt someone. Should we go see? Anna nervously hugged Huachinian's arm, speaking quickly. Huachinian's face was alert as he protected Anna behind him. Before he could react, two people ran down the mountain quickly. They seemed in a hurry to escape and didn't notice Anna and Huachinian. Their clothes were disheveled, and their white, exposed skin nearly blinded by the sun. Huachinian quickly held Anna around the waist, pulling her into his arms. Don't look, it's dirty. Those two ran very fast. She didn't see clearly before being pressed into Chinian's arms. An Nuo supported herself with her hands on Chinian's chest and grabbed him tightly. Oh my, his muscles are so hard. The feel is really amazing. An Nuo took a breath and couldn't help but grab him again. She felt a little happy inside. Before she could enjoy the sensation of touching Chinian's chest muscles, she heard a pounding sound of running. An Nuo hadn't seen what was coming towards them, but suddenly felt herself lifted into the air. She screamed and hurriedly hugged Chinian's neck, while Chinian held a sickle in one hand and carried An Nuo like a child with the other, running forward. Behind them, a fierce wild boar was chasing. An Nuo, the wild boar is catching up. An Nuo looked over Chinian's shoulder at the increasingly close wild boar, her voice trembling a little. Chinian quickly assessed the surroundings and climbed a tree with An Nuo, like a monkey. The wild boar chased fiercely, lowering its head to ram into the tree, trying to knock them down. Stupid pig, the tree is so thick. Aren't you afraid you'll knock yourself out? No, the tree will break. Really? An Nuo's face turned grim as she looked at the wild boar hitting the tree. Then let's make this silly pig dizzy. The wild boar ran back wildly and then charged at the tree with full force. Bang! An Nuo felt the entire tree tremble violently. Her balance was thrown off, and just as she thought she might fall, a strong arm caught her around the waist. Chinian used force, and An Nuo was pulled into his arms, sitting directly on his lap. This position felt a little intimate. Although they had slept cuddled together at night, that was in the dark and no one could see. Now it was daytime, and they were so close that An Nuo could even feel Chinian's hot breath on her neck. She felt a tickle on her neck and instinctively shrank back. An Nuo awkwardly cleared her throat, noticing that the noise under the tree seemed to have quieted. She looked down and saw the wild boar lying on the ground, motionless. Frowning, she looked at Chinian with confusion. Is this silly pig knocked out? It seems so. Chinian patted the sturdy branch nearby, then pinched An Nuo's armpit and placed her on the branch. Don't move, I want to check. An Nuo was a bit worried and grabbed Huachinian's sleeve. Be careful. Huachinian smiled and raised his sickle. Don't worry. After saying that, he jumped down steadily and landed beside the wild boar. He nudged the boar's tusks with his sickle, but the boar didn't move at all. Huachinian quickly swung his knife and delivered a fatal to the boar. The boar was no longer breathing and posed no threat. Huachinian looked up at An Nuo. It's dead. Come down. He then put his sickle at his waist, spread his arms, and stared sharply at An Nuo with bright eyes. An Nuo was afraid of heights, but Huachinian was below her. She believed he wouldn't let her fall. She held her breath, closed her eyes, and jumped down. Huachinian caught An Nuo precisely. They were very close, and An Nuo felt like she was pressed against something warm and soft on her forehead. She slowly opened her eyes and realized that the warm, soft thing was Huachinian's lips. Her heart was beating wildly, as if it might burst out of her chest at any moment. She hurriedly struggled free from Huachinian's embrace, dared not look at him, and pretended to squat beside the boar. Is it really dead? Huachinian snapped back to himself, touched his lips, and thought he must have just kissed his wife. He shyly scratched his head, his ears turning slightly red, and didn't even notice An Nuo talking to him. Brother Hua and Jiqing, where are you guys? A loud shout that echoed across the sky broke the awkward silence between An Nuo and Huachinian. They both looked toward Huatianai, who was rushing up the mountain with a sickle in hand. Huatianai had just finished work when he heard people in the team say the wild boar had come down the mountain again. Thinking about An Jiqing wanting to gather herbs in the back mountain, his face turned pale. He cursed silently, oh no. He hurried to the Jiqing station. When he arrived, he saw the door was locked, and An Jiqing and the others were not there. This made him very anxious. If it had been the old Hua, he wouldn't worry at all. But now, things were different. The wild boar was fierce, and Huachinian was with An Jiqing. They couldn't handle it. He rushed as fast as he could. When he finally found An Nuo and Huachinian, he saw them standing side by side near the wild boar. He didn't hesitate. He grabbed Huachinian's arm and looked him over carefully, checking if he was hurt. Brother Hua, are you okay? Are you injured? Huachinian didn't like being touched by others. He pushed Huatianai away and took a step back. No, not hurt. Huatianai heard that Huachinian was not injured. He gently touched his still-thumping chest and finally relaxed. His gaze unintentionally drifted downward and saw the already dead wild boar. Shocked, he jumped up in place. Wow, you guys killed it? An Nuo spread his hands. This silly pig ran into a tree and knocked itself out. Then An Yen gave it a quick, and it just died like that. Really? Huatianai widened his eyes in surprise. You two got really lucky? An Nuo thought to himself that he was now a little lucky charm, and his mouth felt like it had been blessed. He secretly smiled. He kicked the wild boar with his toe. What should we do with this wild boar now? Maybe we should sell it. It looks like it weighs over 100 pounds. We could get a good price for it. In Jiqing, dealing in black markets is risky and could get you in trouble. An Nuo looked regretful. That's a shame. Looks like we have to hand it over to the team. If there was a way to sell it on the black market, this boar could fetch around 100 or 200 yuan. Huatianai frowned and looked at the fat pig, feeling a bit reluctant. Seeing Huatianai's expression, An Nuo suspected he might be involved in black market dealings and deliberately teased him. Brother Yi, you're An Yen's brother, so I consider you one of us. Be honest with me, are you involved in the black market? Huatianai was momentarily stunned and awkwardly rubbed his nose.
Keep your voice down.
If others hear about this, it could ruin me. Well, that was an indirect admission. An Nuo raised an eyebrow and looked at Huatianai with crossed arms. So, can we sell this wild boar? Huatianai nodded confidently. Yes, we can sell it, and the black market price is even higher. He then scratched his head awkwardly. But I can't do it alone. An Nuo frowned. Carrying such a large boar to the black market without being noticed is not easy. During the day, it's impossible. They can only do it at night, hiding in the dark. Otherwise, I can go with you. Let's leave tonight. Huatianai looked at An Nuo thoughtfully, a hint of surprise in his eyes. You really know your stuff. Actually, the black market you went to during the day isn't the real one. The real black market opens at dawn. An Nuo nodded as if she suddenly understood. No wonder they couldn't buy many things when they went to the black market. Now she knew the reason. So, what time should we go? An Nuo was eager to sell the boar and get the money. No, it's not that simple. Huatian's strong arms wrapped around An Nuo's delicate waist as he calmly said, Wife, at home I'll go. You have a head injury. Rest well at home. I'll go with Brother Yi, An Nuo said warmly. Huatian shook his head firmly. Wife, give me acupuncture. I'm tired. I'm not tired. An Nuo's eyes reddened, knowing he was worried about her, and she felt very touched. Seeing the two getting close, Huatianai made a face in disgust. All right, enough. Neither of you argue. Let Brother Hu go with me. 2 grown men are more convenient. An Nuo thought for a moment. She was tired and would be a burden if she went, so she nodded in agreement. Be careful, both of you. Huatianai waved his hand casually. Don't worry. I'll bring Brother Hu back safely. He bent down and picked some vines from the ground, quickly tying up the front and back hooves of the wild boar. I know there's a hidden cave on the back mount. We'll hide the boar there first, then tonight, Brother Hua, and I will take it away. Huatian cut a thick branch from a tree, threaded it through the tied-up boar, and the 2 men carried it, walking in the direction Huatianai pointed. At the cave, Huatianai hid the boar, and the 3 of them happily headed down the mountain. On the way down, An Nuo remembered the 2 people running down the mountain with their pants off. Curious, she asked Huatianai, You saw us on the mountain. You must have seen those 2 people running down, right? Are there others in the back mountain? Huatianai looked sideways, surprised. Yes, when I and An Yen were about to go down, we heard the boar chasing those 2, and An Nuo giggled, covering her mouth. They were running down with nothing on. Really? Huatianya's eyes widened, looking excited. Could they be up to something? Did you see who they were? An Nuo shook her head regretfully, her bright eyes looking at Huatian. An Yen, did you see?
An
Nuo. Huatianai. An Nuo and Huatianai exchanged glances, and both sighed simultaneously. Huatianai remembered seeing Yi Jiqing and Ma Zi flirting during work, and later they disappeared together. They probably skipped work and went to the back mountain to do something shady. Ugh. So shameless. I know who that man is now. It's Ma Zi.
Ma Zi?
An Nuo silently twitched the corner of her mouth. Yi Jiqing really doesn't care about anything. I've long thought that Yi Jiqing isn't a good person. Huatianai casually plucked a blade of grass and chewed on it, exuding a roguish and handsome vibe. Although Huatianai isn't as tall as Huatian, he has a well-proportioned body, and his powerful muscles are not at all inferior to Huatian's. If Huatian is a strong, handsome man, then Huatianai is the kind of charming rogue. Anyway, each has their own style. But in An Nuo's heart, she still thinks Huatian looks better and is more pleasing to the eye. When Huatian saw An Nuo and Huatianai chatting happily, he scowled and squeezed between them, separating them. See how you talk now? His wife can only be his. Huatianai pouted and muttered, surprised.
Wow.
Brother Hua, is such a protective person. He just said a few words to An Jiqing. Look at his face, as dark as a pot. Yi Jiqing, bad person, ignore him. Huatian tilted his head seriously and explained to An Nuo. An Yen, are you trying to control me? Huatian thought An Nuo was angry and looked at her nervously. Wife, An Nuo suddenly hugged Huatian's arm, like a child who just got candy, and smiled happily. An Yen, I like you to take care of me, and I am willing to let you. Really? Huatian was slightly stunned and surprised, his heart filled with a little joy as he looked into An Nuo's eyes. He's too simple and afraid he might misunderstand. Of course. An Nuo's voice was sweet and a little sticky, and her big eyes, like stars, were full of Huatian. His wife said she was willing to let him take care of her? She really is. He knows everyone calls him a fool and looks down on him. His wife is from a big city, like clouds in the sky, while he is just mud on the ground. He doesn't deserve his wife. His wife married him and took care of him because she felt sorry for him. He fears that one day she'll get tired of him and leave. So he behaves well every day. Fetching water, cooking fire. Whatever he can do, he tries to do it first. So his wife will dislike him less. And he can stay with her a little longer each day. An Nuo and Huaqinian's affectionate behavior made Huatianya's eyes twitch. Oh wow. Huatianyi exaggeratedly covered his face. So jealous. My teeth are about to ache. During the daytime, be careful not to get caught by the discipline team and be taken away for a talk. Huaqinian shot a cold glance at Huatianyi and pulled An Nuo away, leaving him behind. Hey, big brother Hua, I didn't expect you to be like this. Once you have a wife, you forget your brothers, right? Seeing Huaqinian ignore him and walk away with An Nuo, Huatianyi didn't get angry. He still happily followed behind them. Looking at Huaqinian's stern face and Huatianya's playful attitude, An Nuo suddenly felt that simple days like this were pretty good. After coming down the mountain, the three agreed on a time to go to the black market. Huatianyi parted ways with An Nuo and went home. Back at the youth camp, everyone had finished eating and was resting. The camp was very quiet. Wife, rest. I will cook. Huaqinian took off his basket and placed it on a bench in the room, then turned to go to the kitchen. He cared about An Nuo, and she cared about him too. Today, he carried her for a long time and helped Huatianyi carry a wild boar, exerting a lot of effort. He was probably more tired than her. An Nuo took 2 eggs from the basket and followed Huaqinian into the kitchen. Old rules in Yen. Light the fire, I'll cook. She knew Huaqinian was diligent, and she didn't want to let him help because he might be unhappy. Rather than making him unhappy, she decided to assign him some tasks. Sure enough, Huaqinian obediently went to light the stove. An Nuo scooped 2 spoonfuls of flour from a bag, cracked the eggs into the flour, added water, and mixed it into a thin batter. She washed the wild garlic she picked from the mountain and chopped some cured meat into small pieces, then mixed everything into the batter. When everything was ready and she saw Huaqinian had already heated the pot, she brushed some oil into the pan and started making pancakes. She cooked one pancake after another until a thick pile was stacked on a bamboo rack. The aroma of the pancakes wafted into Huaqinian's nose, making him swallow unconsciously. An Nuo handed Huaqinian the bamboo rack and went to their room, pouring malted milk into their enamel cups. Onion, try my pancakes. They're soft and very delicious, she said, placing the cup in front of him and pushing the bamboo rack closer. Huaqinian reached out, took a pancake, and offered it to An Nuo. Wife, eat. An Nuo didn't expect him to give her the first pancake. Her heart filled with sweetness. She didn't refuse. She took off her mask, took the pancake from his hand, and took a bite. Delicious. Onion, you should try too. Huaqinian smiled foolishly, rolled up a pancake, took 2 bites, and ate happily. In her past life, she was always alone. Walking to and from school alone, living alone, celebrating festivals alone, eating alone. She was always studying and improving herself. Whenever she slackened, her father would question her and give her punishments. Because of that, she had no time to make friends, no time to rest, and no time to feel sad. She was lonely, living like a robot every day. She could outdo all her peers, but her life was dull and boring. Since coming here, with Huaqinian by her side, her empty life gradually became full. Even a simple meal always tastes better to her than fancy delicacies. After eating, Huaqinian took the initiative to clean the bamboo tray, polished the table until it shined, then folded it and placed it against the wall. An Nuo sat on a small stool, beginning to sort the medicinal herbs she picked from the mountain. This time, she found many Hisho Wu and Lingji mushrooms. Without connections in the black market, she couldn't sell them, so she left them on the mountain. Now, she has Huatianya's contacts. Those herbs on the mountain are money, constant money. She plans to discuss with Huatianyi, She will pick the herbs, and he will handle selling them. Everyone will make money together. As for avenging the original owner, that can wait. The grain supply for the educated youth is managed by the brigade. Without a referral letter, it's almost impossible to leave. The only way to return to the city is when the country cancels the policy of sending young people to the countryside. Another way is to take the college entrance exam. An Nuo frowned and scratched her head, her mind racing. When did the country restore the college entrance exam? After graduating from high school, she returned all her history knowledge to her teachers. She thought it was in the 1970s, but she couldn't remember the exact year. An Nuo hit her head in frustration. If she had known she would come to the 1970s, she would have memorized all the major events of the 70s and 80s by heart. She regretted it. She really regretted it. Huachinian sat across from An Nuo, watching her changing expressions, and reached out to gently touch her forehead with concern. Suddenly interrupted, An Nuo looked at Huachinian blankly. The warm touch on her forehead made her realize immediately Huachinian probably thought she had a fever. She smiled, took Huachinian's hand away, and said, "I'm fine. I was just lost in thought earlier. Wife, tired, rest now." Huachinian looked at An Nuo with gentle eyes, full of affection. An Nuo smiled and said, "Finish processing these herbs, then we can rest together." Okay. Huachinian learned quickly. After just one explanation from An Nuo, he understood. With Huachinian's help, they finished tidying up in no time. Both of them sweated a lot, but after washing up, they felt refreshed and cuddled together to sleep peacefully. The work bell rang, and the young workers rubbed their sleepy eyes, stretching lazily as they left the room. Yang Yongnian looked around with 2 straw hats in his hands, but didn't see Yi Rulin. She had disappeared halfway through the morning work. After work, she looked tired when he saw her. He thought she was sick and was about to go check on her, but she went straight back to her dormitory and didn't come out all afternoon.
Yang Yongnian stopped at Jiang Mei.
Ji Qingjiang, where is Yi Jiqing? Why isn't she outside? It was the hottest part of the day, and it was already very hot. Suddenly, Yang Yongnian blocked her way, and Jiang Mei felt a bit impatient. She fanned herself with her hat and spoke quickly. "She's still sleeping. Can't wake her up." Without waiting for Yang Yongnian to respond, she hurried forward to catch up with Dong Yongsheng and the others. Yang Yongnian frowned, thought for a moment, then walked to the door of Yi Rulin's dormitory and knocked. Yi Rulin was sleeping soundly when the knocking disturbed her. She irritably turned over and rubbed her sore back. She and Ma Zi were having a happy moment, about to reach Cloud 9, when an unthinking wild boar charged down from the mountain. They didn't even have time to put on their clothes and hurriedly ran down the mountain, grabbing clothes and throwing them on as they ran. Luckily, the workers had already finished their work for the day, so no one was outside. Otherwise, seeing her and Ma Zi in disarray, how could she face others in the future? What made her angrier was that Ma Zi, that useless fellow, had lost the universal key he had finally managed to get. Without the key, she couldn't withdraw money from An Nuo's place. And if she couldn't get the money, she'd be cheated out of her chance with Ma Zi. Just thinking about it made her furious. All of this was because of An Nuo. Now she hated An Nuo even more. Outside the door, Yang Yongnian hadn't heard any movement from inside the dorm and grew more anxious. He pounded harder on the door and asked urgently, "Yi Jiqing? Yi Jiqing, are you inside?" Hearing Yang Yongnian's shout, Yi Rulin's eyes flickered with a plan. She sat up from the bed, leaning on her waist, with a playful expression. She put on her shoes and unbuttoned one more button of her shirt, revealing just enough of her full white chest to satisfy her. She then twisted her waist happily and walked to the door, pulling it open. The dormitory door swung open. Yang Yongnian looked at her worriedly, seeing Yi Rulin biting her lip and appearing delicate and weak. "Yi Jiqing, are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to take you to the clinic?" Yang Jiqing, Yi Rulin raised her hand to her forehead, closed her eyes, and pretended to faint in Yang Yongnian's arms. Yang Yongnian caught her. The woman in his arms was soft and fragrant, with a nice smell that drifted into his nose. It was quite pleasant. For a moment, Yang Yongnian felt distracted and unsure. In these days, men and women are cautious around each other. If anyone saw him holding Yi Rulin so openly, he looked around nervously. Seeing no one nearby, he finally relaxed. But then he looked down, and a bright white flash caught his eye. He struggled internally, wanting to push her away, but also reluctant.
Wow, so white.
He couldn't help but tighten his arms, holding Yi Rulin closer. It's summer now, and they were dressed lightly. Her chest pressed against his, soft and warm. His throat moved as he swallowed hard, his speech trembling. Yi Jiqing, are you okay?
Yang Ziqing, E.
I just feel a bit dizzy, Yi Rulin said weakly. What should I do? Yang Yongnian felt anxious, but kept his eyes fixed on her chest, unable to look away. Should I take you to the clinic? No need. Maybe it's just the heat. Help me to the bed, and I'll lie down for a while. Hearing the word bed, Yang Yongnian's mind exploded like fireworks. His whole body felt numb as he helped Yi Rulin inside. When they reached the bed, Yi Rulin lost her balance and pulled Yang Yongnian down with her. He pressed down on her, stiff and tense. Yi Jiqing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Yi Rulin's eyes reddened as she clutched his collar tightly, looking at him with a distressed expression.
It's
my fault. I wasn't steady. Yang Yongnian looked at her with affection, his heart melting. How could there be such a kind and delicate girl? It was clearly his fault, yet he wanted to take all the blame himself. He couldn't help but feel a desire to care for and protect her. Yi Jiqing, actually Yi Rulin lowered her eyes, blushing as she turned slightly aside, interrupting Yang Yongnian. Yang Jiqing, you're pressing on me. Can you get up first? She knows how to control a man's heart, teasing him just enough. Just as he's about to get what he wants, it slips away at the last moment. That feeling of frustration makes them act like moths drawn to the flame. Yang Yongnian's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly got up and awkwardly stood by the bed. He fiddled with his fingers, raised his hand to his nose, still smelling the woman's scent on his fingers. This made him want Yi Rulin even more. He even started imagining her surrendering to him in a seductive way. Yang Jiqing, I really feel dizzy. Can you help me take a day off? Yang Yongnian didn't hesitate. He agreed instinctively. But I have work points today. It's okay. I'll earn them for you, Yang Yongnian quickly assured her. Yi Rulin looked at him shyly and gratefully. Yang Jiqing, thank you. I don't know how to thank you enough. Yang Yongnian quickly waved his hand with a smile. We're all friends. Saying thanks is a bit too formal. He then said some caring words to Yi Rulin. Seeing that he couldn't delay any longer, he reluctantly left the dorm to go to work. Yi Rulin looked at Yang Yongnian's departing figure with disdain, then threw back the blanket and covered herself.
Fool,
she muttered, turning over and falling into a deep sleep. After An Nuo fell asleep, Huachinian quietly got out of bed. He put his dirty clothes into a large basin and carried it to the water well outside to wash them. Squatting on the ground, he scrubbed the clothes hard when he saw Yang Yongnian walking out of the girls' dormitory with a silly smile. He was so happy that he didn't watch where he was going and almost tripped over a small stone. When he passed by Huachinian, he even greeted him unexpectedly. Huachinian looked at Yang Yongnian as if he were a fool, without saying a word, continuing to scrub his clothes. His wife knew acupuncture and could treat illnesses. Her hands were precious. She shouldn't be doing rough work like laundry. From now on, he would do all the laundry himself. An Nuo was sleeping soundly. She turned over comfortably, reached out to touch the spot beside her, but it was already empty. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw that Huachinian was not in bed.
He was gone.
Suddenly feeling anxious, she quickly got up to look for him. She ran out of the house and saw Chinian hanging the washed clothes on the line, carefully smoothing out the wrinkles after twisting them. Seeing Chinian working diligently in the yard, An Nuo smiled softly and walked over to his side. An Yen, why didn't you wake me up to wash together? Chinian finished drying the last piece of clothing, carrying a large basin in one hand and holding An Nuo's hand with the other as they headed back.
I'm tired.
I wash. An Nuo tilted her head and smiled, thinking that Chinian was spoiling her like a child. If he kept doing this, how could she ever leave him? Thinking of this, An Nuo's heart felt both sour and bittersweet. She held Chinian's hand tighter, as if letting go might make him disappear. It seemed she needed to quickly gather the medicinal herbs for the rejuvenation cream formula to restore her beauty. Suddenly, she remembered something and leaned close to Chinian, seriously asking Anyen, "When you were in the army, did you like any girls?" Chinian thought carefully, but his mind was full of An Nuo's image. Almost everything else was blank. He looked at An Nuo with sincere regret and a hint of nervousness in his voice. "Sorry, besides my wife, I see nothing else." Hearing Chinian's words, An Nuo was momentarily stunned. Does he mean that in his eyes, she is the only one he sees? Is that a kind of love talk? Thinking of this, a small smile appeared on An Nuo's lips, and she secretly felt happy. The future could wait. Cherishing the present was the most important. An Nuo, with her hands behind her back and tilting her head, looked at Chinian with a smile. "Anyen, you are my man now. In the future, only I will be in your eyes and heart. You can't talk to other women or smile at them, or I'll be upset." Chinian hurriedly nodded. "Yes, wife. I'm happy." He wouldn't talk to other women. He only cared for his wife. Good boy. An Nuo happily reached out and gently rubbed Chinian's cheeks. Seeing his face, slightly squished but still handsome, An Nuo smiled even more happily. After playing and laughing for a while, they cleaned the house together, then carried their baskets up the mountain. There were many medicinal herbs waiting for them to pick. Once on the mountain, An Nuo focused on digging herbs, while Chinian kept watch. He found many wild rabbits on the mountain, and they didn't seem afraid of people, running around everywhere, each looking quite plump. "If only I could catch one, I could cook rabbit meat for my wife." He looked over at An Nuo and saw that he couldn't help her much, so he took a small shovel to dig a trap and catch rabbits. When An Nuo looked up, she saw Chinian kneeling on the ground, carefully digging something. She felt very at ease watching him, smiled slightly, and lowered her head to continue gathering herbs. She had almost finished digging this area, so she carried her basket and moved forward. Suddenly, An Nuo's eyes lit up. She quickly walked over, sat on the ground without worrying about getting dirty, almost lying flat on her stomach, first tying it with a red string, then carefully digging with her hands. She remembered that people said ginseng is very spiritual. When she found ginseng, she had to tie it with a red string, or it might escape. An Nuo moved quickly and carefully, soon extracting the ginseng root. The ginseng's tendrils are fragile, so to keep it whole and sell it for a good price, she had to be very careful. She kept her posture steady, and sweat began to bead on her forehead. Because the masks in this era are made of gauze and are thick, she felt she was about to run out of breath. She used her muddy hands to pull down her mask slightly, exposing her nostrils to breathe better. Finally, she could breathe smoothly, and the ginseng was fully dug out. An Nuo carefully examined the ginseng's stalk and root, her eyes shining brighter and her smile growing wider, almost reaching her ears. She held the ginseng like a treasure and ran over to Chinian, who was guarding the trap nearby. "Anyen, look." An Nuo handed the ginseng to him. "I found a ginseng, and it's a 1,000-year-old one. We're going to make a lot of money, ha ha." Her cheerful laughter echoed through the mountains. Chinian looked at her with gentle eyes and gently stroked her head. "Wife, you're amazing. We need to hide the ginseng well and find a chance to sell it," she said. Then she ran back to her basket, layered the ginseng with other herbs at the bottom, carefully placed it in the middle, and covered it with more herbs to hide it. She nodded in satisfaction. Over there, Chinian also caught his prey. When An Nuo turned around to call him, he quickly signaled her to be silent. An Nuo understood instantly and squatted down, staring at the chubby, adorable rabbit that was completely unaware of danger and strolling leisurely. "So cute. Should I stew it in soy sauce or stir-fry with chili?" The rabbit suddenly stopped and looked at An Nuo. It seemed to be in a daze as it hopped toward the trap that Chinian had set. Unsurprisingly, it fell into the trap. An Nuo looked at Chinian in shock. The two of them stood side by side, watching the rabbit that hadn't even struggled. Did it just jump in on its own? An Nuo rubbed her temple. The rabbit seemed to glance at her before decisively jumping in. Our lucky charm physique really isn't just talk. Now she was more convinced than ever that she had this lucky charm trait. An Nuo's mind started racing quickly. If this lucky charm trait could be used for revenge, maybe it could make her efforts twice as effective and help her escape unscathed? The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She stroked her chin and smiled happily. Seeing An Nuo's joyful, lively expression, Huachinian thought she was happy because she could eat rabbit meat. He picked up the rabbit by its ears and waved it in front of An Nuo. Wife, let's go home and eat meat. Sounds good. An Nuo agreed happily. Today was truly a good day. Morning hunting a wild boar, afternoon digging ginseng, catching a rabbit and gathering many herbs. Haha, if every day could be this wonderful, that would be perfect. Before she could be happy for 10 seconds, Matsi appeared wobbling into her view. Ugh, if she hadn't seen that disgusting thing, she thought she might have been even happier today. Hey, isn't this the foolish duo? Matsi sneered with a mocking smile, greedily eyeing the rabbit in Huachinian's hand. And Jiqing, everyone's been saying you're building a new house. You're so rich. Why are you still hunting in the mountains? Why don't you just give me this rabbit? I haven't had meat in a long time. As he spoke, Matsi, with his big face, stepped forward to the rabbit from Huachinian's hand. Huachinian backed the rabbit away and looked at Matsi with deep, cold eyes. His gaze grew even more icy. Startled by Huachinian's glare, Matsi almost lost his balance and didn't even touch the rabbit's fur. Don't you have any shame? If you want meat, go catch it yourself. An Nuo sneered coldly, crossing her arms and tilting her head back in disdain, glaring at Matsi. This mountain behind us is so big, full of wild game. How useless are you that you can't even catch a rabbit? Matsi's face darkened. He wanted to speak, but An Nuo continued. Even if you can't catch rabbits, you should be able to catch wild chickens, right? Stealing from us? You're so useless, aren't you? Mazi originally went up the mountain to find the lost universal key, thinking he could use it to hang Ruolin and then do something to her again. Unexpectedly, he saw An Nuo and Huachinian catching rabbits nearby. He looked at the big, fat rabbit, drooling with greed. A fool, and by threatening a little and using some tricks, he could get the rabbit.
Then,
Stinky, you're not worthy to eat rabbit meat. I warn you, hand over the rabbit now, or I'll kill both of you. Mazi crossed his arms and threatened An Nuo and Huachinian with a fierce look. Huachinian's face suddenly turned cold. An Nuo seemed to hear a funny joke and laughed so hard, she bent over. After laughing enough, she casually patted Huachinian's arm. Mazi said we're a fool, and right? Hit him hard. Hearing An Nuo's words, Mazi's face changed instantly. He sneered with disdain and pointed at An Nuo, saying coldly, he's just a fool, and he wants to hit me? Ha, what a joke. I'll give you one last chance. Don't be shameless. Ha, do whatever you want with that face. You said An Yen is a fool, and fools hitting people isn't illegal, An Nuo said in a deep voice, showing no emotion. An Yen hit him.
okay.
Huachinian looked at Mazi with a serious expression. He handed the rabbit to An Nuo and moved his fingers, making a cracking sound from his joints due to the force. Mazi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Seeing Huachinian approaching fiercely, he shrank back in fear, hurriedly asking, What? What are you going to do? Hit you. Huachinian's eyes flashed with anger as he punched Mazi in the eye.
Ah.
Mazi cried out painfully, covering his eyes and lying on the grass. His body trembled from the pain. Fool, you dare hit me? I'll go tell the squad leader. You'll be sent for re-education, he said. An Nuo looked down at Mazi with a smile, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it made her big, clear eyes look even darker. Really? You asked for it yourself when you wanted to hit him. Now, you want us to go for re-education?
Ha.
She glanced at Huachinian and said, An Yen, don't hold back. Keep hitting him. Don't kill him, just make him submit. Okay, wife. Huachinian obediently stepped forward to try to pull Ma Zi, who was pretending to be dead and lying on the ground, not getting up. When Ma Zi heard that the two of them might make a move, he couldn't take even one punch, let alone more heavy blows like iron hammers. He quickly got up from the ground before Huachinian could reach him, ran while pointing at An Nuo and Huachinian, and shouted, "You guys wait and see. I will make sure you suffer for this." "We're waiting," An Nuo said with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. "Doing bad things will only get you into trouble." Ma Zi started to say something, but his scream of pain echoed again from the back mountain. An Nuo raised her eyebrows and looked at Huachinian. She gave a thumbs up and pointed toward the direction of Ma Zi's cry, saying, "Let's go and see." Huachinian smiled slightly. Okay. He took the basket on his back and carried the rabbit, then held An Nuo's hand, standing half in front of her to protect her. "Help! Help!" Ma Zi's voice sounded very weak, not as loud as before when he was shouting with An Nuo and Huachinian. They followed Ma Zi's voice carefully through the bushes. Huachinian used his body to shield An Nuo from the branches to prevent her from getting scratched. Ma Zi's cries for help grew fainter, and An Nuo's brows furrowed tightly. She didn't want Ma Zi to really die here. "An Yen, hurry up," An Nuo urged, her voice tinged with urgency. Huachinian tightened his grip on her hand and quickened his steps. Ma Zi, in his panic while running away, didn't watch his step and fell into an abandoned trap. Fortunately, the trap wasn't deep, but he couldn't find a foothold. When he fell, he twisted his ankle and couldn't climb out on his own. Looks like even heaven is tired of you and decided to teach you a lesson," An Nuo sneered sarcastically. Ma Zi saw them and, as if seeing a savior, hurriedly begged, "And Jiqing, brother Hor, please save me. I beg you, help me." Huachinian stepped forward, squatting down with a serious look to check Ma Zi's condition. "It's not dangerous," he said, but he didn't try to pull Ma Zi out. Instead, he stood back beside An Nuo. Don't go." Ma Zi reached out to Huachinian, but after Huachinian looked at him briefly, he stepped back. His hand missed, and Ma Zi immediately became anxious. "My foot is twisted. I can't get out. Help me pull me up." An Nuo's lips curled into a cold smile that was half a smile, half a sneer. "You twisted your ankle. That's just great." Ma Zi's eyebrows twitched in surprise. "What did you say?" "We're just a fool and we can't help you," An Nuo sighed regretfully. "Wait here, we'll go call someone. You need to take care of yourself. It's almost dark, and if a wild animal comes and takes you away, what will you do?" Ma Zi's eyelids flickered. He cursed An Nuo silently in his heart, but he didn't dare say any dirty words aloud. He was scared. He was afraid these two wouldn't help him at all. Ma Zi forced a flattering smile like a dog's lick. "And Jiqing, you're kind and beautiful. Please go call someone. The mountain path is difficult. Be careful where you step." Sure. Stay safe." An Nuo waved cheerfully at Ma Zi, then grabbed Huachinian and left. They walked slowly, casually, as if they weren't in a rush to find someone. After walking a bit, An Nuo spotted a large patch of green wild chives. "Wow, so much wild chives." An Nuo jumped happily like a little girl, grabbing a big handful. "An Yen, I'll cook you stir-fried wild chives with cured meat tonight. It'll be delicious." Huachinian smiled. "Sounds good." He looked toward Ma Zi's direction, a little worried. "Wife, Ma Zi, go find someone." An Nuo pouted. "Let him stay a bit longer. If he doesn't behave and we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think we're easy to bully." Huachinian scratched his head, seeming to understand but also not quite sure. Anyway, his wife was always right. He stopped worrying. As they descended from the mountain into the youth commune, it was getting darker. An Nuo didn't dare hunt rabbits herself, so she handed that important task to Huachinian. She boiled water while Huachinian quickly killed a rabbit, skinned it, and gutted it. Afterward, he thoughtfully chopped the meat into small pieces. "An Yen, go to the brigade and ask someone to bring Ma Zi out, then call Brother Yi to come eat rabbit with us," An Nuo said while busy washing rice and steaming it, not even looking up. "Okay." Huachinian washed his hands, didn't bother to dry them, shook them casually, and headed out of the kitchen. The wild chicken they shared with the youth was gone, but she didn't plan to share the rabbit with them this time. Hee-Chinian and Hee-Tianai still had work to do tonight. She had to make sure they ate well before heading out. The rice was steamed, and she cleaned the rabbit meat to prepare for braising. Since the weather is hot, most things can't be stored well, and she didn't plan to keep them, so she put everything into the pot. While covering the pot to braise, she also prepared wild celery and sliced cured meat. When the rabbit was tender and the meat separated from the bones, she transferred the rabbit to a bowl, then stir-fried some wild celery with cured meat. Wild game is naturally delicious, and soon the aroma spread throughout the youth commune. Yang Yongnian stood in the middle of the yard, sniffed the air, and followed the smell to the kitchen. Seeing a large bowl of rabbit meat on the table, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "And Jiqing, did you catch rabbits in the mountains today?" An Nuo turned around with a faint smile. "Yes, it took a lot of effort to catch them." An Nuo understood Yang Yongnian's hidden meaning. She sneered silently in her heart and didn't respond to him. Yang Yongnian clicked his tongue and awkwardly smiled. "Well, Yi Jiqing is sick. She needs to eat something good to recover her strength faster." An Nuo lifted the bowl of rabbit meat and gave Yang Yongnian a regretful look. "Oh, really? Yi Jiqing is sick. Then Yang Jiqing, you should take good care of her." After saying that, An Nuo carried the bowl and left. Seeing that An Nuo didn't understand his meaning, Yang Yongnian became a bit anxious. He stepped forward and blocked her way directly. "And Jiqing, look, there's so much rabbit meat. You two probably can't finish it all. Why not share some with Yi Jiqing? After all, we're all youth commune members." "Who said only 2 people are eating?" An Nuo looked at him with disdain. "Helping others should be within what you can handle. We can't even finish our own, so we won't give any to Yi Jiqing. If Yang Jiqing cares about her, he can go catch some himself or buy some." Yang Yongnian's brows furrowed even more. He wanted to stop An Nuo, but before he could speak, he felt someone pulling his arm. He was caught off guard and almost stumbled and fell. Who's pulling me?" Yang Yongnian loudly questioned in dissatisfaction. Huichinian shook off Yang Yongnian's arm with a serious face, hugged An Nuo's waist, took the bowl from her hands, and glared angrily at Yang Yongnian. "Bullying my wife." Although Huichinian was a bit slow, when he got angry he was quite intimidating. Yang Yongnian waved his hand nervously. "No, I didn't bully An Jiqing. It's just that Yi Jiqing is sick. I want some rabbit meat for her." "Ha, why is your face so big?" Huitianai wore a mischievous smile and crossed his arms as he approached. "If you want to eat, do it yourself. Why are you blocking An Jiqing? Are you trying to it?" Huitianai rolled up his sleeves, his strong muscles showing. "You'd better ask if my fist is willing. You're too wild." Yang Yongnian looked pale with fear. He knew Huitianai might really hit him. He hurried to run away. "This is just unreasonable." Huitianai sneered disdainfully, waving his fists at Yang Yongnian's back. "Run faster, and your mouth is so tough. Next time, don't fall into my hands, or I'll have to soften that stubborn mouth of yours." An Nuo watched Huitianai with a helpless smile and shook his head. "All right, hurry up and eat. Wow, it smells so good." Huitianai turned around and immediately spotted the bowl of rabbit meat. He eagerly leaned in to smell it again and again, as if smelling more would fill him up. "Here." Huichinian, with a cold face, handed the bowl to Huitianai. Huitianai chuckled and carried the bowl into the room. Huichinian turned to the stove and brought out the steaming rice. He didn't worry about burning himself and carried it out directly, without a mat. An Nuo took the bowls and chopsticks, then brought in some wild celery. She followed Huichinian back into the room. When they entered, Huitianai had already set up the table and was sitting on a small stool, smiling and waiting for them to start eating. Huichinian placed the rice in front of An Nuo. Huitianai reached out to take his share, but missed. He looked embarrassed. "Where's mine?" Huichinian looked at him expressionlessly. "Yours is self-made."
"Fine.
Now that I have a wife, brothers are nothing." Huitianai wasn't upset. He simply started scooping rice himself. He believed in doing things himself to be well-fed. Since his brother loved his wife, he could only love himself. Who else would care for him? Tasting the tender rabbit meat, Huatianai found it so delicious he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. This is so good, and Jiqing, your cooking is better than the chefs at state-run restaurants. Before he even swallowed the rabbit meat, Huatianai praised An Nuo's cooking and gave her a thumbs up. An Nuo smiled and scooped some rabbit meat into Huatian's bowl. If you like it, eat more. These can't be left overnight. Let's finish everything. Got it? Don't worry, not a drop of soup will be left, Huatianai said loudly as he ate his rice without hesitation. Brother-in-law. Huatian glared at Huatianai. Huatianai was confused by Huatian's sudden words and looked up in surprise, asking what? Call me sister-in-law. Huatian hugged An Nuo's shoulder and stubbornly corrected Huatianai. Huatianai sighed and slapped his forehead, looking at Huatian with a speechless expression. Brother Hua, so you're someone who is very strict with your wife. Call me sister-in-law. Huatian repeated again. All right, I'll call you sister-in-law. Is that okay? Huatianai clasped his hands together, showing he gave up. Huatian was satisfied and nodded, then continued eating. An Nuo looked up and saw Huatian's mouth twitching as if it was spring-loaded, and then saw Huatian's satisfied little smile. She suddenly burst into laughter. As she laughed, tears started to flow. She quickly looked down and secretly wiped her tears away. Is this what it feels like to be loved and cared for? She never thought she would experience being protected in her lifetime. Even if this was just a stolen moment of happiness. An Nuo's mood shifted. She thought she was hiding it well, but Huatian beside her noticed. Sweetheart, it's delicious. Huatian thoughtfully added rabbit meat and wild celery to An Nuo's plate. Looking at the mountain-high portion of food in her bowl, the tears she had just held back welled up again. She always thought she was a cold, tough person, but here, she suddenly became so sentimental. Huatianai rolled his eyes but ultimately went along with Huatian's words and said to An Nuo, Sister-in-law, your rabbit meat is truly amazing. I want to enjoy such delicious food often in the future. An Nuo sniffed and waved her hand, smiling. As long as you don't mind, you're always welcome to come. Huatian looked at An Nuo with a gentle glint in his eyes. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Huatianai saw this and deliberately cleared his throat twice, interrupting their warm moment and changing the subject. Ahem, and Jiqing, are you really going to build a house? An Nuo nodded, her eyes shining with determination. Yes, both An Nuo and I need treatment. Especially An Nuo, he needs to regain strength because if he doesn't, his health will suffer during later treatments. You saw it. So many eyes from Jiqing are watching, and it's not convenient to do anything. It's better if I take An Nuo out to live somewhere else, close the door, and eat whatever we want. Huatianai thought about Yang Jiqing's fierce demand for rabbit meat just now, and couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling that An Nuo's idea made sense. Huatian held An Nuo's hand to show his support. Huatianai looked at the two people, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Then he spoke seriously. All right, since you've made your decision, if you need any help, just ask. An Nuo gratefully glanced at Huatianai. Thank you, Brother Yi. But I do need your help with one thing. Huatianai straightened his back and looked more serious. Tell me. I've already talked with the squad leader. He will handle everything about building the house for me, but I still feel uneasy. You know the area around the squad better than I do. Please help us pick a suitable piece of land for building and find some trustworthy people to clear the land. That way, once the squad leader brings the bricks, we can start building. Huatianai nodded in agreement. That's a small matter. Later, I will draw the house plans myself. When we build, you just supervise. The money will be handled by the squad leader, so don't worry about it. Huatianai immediately understood what An Nuo meant. He frowned slightly, looking at An Nuo as if he were a spendthrift. Are you so rich that you have nowhere to spend your money? An Nuo smiled indifferently. If spending money can solve many problems, then it's worth it. Isn't that right? Huatianai hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything. An Nuo was right. The squad leader took the money. Whether it was land issues or rumors among the members, he was responsible for resolving them. It definitely made things easier. Oh, and there's one more thing I need your help with, An Nuo said as he stood up and walked to the desk. He opened a notebook, picked up a pen, and wrote for a while. Then he tore off that page and handed it to Huitianai. Huitianai glanced at the writing on the paper. It looked like names of traditional medicines. Confused, he looked up at An Nuo. These are the Chinese medicines I need. After you finish your work, help me buy these. If the money isn't enough, I'll add more when you come back. There aren't any rare herbs on this list, so it should be enough. Huitianai folded the paper and put it in his pocket. With the main matter settled, the three of them continued eating. Huitian and Huitianai were both young men with big appetites. They each ate 4 bowls of rice, finished all the rabbit meat, and didn't leave a drop of soup. After eating, Huitian didn't let An Nuo help with the dishes. He and Huitianai quickly washed the bowls and pots. In no time, everything was cleaned up. Brother, sister-in-law, I'll go back and rest now. I'll come over again tonight. After Huitianai greeted An Nuo and Huitian, he happily walked home under the moonlight. Since Huitianai accepted An Nuo as his sister-in-law, she couldn't call him Brother Yi anymore. Huitianai asked her to call him Xiao Yi, just like Huitian. An Nuo happily agreed, glad that Huitianai accepted her. That evening, Huitian was about to go out. An Nuo fed him medicine, did acupuncture, and then they washed up and went to bed early. They had been busy on the mountain all day, and after acupuncture, An Nuo was so tired she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Soft moonlight shone through the window onto the bed. The two of them lay close together, sleeping peacefully. Huitian slowly opened his eyes when he heard An Nuo's gentle breathing, and his long fingers traced her wrinkled skin. He remembered how painful and helpless she must have felt with such serious burns. Feeling tender, he curled his fingers and held An Nuo tighter. Around 4 a.m., someone knocked on the window of An Nuo's room. Huitian suddenly woke up, looked down at An Nuo in his arms, and saw she was still asleep. Carefully, he got up, dressed, and quietly left the room with a basket. An Nuo slept soundly through the night, feeling a slight chill beside her. She followed the coolness, pressed close, and happily chewed her lips before falling asleep again. Suddenly, An Nuo opened her eyes, still a bit dazed. Oh no! She quickly sat up. It was already bright outside. She looked at Huitian sleeping beside her. Annoyed, she patted her forehead. How did I sleep through everything? We stood up the little wild pigeon, and he might be mad at me now. Huitian, sensing the movement, also opened his eyes. He held An Nuo's hand and gently pulled her back into his arms. Wife, tired, sleep. An Nuo snuggled in Huitian's arms, looked up at his chin, and said, Anyen, I'm sorry I overslept. Do you think Xiao Yi will be mad at us? Huitian rubbed his chin against her hair. Sold the herbs, bought everything.
Huh?
Did he sell the wild boar? Did he buy the herbs she wanted? When did that happen? Could it be that he had already gone to the black market with Huitianai, but he didn't wake her up? Wife, tired, earning money. I can do it.
Fool.
An Nuo closed her eyes, nuzzling her face into Huitian's chest, a happy smile on her lips. In the morning, An Nuo ground the large bones again, cooked a pot of cornmeal porridge, and made chive and egg pancakes. Huitian ate happily and was still determined to finish his meal completely. After eating, An Nuo prepared the purchased herbs in the right proportions and took out a new medicine jar to make a rejuvenation balm. But while cooking, she couldn't leave the stove. She had to stay in the kitchen, stirring the medicine constantly. Huitian, on the other hand, carried a bucket filled with pig offal and squatted by the well, carefully cleaning the pig parts with wood ash. Few people in this era knew how to prepare pig offal, so almost no one wanted it. An Nuo didn't expect that a careless remark of hers would be firmly remembered by Huitian. When selling pigs, he even asked the butcher to return the pig offal. Oh, it stinks so bad. Yirulin came out of the dormitory and saw Huitian squatting and washing things. When she got closer, she saw the disgusting pig offal. The smell hit her hard, and she quickly pinched her nose to avoid being overwhelmed. Huitian frowned tightly, glanced sideways at Yi Rulin and continued his work. Hey, fool, I'm talking about you. Yi Rulin saw that Huachinian ignored her, and she kicked him lightly with her toes, frowning. Last night, Yi Rulin knew An Nuo was cooking rabbit meat. The other educated youths had already tasted An Nuo's food once and felt embarrassed to ask again, so they held back their hunger and stayed inside to avoid awkwardness. She also knew Yang Yongnian went to ask An Nuo for rabbit meat, but was rejected. Ye educated youth, I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't even get a bowl of rabbit meat. Yang Yongnian apologized sincerely in front of her. She had to suppress her disgust and comfort him. Young educated youth, I just need you to be good to me. You don't have to suffer for me. I feel sorry for you, she said. Yang Yongnian's eyes lit up, and he suddenly held her hand tightly. Ye educated youth, let's be a couple, okay? I will definitely treat you well. Shyly, Yi Rulin lowered her head and nodded gently. But inside, she felt sick to her stomach. If Yang Yongnian had no other use, just because he wanted to be her partner, was he even worthy? An Nuo's face was dark as she walked out of the kitchen holding a kitchen knife. Ye educated youth, it's early in the morning. You didn't go to work and are deliberately causing trouble here, right? Yi Rulin turned around and gave An Nuo a disdainful look. She scoffed, this is a rural area, not your territory, An Nuo. How can you do such disgusting things in public? Do you think I can't say anything? An Nuo didn't indulge Yi Rulin and sneered coldly, and what about you? Faking illness to avoid work, and you still have the nerve to criticize us? Who said I'm pretending to be sick? Yi Rulin said irritably. You're just jealous because I don't have to work and I still get work points. An Nuo raised an eyebrow and looked at Yi Rulin with a mocking gaze. Jealous of what? Jealous because you're too sick to get out of bed and chased by wild boars? Yi Rulin looked at An Nuo helplessly, her face full of panic. She stammered, why you're lying? You're slandering me. You're spreading rumors. Yesterday, when she hurriedly ran down the mountain, she didn't pay attention to her surroundings. Could it be that An Nuo saw what happened with Ma Zi? Her peripheral vision caught sight of the medicinal herbs drying at the door. Her heart sank, her face quickly turned pale, losing all color, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. An Nuo walked slowly toward Yi Rulin, each step seeming to press down on her heart. In just a few steps, it felt as if she was stepping on Yi Rulin's very soul. People only know what you let them see, An Nuo said coldly, glaring at Yi Rulin. She reached out her right index finger and tapped her shoulder. Stay away from us in the future, or I won't mind turning your little scandal with Ma Zi into a story for everyone in the commune to gossip about. And Ji Qing, I don't know what I did wrong for you to target me like this. Tell me I'll change. Yi Rulin's tears suddenly fell. She lowered her head, sniffling, pretending to be deeply wronged. Sorry, I'm not Yang Jiqing. I don't buy your act. Remember what I said, An Nuo said meaningfully, giving Yi Rulin a cold look. She snorted and turned back toward the kitchen. She was still working on the brightening cream. She hadn't stirred it for a while and wasn't sure if it had burned. She needed to check quickly, or the entire jar of cream would be ruined, and the money spent on herbs would be wasted. Money is hard to earn.
She felt distressed.
Thinking of this, An Nuo quickened her steps. Huachinian, who was squatting by the well washing pig intestines, kept an eye on what was happening with An Nuo while cleaning. Seeing that his wife was not upset, he calmly finished washing the pig's innards one last time. He then took a basin of water and splashed it at Yi Rulin's feet, splattering mud all over her.
Ah!
Yi Rulin, who had just been threatened by An Nuo and was furious, suddenly got covered in mud again thanks to Huachinian. She let out a loud scream, tears welling up in her eyes. She cried like a broken flower. You all are so mean. Huachinian glared at Yi Rulin with disgust. Stop bothering me.
You.
Yi Rulin's face went pale with anger, and she swayed unsteadily, almost losing her balance. She was so angry she almost burst. She really wished she could tear An Nuo's skin with her own teeth. This made her so mad. No, she had to find Ma Zi and ask him to bring back the universal key quickly. She couldn't wait to see An Nuo fall into ruin. Yi Rulin looked down at her new clothes, now dirty with mud. She was wearing plain clothes without patches, originally intending to dress up nicely to the full Yongyongnian.
But
Yi Rulin stomped her foot angrily, only to have more mud splash onto her again.
ah,
Yi Rulin closed her eyes, clenched her fists, and shouted to vent her frustration. Huachinian, carrying the pig's innards, and An Nuo, stirring with chopsticks, exchanged a glance. What's wrong with her now? Crazy, annoying. Huachinian heavily placed the basin on the table, showing his impatience. An Nuo was amused by Huachinian's adorable expression and couldn't help but walk over to rub his face. Oh, you're so cute. Okay, no more anger. How about today your wife makes you braised meat? Huachinian smiled, okay. All morning, An Nuo brewed a rejuvenating ointment and set the jar aside to cool naturally. Then she started braising the pig's innards. Huachinian helped watch the stove fire. An Nuo chattered happily with Huachinian, who listened carefully and occasionally replied. Because of his limited intelligence, Huachinian spoke very briefly, but An Nuo always understood him the fastest. They talked easily, with no barriers. When the broth was ready and the steamed rice was done, the bell signaling the end of work rang. An Nuo gave Huachinian a look, and they tidied up the kitchen together. Then they carried the rice and braised meat back to their room. They sold the wild pig, but Huachinian didn't bring back the money. An Nuo guessed that Huachinian would come over to eat again, so she took extra bowls and chopsticks. She wasn't in a hurry to eat. She took out a mirror, removed her mask, and scooped some thick, rejuvenating ointment from a medicine jar, thicker than mud mask, applying it carefully to her injured skin. Huachinian saw An Nuo spreading dark-colored stuff on her face and furrowed his brows as he leaned in to look at her. His big eyes showed confusion. Medicine for the injury? An Nuo glanced at Huachinian, but didn't stop her actions. She nodded proudly. You're right. This is a special burn-healing ointment. Don't be fooled by its dark color. It's my family's secret recipe, and it works really well. Huachinian heard it could treat burns and immediately relaxed his brows. Apply more. Buy herbs. An Nuo was touched by Huachinian's words. The ointment needs to be applied for 3 days on the burn. So, just buy herbs every 3 days. Does it hurt? Huachinian raised his hand, wanting to touch An Nuo's cheek, but worried about smudging the ointment. His hand paused in midair, fingers slightly curled. It doesn't hurt, but it itches, very itchy. Still, to get good results, I have to endure it. No matter what. She didn't want to appear with a scary face in front of Huachinian, who was normally so gentle. Even if they eventually parted ways, she still wanted to leave a good impression on him. Besides, which woman doesn't love beauty? She also hoped to look beautiful and stand confidently among people. Her face was quickly covered with ointment, then she moved on to her arms and hands. As for the skin hidden under her clothes, she'd have to wait until after dinner, when Huachinian was distracted, to treat it. When Huachinian entered the room, he saw An Nuo with her face completely darkened, only her big eyes visible. He couldn't help but chuckle. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? He gestured at her face. If I didn't know better, I'd think you're guarding a treasure or something. An Nuo shrugged casually. I'm treating a burn. I'll be like this for half a year. You'd better get used to it. Ha ha ha, I swear, this color is almost like blending into the night. You better not go out at night, or you'll scare someone half to death. Huachinian burst out laughing at his own silly imagination, even clutching his stomach and tearing up a little. Get lost. Huachinian snapped, annoyed, and kicked him. He wished he could just grab him and throw him out of the room. An Nuo looked at Huachinian with a bit of helplessness. His laughter was so exaggerated. This guy's sense of humor was really low. Huachinian raised his hands above his head in a surrender pose, trying hard not to laugh. All right, I won't laugh anymore. Can I stop now? I'm here to give you money. Huachinian took out a folded, long of handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the folding table. As he spoke, he unfolded the handkerchief to reveal the money inside. The pork was sold at 4 yuan 80 per jin. That wild boar was pretty heavy, about 220 jin. Huachinian pushed a stack of money toward An Nuo. Total was 105 yuan and 60 cents. I spent 12 yuan and 80 cents on medicine. There's still 92 yuan and 80 cents left.
Count it.
An Nuo didn't bother with politeness. She quickly did the math in her head, counted out 40 yuan from the stack, then pushed the rest back to Huati and I. Didn't we agree to split it? I take 40, and you keep the rest. Huati and I didn't move. He looked at the money, pursed his lips, then pushed it back to An Nuo. Sister-in-law, I can't take this money. The wild boar was caught by you guys. I didn't really do much. Because An Nuo had dark medicinal paste on her face, her smile looked a bit strange when she smiled. Who says you only get a share because you caught the boar? Isn't connections worth something? Back in the 1980s, people didn't realize how important connections were. But after the 1990s, without good connections, life was very difficult. We can split it in half because of your help. Without your connections, the boar would just rot in our hands. Not to mention the 40 yuan, maybe not even a penny would reach us. And you saw the herbs I was drying outside when you came in, right? I was hoping your connections could help me sell them for money. If there's a way to make money, don't you want to work with us to earn some and get married? Huati and I was speechless after An Nuo's quick rebuttal. He looked at the herbs drying at the door, realizing she was serious about selling them. He lowered his head, lost in thought. During this time, An Nuo didn't rush him but directed Huati to prepare the meal. Come on, eat first. An Nuo scooped a piece of braised meat into Huati's bowl. Huati and I, lost in thought, caught the smell of the meat. He sniffed eagerly, his throat bobbing as he swallowed, saliva hard. His hands moved on their own, grabbing chopsticks and picking up a piece of braised meat to chew. Delicious, really delicious. Huati and I closed his eyes happily, savoring the flavor. He was feeling a bit envious of Huati now. Although An Jiqing was disfigured, she was very capable and had excellent cooking skills. Following her means there's always meat to eat every day. He even wants to shamelessly go to Brother Hua and sister-in-law's house every day just to eat. Of course, there should be a reason for that. Sister-in-law knows herbs, and the entire back mountain is full of them. He goes with her to pick herbs and sell them, so money keeps flowing into his pocket. That's how he finds a reason to eat for free. At most, he can pay a monthly meal fee. Huati seems to have made up his mind, lifts his eyes to An Nuo, and says, Sister-in-law, I want to work with you to make money. But Huati blushes and scratches his head shyly.
What?
An Nuo isn't surprised at all that Huati agreed to cooperate. Who wouldn't want money? She understands medicine and herbs. Huati knows how to do business and has connections in the black market. They are the perfect team. Can I come to your place and brother's place to eat in the future? Huati's face turns even redder with embarrassment. My parents left early, and I'm the only one at home. Usually, I just eat whatever I can. Of course. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. But after eating, you have to work. An Nuo hadn't even thought about Huati's family situation and didn't realize he was an orphan. Worried he might feel burdened, she suggested he do some chores. Huati smiles foolishly, pats his chest, and says, Don't worry, I'll do the dishes and chop firewood from now on. He tucks his wallet back into his pants pocket. And I'll take the money. It's yours anyway, so take it. An Nuo waves her hand with a smile. After confirming their partnership, An Nuo lowers her voice mysteriously and says to Huati Yesterday, I dug up 1,000-year-old ginseng from the back mountain. You should ask if anyone wants to buy it. 1,000. Huati almost screams out loud, then quickly covers his mouth to prevent saying something he shouldn't, his eyes wide like bells. Huati, who had been quietly eating, suddenly raises his head and frowns at Huati.
Oh my.
Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Huati squints and silently grins, lowering his voice. I'll ask tonight and sell it for a good price. Sister-in-law, from now on I'll follow you around. Huati gives a disdainful look at Huati, who is acting shamelessly, and puts some braised meat on An Nuo's plate.
Eat.
All right, hurry up and eat. Thinking about the way to get rich, Huati feels that even plain water tastes sweet. Now, he will probably save enough money quickly to get married. Then he can build a new house. Thinking about going to work tomorrow, An Nuo plans to go back up the mountain to gather more herbs. Both she and Huachinian need a lot of traditional medicine, so it doesn't matter if she collects and sells more herbs. If anyone asks, she can say they are for personal use, which is easy to explain. Without worries, An Nuo takes Huachinian back to the back mountain. Their tasks are clear. An Nuo collects herbs and Huachinian sets traps to catch wild animals. Today, he wasn't as lucky as yesterday to find ginseng, but he found a good amount of polygonum. Although it's not as valuable as ginseng, it can still sell for a good price. With the experience of catching animals last time, Huachinian is much more skilled now. His eyes are sharp like a scope, and his arms are strong. When he throws a stone, it becomes a perfect hunting tool, and he never misses. When An Nuo sees him going to find Huachinian, she notices him shoot a wild chicken with a stone. Wow, An, you're amazing! She excitedly runs over and pulls his arm, jumping and bouncing. Huachinian feels proud from the compliment, like a proud peacock. If he had a tail, he would spread it out happily. He spots another wild chicken and shakes the stone in his hand, saying, again. An Nuo's eyes sparkle with excitement. She nods and takes 2 steps back, watching closely as Huachinian shoots the chicken. Bang! The chicken has no chance to react and is knocked out. An Nuo claps her hands happily, watching Huachinian like a fan. Huachinian walks proudly to the chicken, picks up both with his hands, and turns to An Nuo. He looks at her with gentle, loving eyes, full of affection, and says, "For you." An Nuo looks at the 2 chickens, feeling amused and sweet inside. She thinks you're quite creative. Others give flowers or jewelry, but you give chickens. Flowers? Jewelry? Huachinian tilts his head in confusion, not quite understanding. Then his face falls, and he lowers his head in apology. Did he do something wrong? Does his wife not like him giving chickens? But just now, she looked very happy. Seeing Huachinian suddenly look downcast, An Nuo realizes he misunderstood something. She quickly takes the 2 chickens from his hands. Thank you, An. With you, I feel so happy. I can eat meat every day now. Huachinian listened to An Nuo's words. His face was dark, so he couldn't see her smile clearly, but he could tell she was really happy. He smiled widely. Come on, wife, let's eat meat. An Nuo saw him thinking about her and felt warm inside. Okay, we'll eat meat every day. If we can't finish it, we'll sell the leftovers. An, a rabbit! An Nuo shouted happily, pointing at the rabbit that had fallen into the trap. Huachinian quickly ran over and took the rabbit out of the trap. TSK. 2 wild chickens and 1 rabbit. An, we can't eat all of this. Maybe we should raise them in the cave? Good idea. He always listened to his wife. Whatever she said was right. After placing the wild chickens and the rabbit in the cave, they went back to their home at the youth commune. That evening, after work, the other youth saw An Nuo had become a little black girl and couldn't help but laugh. An Nuo was trying to prepare for her future herbal medicine business. Ignoring their teasing looks, she patiently explained that she had a remedy for treating burns. It might not look nice, but it worked well. The others didn't say anything out loud, but they secretly thought she might have been tricked and that it would all be a waste. But no one dared to say it aloud because it wasn't their business. However, Yirulin felt uncomfortable when she heard this. She frowned and looked at An Nuo's dark face with deep concern. And Jiqing, your burn treatment probably won't work. Are you sure you weren't tricked? The other youth gasped and looked at Yirulin. She was very bold to say that. Yang Yongnian quickly agreed, exactly, and Jiqing. Even big hospitals can't cure burns. Just slathering some dark ointment on your face, how can that fix it? What's the point of hospitals then? Some of the youth agreed with Yang Yongnian, thinking An Nuo had been deceived, and they looked at her with suspicion. An Nuo wasn't upset. She lowered her eyes and smiled gently. Everyone needs hope. Maybe in half a year, it will be better. After saying that, she lost interest in talking and turned to work on her herbs. Yirulin gasped in shock, her eyes widening. Oh my, half a year? That means she would need to spend a lot of money on medicine each time. Today, she went to find Ma Zi. Ma Zi had fallen into a trap while looking for the universal key and twisted his ankle. That useless fellow, he would have to wait until his foot healed before he could get the key back. When the keys arrived, how much less money would she have when she went to An Nuo to withdraw cash? Just thinking about it makes me feel sad. Meanwhile, Yi Rulin was holding her chest, pretending to have chest pain, while Hui Tianai eagerly went to find An Nuo and Hui Qinian. Brother, sister-in-law, I found over 10 people to work on the wasteland. Once the bricks arrive, we can start construction. An Nuo, who was drying herbs in the sun, turned to look at Hui Tianai with bright eyes. You're quite quick. She looked outside the youth station but didn't see anyone. Where are the people you found? I told them to wait at the wasteland. I promised them that if they come to work, they'll get a dime a day. Hui Tianai scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. He hadn't discussed this with his sister-in-law and decided the wages on his own. But he didn't plan to ask her for the money. His brother and sister-in-law were so kind to him, he wanted to do something for them. An Nuo waved her hand casually. It's fair that they get paid. Just set the wages, and I'll pay them later. The youth workers gathered in the yard and naturally overheard Hui Tianai and An Nuo's conversation. Some of them were tempted. Dong Yongsheng quickly finished his porridge and hurried over to An Nuo, awkwardly touching his nose. And Jiqing, are you planning to clear the land and build a house? Do you need more people? An Nuo looked at Dong Yongsheng, knowing his family wasn't well off. Without hesitation, she smiled at him. Of course, we need people. The more, the better.
It'll go faster that way.
Do you think I can join? Dong Yongsheng's eyes lit up, and he spoke faster. He had just heard Hui Tianai say they'd pay a dime a day. And since the wasteland wouldn't be cleared in a day, he could work a few more days and earn more money. He subtly touched his pocket, where he kept 4 cents, his entire savings. An Nuo smiled calmly. Of course. If you don't mind, you can join us. The pay is a dime a day. Okay, I'll go wash the dishes and then come with you. Dong Yongsheng excitedly went to the well to fetch water and wash dishes. Xiao Yi, do you want to eat first? An Nuo had already prepared the meal and was waiting for Hui Tianai to come and eat together. If they went out to work, who knew how long it would take? By the time they returned, the porridge would be cold. Hui Tianai waved his hand. Sister-in-law, you and brother eat first. I'll go ahead and make arrangements. When you're done, come and find me. An Nuo thought for a moment and decided it was feasible, so she didn't argue further. She still trusted Hui Tianai to handle things well. Dong Yongsheng acted quickly, carrying a shovel and leaving the youth commune with Hui Tianai. The other young people looked at An Nuo with feelings of envy, confusion, or jealousy. And youth from the youth team, are you planning to settle here?
With.
Jiang Mei hesitated, glancing at Hui Qinian. Just living like this? These young people responded to the country's call to support rural development. But none of them secretly hoped to return to the city someday. Some girls married someone in the brigade. Unless absolutely necessary, who would choose this path? So, Jiang Mei couldn't understand An Nuo's decision. First, she married a simpleton, then she wanted to build a house in the brigade. Even if it was to repay kindness, she shouldn't ruin her future life here. Hui Qinian didn't understand why Jiang Mei kept glancing at him when she spoke, but he suddenly felt uneasy. His eyes fixed on An Nuo's face. Settling down here isn't really the plan. I just thought that since I got married, living with everyone might be inconvenient, so I want to avoid some people bothering us, An Nuo said softly, her gaze fleetingly resting on Yi Rulin. Jiang Mei immediately understood An Nuo's meaning and rolled her eyes at Yi Rulin. Exactly, some people just can't stand to see others doing well. Yi Rulin was unhappy. She stood up, pointing at Jiang Mei.
Who are you talking about?
Jiang Mei smirked coldly, as if mocking. Anyone who speaks will be the one. Yi Rulin clenched her lips and glared at Jiang Mei angrily. Yang Yongnian knew they couldn't get anything from this, so he tugged at Yi Rulin's sleeve, signaling her not to start a fight. Angrily, Yi Rulin stomped her foot and turned back to her dormitory. Yang Yongnian followed her inside to comfort her. Jiang Mei scoffed disdainfully, then looked at An Nuo kindly and said, "In youth I know I might be meddling, but I have a feeling that our youth team will definitely return to the city someday. The less attachment here, the better. Do you think you can bring Hua back to the city? Huachinian finally understood. Her words hit him like a hammer, heavy and sharp. His wife was from the city, and he was just a simple farmer. If she returned to the city, she might leave him behind. Huachinian pressed his lips together, carefully tugging at An Nuo's sleeve. His eyes looked at her as if covered with a layer of water, filled with deep sadness. An Nuo sensed Huachinian's unease. When she turned her head to look at him, she met his sad eyes, and her heart felt a sharp, stabbing pain. An Nuo held Huachinian's hand and gave him a reassuring look. I am officially married to a Nien, recognized by the state. Of course, I go wherever he goes. An Nuo looked firmly at Jiang Mei. A Nien is my husband, and I believe his illness will be cured. So, I hope everyone will respect him in the future. Jiang Mei smiled slightly, growing more impressed and fond of An Nuo. Don't worry, and Jiqing. An Nuo nodded with a smile at Jiang Mei and took Huachinian back inside to eat. Soon, Huachinian would come back for dinner too. Once inside, Huachinian suddenly pulled An Nuo into his arms, trembling as he held her. Wife. An Nuo understood Huachinian's anxiety. She gently patted his back like comforting a child. Nien, remember, as long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Don't mind what others say. Just trust me, okay? Huachinian responded with a soft and held An Nuo even tighter. They quietly embraced for a while before An Nuo spoke softly. All right, let's eat quickly. We also need to see our future home. Huachinian reluctantly loosened his hold slightly and pressed a sincere kiss on An Nuo's forehead. An Nuo stiffened instantly and looked up at Huachinian in disbelief. Nien, you. Look at them. Kissing, Huachinian said simply, with a suspicious blush on his ear. An Nuo was momentarily stunned, then chuckled inwardly. How could Huachinian be so cute? Did he see someone kiss like that? He's getting mischievous. But she liked it. An Nuo secretly rejoiced. She decided to teach Huachinian more. Grabbing his shirt collar with both hands, she pulled him toward herself and pressed a kiss on his warm lips. Remember, this is called a kiss, but a kiss is an expression of love. It can only be done with your wife. Kissing others like this isn't okay, understand? Huachinian pursed his lips and nodded seriously. His eyes, clear and bright like stars in the sky, looked at An Nuo. An Nuo smiled contentedly. Just as she was about to turn to eat, Huachinian held her waist and leaned into her body. Suddenly, he gave her an unexpected kiss on the lips, quick and fleeting. An Nuo was surprised by his eagerness to learn and felt a little disappointed that it was over so soon. But the child can be taught. Does she count as taking advantage of Huachinian? When he wakes up, he probably won't hold her accountable, right? But she really likes Huachinian's looks. If she only looks but can't have him, she would feel very disappointed. Huachinian expressed his love to An Nuo, happily sat down to eat with her, and became more caring towards her. After eating, they held hands and went to the barren land to change Huachinian's meal. When they arrived, they saw a group of strong men working hard, shirtless, swinging shovels. Huachinian frowned and stopped, saying he wouldn't go any further. An Nuo asked confused, "What's wrong, Nien?" Huachinian didn't say anything. He simply covered An Nuo's eyes with his hand, saying, "Don't look." At first, An Nuo didn't understand what Huachinian meant. Later, she remembered what she had just seen and giggled softly. "Okay, I won't look." An Nuo smiled and patted Huachinian's hand, "Then go call Huachinian over. I want to talk to him." She didn't expect Huachinian to be quite possessive. To reassure him, she turned around voluntarily and didn't look toward the construction site. "Wait for me." Huachinian happily rubbed An Nuo's head, then turned and walked toward Huachinian. At the same time, Huachinian saw Huachinian, brushed the dirt off his hands, and casually wiped the sweat from his face with his half-sleeve. He cheerfully ran over, "Brother, you're here." He glanced at An Nuo, standing far away with her back turned, and raised an eyebrow. "Why isn't sister-in-law coming over?" "Call you speak." Huachinian frowned and looked at Huatianya's bare upper body. Put on your shirt. It's dirty, I need to go back and shower and change, Huatianai said, wiping his sweat with his short-sleeved shirt, then was about to walk toward An Nuo. Huachinian, with a cold face, blocked him directly and stubbornly said, Put on your shirt. Huatianai squinted at Huachinian, suddenly realizing something, and tooted, Fine, isn't it okay if I put it on? He then shook his wrinkled short-sleeved shirt and put it on himself. Is this okay? Huachinian nodded and turned to leave. Watching Huachinian's back, Huatianai rolled his eyes in frustration and then jogged after him. Sister-in-law, are you looking for me? Yes, tell Dong Yongsheng later to watch the construction site, and we will head back first. Over there are only strong men working, so it's not convenient for her to go over, especially since Huachinian also doesn't allow her to go. When Huatianai went back to eat, he asked Dong Yongsheng to take care of things, giving him extra money to help ease his financial burden. Okay, I understand. Huatianai nodded and promised, then ran back to explain to Dong Yongsheng before going with An Nuo and the others to eat. At the Knowledge Youth Station, Huatianai went to eat, while An Nuo went to prepare medicine for Huachinian. After discussing with Huatianai, An Nuo fully entrusted him with building the house. After washing up, An Nuo blushed and approached Huachinian with a skin-renewing cream. Anyan, I can't reach my back. Can you help me? Sure. Huachinian took the cream and agreed. In her past life, she had never undressed in front of the opposite. In this life, although she and Huachinian always slept close, they never crossed any boundaries. Now, she had to completely take off her top in front of him. Honestly, she felt a little shy. But she couldn't help it. She really couldn't reach. As An Nuo undressed, she felt her whole body heating up. Huachinian had no other thoughts. When he saw the large burn scars on her back, his throat felt tight, as if someone was choking him, leaving him speechless and breathless. His heart was filled with deep pain. He carefully scooped a large amount of ointment and gently applied it to her back. His slender fingers made her feel tingling and numb. An Nuo closed her eyes, biting her molars, trying to endure the strange sensation. Although he only applied the medicine for 10 minutes, they both felt like hours had passed. When everything was done, An Nuo let out a heavy breath and quickly put her clothes back on. She kept telling herself to stay calm. They were adults and married. What was there to be shy about? First time, second time, they'd get used to it. After thinking this through, she acted normally, giving Huachinian acupuncture as usual, and then they embraced and fell asleep together. Around 4 a.m, Huatianai came to find Huachinian again. Huachinian didn't wake An Nuo, quietly kissed her lips, then got out of bed and followed Huatianai to the black market. After Huachinian left, An Nuo opened her eyes, touched her lips where he had kissed her, smiled, and continued sleeping. The next day, just before dawn, An Nuo woke up from a deep sleep. Today was the end of their holiday, and they had to go back to work. Huachinian, who had returned from the black market, was lying in bed, dozing. When he sensed movement nearby, he opened his eyes and looked at An Nuo, who was getting dressed. Did I wake you? An Nuo gently touched Huachinian's cheek with regret. Sleep a little longer. I'll go make some breakfast. The holiday is over, and I have to go to work today. Huachinian turned over and sat up, his eyes slightly red, but not sleepy. I'll help you. No need, An Nuo said, pressing her hands on his shoulders and lying him back on the bed. You have to go to the black market and work again. How can you do that without sleeping a bit more? Be good, or I'll be angry. An Nuo deliberately kept a serious face, pouting her red lips. Huachinian was afraid An Nuo would get angry, so he obediently closed his eyes. Seeing him lie back down, An Nuo finally smiled softly. After getting out of bed, she quickly washed up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the three of them. Today, Yirulin was in charge of cooking. She struggled to get out of bed, washed herself hurriedly, stretched lazily, and slowly made her way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, An Nuo was adding firewood to the stove, boiling plain rice porridge, and steaming cornmeal buns and eggs on the rack. Hearing some noise, She thought Huachinian had come looking for her and turned around with a smile. When she saw it was Yi Rulin, her cheerful face suddenly disappeared like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera, and she turned back to continue her work. Yi Rulin rolled her eyes at her, clicked her tongue, and said, "Such bad luck." The kitchen had 2 stoves, but An Nuo only used one, thinking the young workers also needed to cook breakfast. Yi Rulin was making a lot of noise beside her, not really cooking but more like tearing down a house. An Nuo raised an eyebrow but said nothing, just glancing sideways at Yi Rulin. She didn't even wash the rice, just threw it straight into the pot. Seeing the fire was weak, she turned around and added some firewood to the stove, almost extinguishing the already weak flames. She secretly glanced at An Nuo, noticing she wasn't paying attention and didn't wash her hands, then placed some grains on the rack to steam. An Nuo smiled silently, thinking that Yi Rulin was all show on the outside, but very dirty inside. In her past life, An Nuo had seen all kinds of people in the business world, but someone like Yi Rulin, who was the lowest of the low, always challenged her, lowering her own status. Meanwhile, Huachinian was lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. He simply turned over, got up, dressed, and washed himself. When he arrived in the kitchen, he saw Yi Rulin deliberately making a fuss, and he frowned with annoyance. Huachinian, with his long legs, walked over and squatted beside An Nuo. His deep, magnetic voice sounded softly in her ear. "Wife, I'm here." Huachinian and An Nuo leaned very close. When he spoke, warm breath brushed against her skin behind her ear, like an electric current running through her, making her hairs stand on end. She awkwardly cleared her throat and said, "Almost done here. Please pick out the buns and eggs." Huachinian obediently took a basin, lifted the lid of the pot, and started picking things out. When Huachinian was silent, he looked very cold and distant, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Yi Rulin watched him obsessively, admiring his chiseled side profile. She had to admit, this man was very handsome, much more attractive than Ma Zi and Yang Yong. Her gaze moved downward. Huachinian wore a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, revealing his muscular, well-defined forearms. As he worked, he exuded a strong masculine aura. Yi Rulin swallowed hard, her eyes involuntarily drifting lower. His tall, straight legs made her want to look a little longer. "TSK, look at that firm." She really wanted to give it a pat. Yi Rulin smirked mischievously and unconsciously shifted her gaze to Huachinian's abdomen. Her eyes then became a bit complicated. That fool's body was really good, clearly strong and powerful. She wondered how he was in bed. Feeling a bit triumphant, Yi Rulin's gaze moved to An Nuo. "TSK, these two really look like a married couple. But so what?" An Nuo, the woman of her dreams, wouldn't get to enjoy happiness in her life. An Nuo felt a burning gaze on her. Following her instincts, she turned around and, by coincidence, saw Yi Rulin looking at Huachinian. Her face immediately fell. Yi Rulin's eyes on Huachinian weren't exactly innocent. This flirt, trying to get close to her Anyan? She'd better ask if he agreed. An Nuo felt that being in the same space as Yi Rulin made the air feel dirty. She quickly scooped the porridge into a basin, turned off the fire, and said coldly, "Let's go. Time to eat." Back in a room, An Nuo sat on the bed, sulking. Her eyes were full of resentment when she looked at Huachinian. Her Anyan was so handsome. Now someone was already eyeing him. Once Anyan recovered, there would be even more people interested in him. Thinking of this, she felt very uncomfortable inside. An Nuo frowned in deep thought. Should I take action first? She quickly shook her head. No, that would make me look like a troublemaker taking advantage of someone's weakness. An Nuo was lost in her feelings and didn't notice that after Chinian finished making porridge, he sat beside her out of concern when he saw her staring into space. "Wife." "Huh?" Hearing Chinian's deep voice, An Nuo was startled and looked at him nervously. "What's wrong?" Chinian gently smoothed her furrowed brows with his hand. "Are you upset?" An Nuo pouted and shook her head, leaning her head on Chinian's shoulder, holding his waist with both hands. Someone wants to eat you, and I'm not happy about it. Chinian didn't understand. He wasn't food, so why would anyone want to eat him? But he still tried to comfort An Nuo. He pinched her chin with one hand and kissed her on the lips. Kiss, be happy.
Fool.
An Nuo laughed out loud. Time to eat. She didn't say anything more, pulling Chinian to have breakfast together. After they finished eating, they also brought a meal for T&I. Then they locked the door and headed to the team to line up for farming tools. An Nuo was holding Chinian's hand, waiting in line among the crowd to get farming tools. Hey, isn't that Deepening? Why does she look so dark? At first glance, the villagers didn't recognize the dark-skinned An Nuo. If Chinian hadn't been holding her hand, they wouldn't have guessed that the dark girl was Deepening. I just applied some burn ointment, An Nuo explained with a faint smile. Many people in line secretly laughed at her. They said she was a troublemaker because of her ugliness. While the villagers were gossiping about An Nuo, the family members walked into the team's yard looking tired and lined up at the back of the line. Li Chunya spotted Chinian immediately, standing out among the crowd. She observed him from afar. Ever since her elder brother married Deepening, he seemed to have returned to his soldier-like state. He was wearing new clothes that fit well, and his complexion looked better than before. It showed that Deepening was still generous to her brother. She looked down at her patched-up clothes, feeling a bit jealous, and pursed her lips. She reached out and tugged at her husband Chifu's sleeve. Ah Fu, look, isn't that your brother? Chifu yawned, lifted his eyelids, and took a quick glance forward. Indeed, it was his elder brother. He pursed his lips and snorted softly. He's no longer my brother since he cut ties with the family. Li Chunya's eyes showed clear dissatisfaction. She bumped shoulders with Chifu and said, Are you stupid? Breaking a bone and tearing tendons, yet he's still your older brother. Why does he get to enjoy good food and drinks while with Deepening? Calm down. Who am I doing this for?
Li Shuni angrili wista kifus baist. Ow.
Chifu grimaced in pain, clenched his teeth, and shot Li Chunya a sharp look, ignoring her. After receiving the tools, An Nuo and Chinian headed toward the land assigned to the educated youths by the team. On the way, they met T&I. Chinian handed him the mesh bag breakfast. T&I looked at the 2 lunchboxes in the bag, scratched his head honestly. Wow, my brother and sister-in-law are thinking of me. An Nuo chuckled softly. Eat your meal first, then go to work. Okay. T&I ran to the shade of a tree, sat cross-legged, and opened the 2 lunchboxes. One contained rice porridge, the other cornmeal bread with vegetables and eggs. He took a bite of the bread, eyes slightly moist. He had never tasted such delicious, non-irritating bread before. He took another sip of thick rice porridge. The rice had burst open and smelled wonderful. Besides his brother and sister-in-law, no one else thought of him like this. Cheers, the food's pretty good. Tai Dan leaned over to T&I, noticing how thick the rice porridge was. Thinking about his own porridge, which had barely identifiable grains, he couldn't help but make a snide remark. What's up, T&I? Are you rich now? No wonder you're so wasteful. T&I immediately got angry, his eyes cold as he looked at Tai Dan get lost. Their food was even better than what the team leader's family had. This was typical sour grapes, complaining because they couldn't get it. He didn't bother to say more, to avoid involving his brother and sister-in-law. Tai Dan sniffed the aroma of the food and felt resentful. Is it just because you're on the list of the educated youths? Always acting like a lackey. That's all you're good for. And Noah was about to start working when she heard arguing from Tianya's side. She frowned and pulled Chinian over, just in time to hear Tai Dan call Tianyi a lackey. She was immediately displeased. Who are you calling a lackey? And Nuo looked at Tai Dan with a half-smile. Xiaoyi is my husband's brother, so he's my brother. Think carefully before you speak, or you won't need Xiaoyi to act. My husband and I will settle this first. Chinian's face suddenly turned cold. He stepped forward and stood between An Nuo and Tai Dan. Chinian was already tall, and with his fierce and cold expression, Tai Dan felt a bit scared and shrank back. I was just talking randomly. After saying that, Tai Dan turned and ran away. Heh, Huitianai spat on the ground as he watched Taidan's back, coward. An Nuo glanced at the running Taidan, then looked back at Huitianai. Xiao Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. Your brother and I both see you as family. Yes, family, Huitian nodded firmly. Huitianai looked at An Nuo and Huitian, feeling like something hit him hard inside. Tears unexpectedly welled up. He raised his arm, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, and choked out, brother, sister-in-law, I know we're family. I won't listen to their words. An Nuo smiled comfortingly, patted Huitianai on the shoulder, and said, eat quickly. We're going to work now. Yes, okay. Huitianai sniffed and nodded. An Nuo and Huitian carried sickles and headed into the field. This was the first time in her life that An Nuo worked in the fields. Honestly, she felt a little excited inside, but once she started, she found it difficult. Cutting wheat is really a skillful job, and she wasn't used to handling a sickle. If she wasn't careful, she was afraid she might cut off her fingers. In others' eyes, An Nuo's work wasn't just wheat, but some precious treasure. The sun grew hotter, and the black ointment on An Nuo's skin absorbed heat very quickly. Soon, she felt dizzy and lightheaded from the sun. Huitian saw that An Nuo hadn't caught up and turned to look for her. He realized that he had unknowingly left her far behind. He also noticed she looked unwell. He frowned, worried about her. He turned back and walked to her side, took the sickle from her hand, and said, go rest. An Nuo held up her hand to shield her eyes and saw that everyone else was faster than her. She sighed inwardly. Well, she had never done farm work before and truly wasn't cut out for it. Since she was already uncomfortable from the sun, she didn't force herself. I'll sit in the shade for a while. Huitian was worried about An Nuo. He supported her and took her to the shade of a tree before he felt reassured and went back to continue harvesting wheat. Over there, Taidan was scolded by An Nuo and the others. He was already in a bad mood, and now seeing An Nuo not working and just relaxing made him even angrier. He caught sight of her family members working nearby, his eyes turning mischievously. He leaned over to Huichifu and whispered, Brother Afu, did you see Brother A Nian giving food to that kid Huitianai? Huichifu and Li Chunya exchanged glances, and both nodded. In recent days, they heard that Huitianai was getting very close to An Jiqing and their eldest brother. They also heard about An Jiqing planning to build a new house. Oh, I went over to take a look. The food was really good, thick rice porridge, soft cornbread, and an egg. Taidan continued to stir the pot. You see, your brother A Nian's real younger brother. What does Huitianai matter? If anyone should get the food, it should be you guys. Li Chunya straightened up, her face falling. What? An egg too? That spoiled brat. She immediately started stirring trouble. Afu, our mom is in the hospital, and we spent so much money on her. The doctor said she needs good nutrition. The whole family tightened their belts to send her delicious food, and the kids are starving. Why does Huitianai get to eat the good stuff? Huichifu listened and felt his wife was right. No matter what, they were real brothers. What is Huitianai? Later, you should talk to An Jiqing. After all, our mom is also her mother-in-law. Huichifu frowned and forgot about the previous agreement. Exactly. Our mom is also her mother-in-law. They should share half of the medical expenses, Li Chunya said, glancing at An Nuo resting under the shade of a tree, annoyed. I'm going to find An Jiqing and talk to her. Taidan watched Li Chunya march angrily toward where An Nuo was sitting, a smug smile spreading across his face. Let them fight among themselves. When Li Chunya approached, many people saw her. Gossiping is human nature. But watching gossip isn't exciting. Everyone looked toward An Nuo and Li Chunya. An Jiqing, our mom is also your mother-in-law. Now that she's sick and hospitalized, you haven't even gone to visit. Isn't that unfair? An Nuo felt herself getting dizzy from the heat. She leaned against the tree trunk to rest for a moment, but suddenly felt a shadow cast over her. A faint smell of sweat drifted through the air, and then an annoying voice reached her ears. Anna Yu opened her eyes. When she saw the woman in front of her with her arms crossed, looking like she was about to start a fight, she was surprised. The woman looked familiar, But when she mentioned mother-in-law and hospital, Anna guessed that this person was probably the wife of the Hua family. Anna calmly asked, "Who are you?" Li Chuanya was angry when she heard this. She puffed her cheeks and glared. "I am your second sister-in-law." Anna gave her a faint smile and looked at her. She said, "I only have one parent. When did I have a younger brother?" Li Chuanya's eyes widened in surprise. "I am your husband's second sister-in-law." Anna slightly tilted her mouth, showing a cool smile. "My husband seems to have no family. Everyone in the village has witnessed that. Now you come to acknowledge your relation, but I don't accept it." "Fine. You don't have to accept us, but you can't refuse your mother, right?" Li Chuanya said irritably. She didn't expect Anna to be so stubborn. It was clearly written in black and white. The elders wanted to cut ties with An Nuo. Now they regret it? Anna sneered. "Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Aren't you afraid everyone will say you're unfilial and spit on you? When you mistreated An Nuo, weren't you afraid of being drowned in spit?" "What am I afraid of?" Anna shrugged indifferently and snorted coldly from her nose. "Moreover, you took away An Nuo's pension. I didn't say anything, did I?" You. Li Chuanya was so angry her face turned red. She pointed at Anna. "Your mother never taught you not to point fingers at others. That's impolite, understand?" Anna rolled her eyes at her, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep, ignoring her. Li Chuanya was frustrated and stomped her feet angrily. She glared fiercely at Anna, then reluctantly returned to Huichifu, wiping her tears with her sleeve. "How's it going, sister-in-law?" Tai Dan sneered as he approached. Seeing Li Chuanya wiping tears, he secretly cursed her useless. "This Anna is too difficult to deal with. Whatever I say, she keeps talking about cutting ties." Initially, they agreed to let the eldest uncle keep his pension, so they agreed to Anna's proposal to sign a letter of severance. But no one expected that right after they signed the severance, the old lady was hospitalized. People in the brigade were secretly saying that her mother-in-law was mistreating the eldest uncle and that she was up to no good. It was seen as karma. Now, their whole family was like silent eaters of bitter medicine, unable to speak out their suffering. If her mother-in-law doesn't leave the hospital soon, the pension money will be completely lost. Her son hasn't been born yet, and when he arrives, she won't have any money left. Then let's sign a termination agreement. Isn't Huichifu just a piece of her? How can they say they won't care anymore? Tai Dan continued to stir trouble. "I think An Jiqing has bad intentions. She's bullying Huichifu because he's naive, and she's just playing with him." Huichifu heard this and thought Tai Dan had a point. He decided to talk to An Jiqing. He looked from afar at An Nuo resting in the shade of a tree, then turned to look at his older brother working with a bent back, his brows tightly furrowed. "Let's work first. When we rest, I'll go talk to An Jiqing and my brother." Tai Dan kept gossiping. "Yes, we definitely need to talk to them." Yi Rulin had been cutting wheat all morning and was very tired. She stopped, stretched her stiff waist, and looked up. She saw An Nuo sitting in the shade, cooling off. An Nuo's dark skin was very noticeable, making it hard to ignore her. While working, the villagers were talking about An Nuo. "Hey, you guys, An Jiqing is pretty good at managing people. Look at Huichifu working so hard." "Yeah, and An Jiqing is clever. She got Huichifu to marry her, so she's basically got a free worker." Everyone agreed, nodding in agreement. "Look at her, she knows how to enjoy herself. She makes Huichifu work while she relaxes and sleeps. That's better treatment than most." "Bah, isn't it just because she thinks Huichifu is naive?" "Ladies, calm down. You only see Brother Hu working, but you don't see how good An Jiqing treats him. Her clothes and shoes are new, and she eats well. Besides, they're a couple. If you're unhappy, ask your husband to help you work too." Zhuzi was working quietly when he overheard a group of women gossiping. Usually, he ignored such talk, but hearing them criticize An Jiqing made him want to defend her. "Women, you're not wrong," Yi Rulin sneered sarcastically. "You're just worried about Brother Hua. It's hot, and he's doing twice the work alone. If he goes to hide, and she's not helping, then he's really unlucky." Jiangmei glanced at Yi Rulin with disdain and pursed her lips. This person just can't stand others doing well. She couldn't help but speak out. Then why don't you say that An Jiqing usually cooks and takes care of Brother Hor? Jiangmei flicked the sickle in her hand and snorted coldly. Marriage is about two people working together, shining in their own strengths. Isn't that normal? Besides, their marriage is their business. What does it have to do with you? If you're not convinced, you can ask An Jiqing about how to be a good wife, so your husbands will also care more about you. Jiangmei felt a bit embarrassed for them. In the countryside, many old-fashioned habits still exist. For example, women are supposed to take care of the elderly and children at home, serve their husbands, and outside, they should be like men, wielding sickles and earning work points. If they dare to complain, they might face a harsh beating. Some initially resist, but after a while, they give up. This idea that men are superior has been passed down from generation to generation. If a man from another family treats his woman a little better, people say he's not capable and can't control his wife. Jiangmei glanced at An Nuo. Honestly, she admired An Jiqing now. She endured gossip and stayed true to her life. Men may be silly, but they do care. Life is mostly about oneself. Only you know if it's sweet or bitter. In the future, if she finds another partner, she wants to learn from An Nuo, keeping the power in her own hands. Her man doesn't have to be perfect, but he must love her, support her, and take care of her. The older women were upset by the rebukes and gradually dispersed. The bell signaling a break rang out. Huachinian stood up, casually wiped his sweat with his arm, and looked at An Nuo with softened eyes. He quickly walked over. Seeing her forehead covered in fine sweat, with sweat streaming down her face and wetting her hair, he looked a bit worried. He quietly sat beside her and took her straw hat to fan her. An Nuo was already restless while sleeping. When Huachinian sat beside her, she sensed it. She slowly opened her eyes and saw him fanning her. His face was red from the sun, with beads of sweat on his buzz cut. As he fanned her, it looked like it might rain any moment. An Nuo quickly held his hand. I'm not hot. Rest well. She picked up the water bottle next to her, unscrewed the lid, and handed it to Huachinian. You're so hot. Drink some water quickly. Huachinian smiled and reached out to take the water jug, then tilted his head back and drank several large sips. He was indeed a bit thirsty. Watching Huachinian drink water, An Nuo took out a handkerchief and gently wiped his sweat. Do as much as you can. Don't push yourself. Our family doesn't rely on those few work points to live.
Can do.
Huachinian grinned and patted his left arm, showing he had strength. Meanwhile, the young couple was happily sweet, but the other members watching them couldn't help but show their envy. That An Jiqing is really kind to Huachinian. TCH. Why don't you talk about how much work Huachinian does? Exactly. If she doesn't treat Huachinian better, it's like she's using him as a beast of burden. That's a harsh way to put it. This is called plain talk with a good meaning. Hey, look. Hua's second brother, Hey, is probably looking over at An Jiqing's side. Yeah, really. Come on, let's go see what's happening. People resting under the shade saw Huaqifu walking towards An Jiqing. Curious and eager for gossip, they all followed. An Nuo and Huachinian saw a crowd rushing toward them, led by Huaqifu. Her face darkened, and her eyes showed a ripple of emotion. Firstly Chuanya, now Huaqifu. This family just never stops, huh? Huaqifu stood in front of An Nuo and Huachinian with a grim face. He looked up and down at his older brother and had to admit that An Jiqing took good care of him. Since his brother was beaten silly to save An Jiqing, he had left the army. When he left the army, the family's main source of income disappeared. He couldn't go to work to earn points and had to support his brother for free. Because of this, everyone looked down on his brother. The family had many children, and there wasn't enough space to sleep. When his wife suggested that his brother give up his room, he just closed one eye and said nothing, accepting it. He thought, since his brother couldn't do anything and they'd have to support him in the future, giving up a room was only fair. Fortunately, his parents also thought his brother was done for this life, so they prioritized other workers. So his brother was sent to the windy woodshed. Even the things in his luggage brought back from visiting family were divided up completely. When the family's leader came to see his brother, he also brought back things left in the army. His mother searched through the pile of things for a long time. She believed that her eldest son, who had been a soldier for many years, couldn't possibly have earned only this much money. She questioned the leader, asking why she hadn't seen her son's bankbook, suspecting it was hidden away by him. The leader looked unhappy and said he planned to take the eldest son away so he could take care of him in the future. His mother became even more certain that the leader was hiding the bankbook, and our whole family thought the same. But the leader had such a strong presence that he wanted to speak up, but dared not. His mother couldn't let go of the 15 yuan monthly hero subsidy and refused to let the leader take her son away, even asking him for money. This led to a big argument. Later, another leader from the county came and gave her a stern talk. Only then did she stop protesting. The leader was taken away and never returned. Since then, the family treated the eldest son even more harshly. He ate leftover food every day, sometimes not even that. Before the eldest son married in Jiqing, he lost weight very quickly. Once healthy with a wheat-colored complexion, he later looked pale and yellowish. His cheeks lost their flesh and he became very thin. In just a few days after not seeing him, he looked healthier and his face regained some flesh. It seemed he was doing quite well. "Big brother, our mother is in the hospital. Don't you have anything to say?" Huaqifu spoke harshly, as if Huaqinian owed him hundreds of thousands. An Nuo and Huaqinian both turned to look at Huaqifu. Honestly, the three brothers of the Hua family looked very good compared to others in the commune, but they only had good looks and lacked the charisma that Huaqinian had. Huaqinian slightly frowned, his lips pressed into a straight line. An Nuo looked at Huaqifu without expression and teased, who said they would never see each other again. Now that they need us, they start showing up again, trying to make themselves noticed? Breaking bones but still connected by tendons isn't something that can be fixed with just a letter of severance. An Nuo chuckled softly. So your Hua family also knows the saying about bones breaking but tendons remaining connected? Her face changed, and her tone became sharp. When you sent An Nuo to the woodshed and didn't give him food or drink, didn't your mother think about how he was the one who carried you for 10 months? Didn't your brothers think about him being your real older brother? When you needed his money, you welcomed him with smiles. When he couldn't earn money anymore, he was nothing to you. Now your mother is in the hospital, and suddenly you remember the son and older brother you drove out of the house? Your family is really calculating. Do you think you're clever? Anner's mouth kept talking rapidly, like a machine gun, making Huaqifu's face turn dark with anger. His chest felt tight, as if filled with cotton, making it hard to breathe. At first, the onlookers thought Huaqifu was right. After all, she was his mother, and even if they were no longer related, they still had to care. Isn't that filial piety? But after hearing Anner, they began to see her point. If you have money, you can call yourself a father. If not, you're kicked out. That's just shameless. But before Anner finished speaking, she turned to look at Huaqinian, who had been silent all along. No matter what, he was still her mother lying in the hospital bed. Even if she knew the illness was fake, she should still show some respect. Otherwise, how could Huaqinian learn to be a good person in the future? Of course, my husband and I are not like your ungrateful Hua family. We won't pay a single cent for the hospital bills. After all, you took away Ian's condolence money. Out of humanitarian reasons, we brought some gifts to visit. That shows our moral integrity. We don't want to be involved with your family. Brother, sister-in-law, are you being bullied? Huatianai was about to speak when Huatianai hurried over, panting heavily, with a guarded look on his face, as if he was ready to fight anyone who dared to step forward. Anna looked at Huatianai with a raised brow and pointed at him, saying, Xiao Yi and Ian grew up together. They are not related by blood. After Ian's incident, Xiao Yi was busy helping and even took Ian's medical records to the city hospital, hoping to find a cure someday. But you, the relatives by blood, what are you doing? You're abusing him. Huaqifu, have some shame. Maybe we can still respect the Hua family a little. The contrast was clear. No wonder Xiao Yi took leave the other day to go see Ian. The Hor family really has no shame. That's still their own son. How can they treat him like this? And Jiqing is right. The Hor family is indeed shameless. Listening to the gossip around them, Hu Qifu and Li Chuanya's faces turned red and white alternately. Li Chuanya even wanted to jump up and curse. This was their family matter. Why should they interfere? Li Chuanya kicked Hu Qifu, then made a face at him, signaling him to reply to An Nuo and the others. Do you think you're so good? Aren't you just using my older brother like a beast, like a mule? Hu Qifu blushed and pouted as he faced off against An Nuo. An Nuo couldn't help but laugh at him. Hu Tianai absolutely wouldn't allow them to speak about his sister-in-law like that. There was no one in the world who treated his sister-in-law better than she treated his brother. You're talking nonsense. Hu Tianai pointed at Hu Qifu and scolded him. My sister-in-law spends her money to treat my brother's illness, buys him new clothes, and cooks delicious food for him. Everyone in our team isn't blind. My brother and sister-in-law just got married a few days ago, but everyone can see how my brother is now. He's not thinking clearly and knows who treats him well. He just wants to do more for everyone so his wife doesn't get tired. You. Hu Qifu and Li Chuanya couldn't say a word after being scolded by Hu Tianai. Thinking about what they did to Hu Qinian in the past, they had no way to argue back. Listening to the various accusations around them, they felt ashamed and hurriedly turned to leave in a panic. Wife, tired, I feel sorry for you. They spoke one after another. Hu Qinian didn't understand much of what they said, but he understood the last sentence from Hu Tianai. He held An Nuo's hand and looked at her with deep, steady eyes. With An Yen here, I'm not tired. An Nuo raised her hand to gently touch his cheek and smiled slightly at Hu Qinian. Everyone around watched the couple openly showing their love, and some couldn't bear to look anymore. Oh, these two are really in love. What are they doing? What's going on? The team leader came to check the situation. Only a few people were working in the fields. The others were gathered under the shade of trees, not doing anything clear. Hearing the team leader's voice, everyone automatically made way. Someone quickly added details, exaggerating the story to the team leader. After listening, the team leader shook his head at the Hu family. He waved his hand and said, All right, everyone disperse. We're in the middle of the harvest, so get back to work. Since the team leader had spoken, the crowd finished watching the scene and dispersed to work in the fields. Seeing everyone leave, the team leader happily walked over to An Nuo. And Jiqing, the materials for building the house are almost ready. Once the busy farming season is over, we can start construction. Hu Qinian's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. He hesitated a bit and asked, Team leader, can we start earlier? Living at the Jiqing site is a bit inconvenient. Before the team leader could speak, Hu Tianai stepped forward. Team leader, we can start working now. I've already found the workers. Since it's still daylight after work, we can do a lot more at night. The team leader frowned and looked at Hu Tianai, then turned to An Nuo. An Nuo smiled and said, Team leader, I usually have to take care of An Yen, so I don't have much energy left. Xiao Yi is An Yen's good brother. As for building the house, let him help you. Just tell him what to do. Since An Nuo trusted Hu Tianai so much, the team leader had no objections. All right, I'll go inform them. Once the supplies arrive, we'll start working. Thanks, team leader. An Nuo's lips curved into a gentle smile. After seeing off the team leader, An Nuo tilted his head and looked at Hu Tianai. Xiao Yi, I'll leave the house stuff to you from now on. Hu Tianai patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'll make sure everything turns out perfect. Good. Please watch over your brother. I'm going back to make lunch. An Nuo dusted off her pants, picked up her straw hat, and placed it on Hu Qinian's head. Don't run around everywhere. After work, come back and eat with Xiao Yi. Hu Qinian looked a bit reluctant to see An Nuo leave. He pouted and held her hand, shaking it. I want to go with you. Hu Tianai looked at An Nuo, then at Hu Qinian. He raised his arm and looped it around Hu Qinian's neck. Brother, you can't always cling to sister-in-law. If you leave, who will do the farm work? Let sister-in-law go back, and I'll tell you how to be a real man. Then Hui Tianai dragged Hui Qi Nian away. Hui Qi Nian still looked back longingly, turning his head every few steps, until An Nuo smiled and waved at him, then turned to leave. Watching her back, his eyes turned red. He wished he could push Hui Tianai aside and chase after An Nuo. Seeing Hui Qi Nian's shy, obedient look, Hui Tianai chuckled and whispered mysteriously into his ear, "Brother, are you really afraid sister-in-law doesn't want you?" Hui Qi Nian turned his head, sniffed, and looked at Hui Tianai. He nodded. "Have you done it with sister-in-law yet?" "With whom?" Hui Tianai immediately understood that Hui Qi Nian didn't know anything. He looked around cautiously, then leaned close and whispered a bunch of tips on how to be a man. Hui Qi Nian didn't understand much, so Hui Tianai explained everything in detail again. "Did you understand?" "Yes." Hui Qi Nian nodded, a suspicious blush on his ears. Shaoan said that if she and her wife had a child, her wife wouldn't leave. She wants to have a child with her wife. She doesn't want her wife to leave. Over there, An Nuo has no idea that Hui Tianai is plotting with Hui Qi Nian to trick her. On the way back to the Deepening station, they pass by a river. People in the brigade wash clothes and vegetables here. Recently, since they haven't gone to the county to buy supplies, their meat and vegetables are almost gone. She is too afraid to go up the mountain alone. If something happens to her, who will take care of Hui Qi Nian? Who will avenge the original owner? So she thought about it and decided to go back to the Deepening station to get some tools, then try her luck at the river to catch some fish for stew. She returned to the Deepening station, found a bamboo basket and an empty bucket in the kitchen, and took them to the river. Today the weather is clear, and the river is so calm that not a ripple can be seen, like a big mirror reflecting the white clouds. An Nuo quickly took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her pants, and walked into the river barefoot with the bamboo basket. The water is icy cold, and her feet feel very comfortable. She looked down into the river, which was crystal clear, with smooth pebbles and water plants scattered among them. Suddenly, An Nuo saw a black ribbon moving toward her under the distant water surface. "Oh my, it's a school of fish. Today I'm lucky." An Nuo dared not make a sound but cheered silently in her heart. When the fish school got closer, An Nuo's eyes widened in surprise. She bent down quietly, turned the basket slightly, and quickly scooped. Several big fish were caught in the basket. "Ha ha ha, I caught you." An Nuo couldn't help but feel excited. Catching fish is so easy. She stood up, carried the basket to the shore, and put the fish into a bucket. She crouched beside the bucket and counted. Wow, there were 5 big fish, each about 2 spans long. An Nuo got up and went to the riverbank, seeing the fish still staying in the same spot, not leaving. She touched her chin and couldn't help but say, "These silly fish." Since her feet were wet anyway, she decided to catch a few more. Some she would eat herself, and some she could sell. So she carried the basket into the river again and caught 6 more big fish. The bucket was so full of fish that she had to hurry back to find another bucket, or they might suffocate. She sat on a large stone by the river, wiped her feet roughly, put her shoes and socks back on, and struggled to carry the bucket back to the Deepening station. "Hey, young comrade, where did you get those fish? Did you perhaps steal them somewhere?" On the way, An Nuo met Yi Rulin, who was heading toward the youth commune. Yi Rulin saw An Nuo struggling to carry a water bucket and couldn't help but lean in to look. Oh my, so many big and fat fish. She became more eager to eat, her mouth watering even more. An Nuo stopped and turned to look at Yi Rulin. "If you can't speak properly, just shut your ugly mouth. These are gifts from nature. Want to eat? Go catch some yourself in the river."
You.
Yi Rulin was stunned and stomped her feet in anger. An Nuo ignored her and walked away with the water bucket. She needed to hurry back and cook for An Nian and Xiao Yi. Yi Rulin glared angrily at An Nuo's back, spat on the ground, and said, "Bah, you trash. If you can catch fish by the river, I can too, and I'll catch even more than you. Just wait and see." Yi Rulin ran back to the youth commune, grabbed a bamboo basket and a water bucket like An Nuo, and happily headed to the river. An Nuo watched her back and sighed silently. She returned to her room, brought out a large basin for laundry, and poured the fish from the bucket into it. 11 big, Fat black fish happily swam in the basin, and An Nuo nodded with satisfaction. She steamed some rice and, while preparing the black fish, felt a bit regretful. If only she had tofu. Then she could make fish tofu soup. Sigh, life in this era was so inconvenient, it was really frustrating. Thinking of this, An Nuo started to ponder when the college entrance exam was restored. But she still couldn't remember the exact year. Oh well, no choice. She decided to find some high school books when she had time and prepare early. It's never wrong to be prepared. Although her grandfather would surely be exonerated, she studied finance and management, knowing not to put all her eggs in one basket. She planned to take the exam, and after her grandfather was cleared, she would stand up for herself. But it's been several days, and she still hasn't heard from Yongnian. An Nuo carefully searched through the memories of the original owner and found her relatives quite interesting. Her grandfather was from the countryside, and very poor, so poor that they couldn't even lift the lid on the pot. Still, they managed to bring back a child bride for him. He was very young then and didn't like the child bride, but he couldn't resist. When he grew older, his family forced him to be with her. Maybe that was the last straw that broke the camel's back. After moving in together, he angrily argued with his family and then left home without taking anything to join the army. This lasted for 10 years. When he returned home, he found out that the only time he saw his childhood bride, she was pregnant and had given birth to a son. Sadly, she died during childbirth. Grandpa looked at the boy in front of him, his brows knitted tightly. He didn't really like this child. But since he was his son and his parents were getting old, he had to take responsibility for caring for the boy. So, he brought the child back to the big house in the city. When the boy saw his father had remarried a beautiful wife and was living in such a luxurious house, his longing for a father's love turned into resentment. Grandma was a famous businesswoman from Shanghai. During the war, her family risked everything to donate money and supplies to the army. After the reform and opening up, she responded to the government's call to combine public and private enterprises and was among the first to give her family factory to the state without expecting dividends. Grandpa took his son home. Grandma knew about the childhood bride but didn't know he had such a big child. Her manners didn't allow her to treat the boy badly. She tried to give him the best within her ability. But Uncle didn't think the same. His father's new wife was beautiful and gentle, and his new sister was as cute as a little princess. Looking at himself, he felt like an outsider, a nobody. He grew up with these twisted feelings, harboring deep resentment toward Grandpa, Grandma, and his mother. When chaos began, the original parents went missing on a mission. Grandma was heartbroken, and Grandpa was busy caring for Grandma, neglecting the boy. This gave Uncle's daughter, An Nuo, a chance to scheme and disfigure the boy. Later, Uncle reported Grandpa. Grandpa, after taking care of the boy, took Grandma to a remote place to guard the borders. The large family estate was completely taken over by Uncle's family. An Nuo took a deep breath, her face showing anger. Uncle hated Grandpa, but his actions were aimed at destroying Grandpa, Grandma, and the boy's family. It is said that even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Grandma's family donated the factory to the state, they might still have some valuable possessions left. Perhaps Uncle, under the guise of resenting Grandpa, was actually trying to seize Grandma's inheritance. This was not impossible. Thinking of this possibility, An Nuo's chest suddenly tightened, her jaw clenched, and her brows furrowed. Greed can truly change a person's face completely. Why is it that their family has harmed others but still comfortably enjoy everything left by their grandparents? No way. The idea for the revenge plan is starting to take shape in An Nuo's mind. Big Uncle, enjoy your remaining good days while you can. An Nuo finished cooking and looked at her watch. The workday was almost over, but she hadn't seen Yi Ruolin return yet. If she didn't come back soon to cook, the young people returning at noon would have to go hungry. An Nuo shook her head. What does it have to do with her? It's better not to get involved. Half an hour later, Huotianai returned with Huochinian. As soon as Huochinian arrived at the youth camp, he eagerly looked for An Nuo. Seeing her, he acted like a cat seeing fish or a dog seeing a bone. He pounced on her. He hugged An Nuo and rubbed his head against her shoulder, very happy. Huatianai was about to come inside but saw the two of them being so affectionate. He sighed, covered his eyes, and stepped back outside, leaving space for them. An Nuo didn't see Huatianai leave but felt Huachinian's constant rubbing, which made her itch but also made her feel very happy, like honey in her heart. She couldn't help but pat his back. "Are you tired? I made fish soup. Go wash up and try it, see if you like it." "Okay," Huachinian said obediently, but he still stayed close for a while before reluctantly letting go of An Nuo. An Nuo thought Huachinian was really clingy, but she liked it so much. He was so adorable. She really wanted to throw him down and spoil him completely. But she had to hold back. Now wasn't the right time. An Nuo took Huachinian outside to wash, and she saw Huatianai already filling a basin with water, standing by the well taking a cool bath. "An Yen, you should wash up too. I'll go bring the food." An Nuo patted Huachinian's hand, saw him walk toward Huatianai, then turned to the kitchen. When the three sat around the table, the usually lively youth camp was quiet. "Isn't the workday over? Why haven't the young people come back yet?" An Nuo looked away from the outside and asked Huatianai, with some confusion. When she mentioned this, Huatianai chuckled mischievously. "Ye young people went crazy and went to catch fish by the river. They didn't catch any and ended up falling into the water." He laughed loudly, leaning back. "I've never heard of anyone catching fish from the river." An Nuo paused with her chopsticks, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Huatianai sideways. "So, where did the fish soup you're drinking come from?" Huatianai muttered angrily, then looked up at An Nuo with wide eyes. He pointed at the fish soup in the middle with his chopsticks and asked, "Did you catch this fish from the river?" An Nuo looked at Huatianai, as if he were a fool. "Of course. Where else would I buy it? The black market?" Huatianai stared in disbelief, then suddenly stood up from the bench. "Sister-in-law, I think you're a genius. Who doesn't know there are few fish in the river, and they're slippery and hard to catch? Yet you managed to catch so many." An Nuo nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Not only did I catch some, but quite a few." She pointed towards the large basin, and just then, a shadow flickered past. Huatianai had already moved quickly to stand in front of the basin. Huachinian didn't move at all. He sat very close to An Nuo, like conjoined twins. Huatianai stared at the basin filled with black fish, his eyes nearly popping out. After the shock, he happily sat back down. "Sister-in-law, do you think Yi Jiqing saw you catching so many fish and went to catch some himself?" An Nuo looked away, picked up a wooden spoon, and poured fish soup over Huachinian's rice. She then picked out a piece of braised fish, carefully removed the small bones, and placed it in Huachinian's bowl. She said slowly, "Yes. That's why I didn't stop him." Huatianai snorted sarcastically through his nose. "If you don't have the skills, you shouldn't try to do things beyond your ability. You're really overestimating yourself. Who cares? As long as we have food to eat." An Nuo shrugged casually. Then, seeming to remember something, she said to Huatianai, "We can't eat all those fish ourselves. You and An Yen will have to go out again to catch more. Also, there's no more eggs or vegetables at home. Please buy some when you go." "Okay. Just tell us what you need, sister-in-law. We'll go get it." Huatianai looked at An Nuo with admiration. He was starting to think she was very capable. Listening to her was always right. After lunch, Huatianai cleaned up the dishes and went home for a nap. Huachinian locked the door, pulled An Nuo to sit on the bed, and took a money bag from the pillow, placing it in her hand. An Nuo immediately knew this was money from selling ginseng. She counted it. She didn't expect so much. It was a total of 362.8 yuan. That meant the ginseng was sold for at least 700 yuan. 680 yuan for the ginseng, Huachinian said, holding up. And the wild chickens over 40. An Nuo smiled slightly. 2 wild chickens sold too? Huachinian thought An Nuo was angry, so he quickly apologized, "Sorry." An Nuo raised a finger and tapped it on Huachinian's lips, shaking her head. "We are a family. You have the right to make decisions about our things. It's not just about selling 2 wild chickens. Even if we sell that rabbit too, it's okay. Do you understand? Huachinian felt very touched and hugged An Nuo into his arms. Wife, you're so wonderful. Of course. If you leave me, you'll never find a better wife than me. An Nuo hugged Huachinian's waist and smiled proudly. Huachinian cupped An Nuo's face with both hands, sincerely pressing his lips to hers, even rubbing a little. An Nuo felt a bit overwhelmed by his touch. She instinctively licked her lips, and her tongue brushed his warm lips. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in her mind, bright and colorful, very beautiful. Huachinian seemed to switch on a switch and no longer just kiss lightly. But his kisses were clumsy and unskilled, clearly inexperienced. An Nuo felt like he was a big oxygen machine, making her feel weak all over, her heart pounding wildly, constantly drawing oxygen from her mouth. In no time, An Nuo was soft and limp in Huachinian's arms like a noodle. Before pulling away, Huachinian even bit her lip, not hard but enough to make her tremble all over. He held An Nuo tightly and smiled like a child. Wife, you're so sweet. Shyly, An Nuo buried her face in Huachinian's chest. Huachinian wasn't very smart, but he was an adult man, and some things he seemed to understand instinctively. This was her real first kiss in 2 lifetimes. Anyway, she didn't care anymore. She liked Huachinian, and even if he got better from his illness, she wouldn't let go of him. While An Nuo and Huachinian enjoyed their sweet moment, Dong Yongsheng and the others returned to the educated youth station with dark faces. Yi Rulin was sent to the clinic after drowning, and Jiang Mei and Yang Yongnian stayed there with her. They still had to eat lunch. Dong Yongsheng, as the team leader, naturally took charge of cooking. As soon as he returned, he headed straight to the kitchen. It seemed impossible to rest at noon. During this time, he looked up and happened to see the closed door of An Jiqing's room. People said An Jiqing married a simple farmer, and her life was basically settled. But now, it seemed that after leaving their group of educated youth, An Jiqing was actually doing better. She not only had meat to eat every day, but also was building a house far away from their troublemaker place.
Sigh.
If it weren't for An Jiqing's face, she would really be a good match. Seeing how well she takes care of the simple-minded Huachinian, it's clear she would make a kind and caring wife. Dong Yongsheng was filling wood into the stove while sighing. Compared to good days, looks don't matter much. He felt a bit regretful. Mazi heard about Yi Rulin drowning and wanted to visit her, but he patted his pocket and realized he was broke. He also remembered the secret plans with Yi Rulin and decided to go back up the mountain to try his luck again. Maybe he'd find something. So he hobbled up the mountain. It was almost sunset when he finally found the universal key in the grassland where he and Yi Rulin had shared intimate moments. So it's here. He guessed that the key had slipped out during their passionate struggle. Now that the key was found, the plan could go ahead. Life looked hopeful. When Mazi was coming down the mountain, his foot didn't hurt anymore and felt much lighter. Over in the wasteland, Zhuzi was driving a tractor to bring back building materials. Huatianai called everyone to start unloading. He looked at the pile of materials and hesitated. He wanted to sleep here overnight to guard against theft, but he still had to go to the black market, so he couldn't stay. His eyes fell on Dong Yongsheng, who was working hard, and he walked over with a cheerful smile, patting his shoulder. "Brother, I want to ask you something," he said. Dong Yongsheng stopped what he was doing, stood up straight, and turned to look at Huatianai, feeling a bit nervous. Could it be that he didn't want him to work here anymore? "What's up?" Dong Yongsheng's voice was a little tense. "There's so much stuff on the site, and someone needs to guard it at night. I was thinking, could you set up a bed here and sleep?" Huatianai said with a silly grin, scratching his head. "Don't worry, I'll pay you extra for guarding at night, 2 mao per night."
How about that?
Dong Yongsheng's heart was pounding with excitement. Now he was helping Huatianai manage these people. If he got 2 mao for guarding at night, that's 4 mao a day. He was really willing to do it. He immediately agreed. With the problem solved, Huatianai felt much more relaxed. He still trusted Dong Yongsheng's character. After acupuncture for Huachinian at night, he pretended to feel dizzy and begged An Nuo to sleep with him. After tasting a bit of happiness at noon, he got addicted. hugging An Nuo and not letting go. An Nuo was very worried that he might accidentally cause trouble. But on the other hand, she quite liked that he kissed her. Huachinian felt a bit dizzy, but it wasn't from acupuncture. It was from being dizzy from An Nuo's kisses. Why is my wife's mouth so soft and sweet? I really want to kiss her all the time. Thinking this, he tightened his hold on An Nuo's arm, closed his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. His wife smelled nice and felt soft. Holding her was very comfortable. First time is always a bit awkward, but the second time gets easier. Although Huachinian isn't very smart now, he is very careful when doing things, and he doesn't make many mistakes. He early on divided the fish he caught into 2 buckets and packed the herbal medicine for An Nuo into a basket to carry on his back. When Huatianai gave a signal outside, he quietly left the house with the 2 buckets of fish. When An Nuo woke up in the morning, she saw the herbal medicine on the desk, and she felt warm inside. She had forgotten it was time to change her medicine today, but Huachinian remembered and bought all the herbs for her cream. She looked through the basket again. She had bought plenty of eggs and meat, and also bought malted milk and brown sugar. She wasn't sure if the money from selling fish and herbs was enough to buy these things. She definitely didn't want Huatianai to cover the costs himself. Thinking this, An Nuo decided to ask Huatianai when she saw him. She took the ingredients to the kitchen. In the kitchen, she saw Jiang Mei starting a fire. Jiang Mei looked back at An Nuo and smiled. I knew you'd wake up soon, so I helped start the fire for you. An Nuo saw that the stove she usually used was already lit, and hot water was boiling in the pot. Thank you so much. An Nuo gratefully smiled at Jiang Mei. Jiang Mei waved her hands. No need to thank me. Without further politeness, the two helped each other, and breakfast was prepared quickly. While cooking, they talked about Yi Rulin. I heard Yi Jiqing drowned. How is she now? Talking about Yi Rulin, Jiang Mei made a face of disgust. What can I say? If she was pretending to be sick a few days ago, then this time she's really sick. She just drowned in water. Look at her weakness. She probably won't be able to work for at least 10 days or half a month. I think she's just trying to avoid work. Jiang Mei got angrier as she spoke, almost wanting to choke Yi Rulin with her red sweet potato. An Nuo just smiled quietly after hearing this. Last night, she saw a shadow pass quickly by her window. Quietly, she opened the door and followed it, only to see Yi Rulin sneaking behind the back wall of the youth camp, hugging Mauzi while engrossed in eating. She felt disgusted and was about to leave when she heard Mauzi sweetly say, Baby, I found the master key. Yi Rulin's face lit up with a smile at the news. She quickly kissed Mauzi on the cheek, her voice loud enough to be heard from 8 meters away. Really? Of course. With the key, our plan can go ahead, Mauzi replied. Since I took a leave for drowning practice, I won't need to work. I'll find a chance to sneak into An Nuo's house and take all her money, she added. Baby, does An Jiqing really have money? Mauzi asked. Of course. Otherwise, how could she support a fool and build a house? Yi Rulin paused briefly, then continued. She's been making traditional medicine lately. I wonder how much she has left. Huh. Whatever she has, it's still more than us, Mauzi said. That's true, Yi Rulin agreed. Baby, I haven't touched you in days. I miss you so much, Mauzi said, reaching into Yi Rulin's clothes. Yi Rulin let out a soft cry and tightly hugged Mauzi's neck. They rolled into the grass together. Hearing the rustling sounds, An Nuo disdainfully used her small finger to pick at her ear. She felt like her ears had been contaminated. She wasn't interested in their dirty affairs. Just as she turned around, she bumped into a strong chest. Before she could scream, someone covered her mouth. Her nose was hurt, and tears welled up. She looked angrily at the culprit, ready to kick him and end his line. Darling, a deep, seductive voice whispered in her ear. An Nuo froze, almost ruining her chance at happiness for the rest of her life. Huachinian glanced at Yi Rulin and Mauzi, then covered An Nuo's mouth with one hand and grabbed her hips with the other, lifting her up. Startled, An Nuo hurriedly clung to Huachinian's neck, blushing from cheek to neck. He carried her with one arm, and she sat on his strong forearm. Though he was powerful, She wasn't a child. He carried her back to the room and laid her on the bed. "When did you start following me?" she asked. Under the moonlight shining through the window, An Nuo looked up at the tall figure of the man in front of her. Is it because she was too focused on eavesdropping on Yi Ruolin's secret that she didn't notice Qinian's approach? Fortunately, Qinian was following her. If he were a bad person, what could she do? Next time, she must not be so careless. Go out and follow. Qinian crouched in front of An Nuo, lifted her ankle, helped her take off her shoe, then sat on the bed, kicked off his shoes, and lay down with An Nuo, holding her close. If you follow me next time, you must warn me, or I might be scared to death. An Nuo snuggled in Qinian's arms, closed her eyes, and nuzzled his chest. Alone, dangerous. Qinian's voice was a little hoarse, and his big hands gently stroked An Nuo's back. Okay, I understand. I will definitely call you next time. An Nuo knew he cared about her, and a small smile appeared on her lips. Go to sleep quickly. You have to get up early. Before she finished speaking, all her words were swallowed by Qinian. This time, he charged like a wild beast, eager to leave his scent on every part of An Nuo's mouth. They kissed for a long time until Qinian finally released her, reluctant to part. Their foreheads touched, and warm breath brushed each other's faces. Love you, wife. Qinian's deep, desire-filled voice had a strangely charming quality. An Nuo was stunned for a moment, then leaned closer and lightly kissed his lips. An Yen, I like you too. I like you very much, very much. Wife, it's uncomfortable. Qinian tightened his arms, making An Nuo press closer to him. An Nuo felt something hard pressing against her thigh. In her previous life, she was a young woman growing up in the 21st century. Even if she had never been in love, she knew what she needed to know. After all, she had taken health class, so she wasn't naive. She really didn't expect Qinian to react like this in such a situation. She hesitated a little. What should she do? Should she just throw herself at Qinian and make him unable to back out? Or should she be more reserved, leaving a way out for both of them? Her mind was in chaos. Only Qinian's heavy breathing filled the air, and moonlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, shining on An Nuo's dark face. An Nuo didn't speak. She just stared blankly at Qinian. Wife, it's uncomfortable. Seeing her unresponsive, Qinian weakly said again. An Nuo snapped back to reality, cleared her throat softly, and said, An Yen, I know you're upset, but right now your mind isn't clear. I don't want you to regret in the future. Qinian gently kissed An Nuo's forehead and said firmly, I won't regret. An Nuo pursed her lips, made up her mind, and still refused him. No, An Yen. Nothing I say now counts. If you are clear-headed later and still want me, I will be there for you. I will wait for you. Okay? Qinian didn't quite understand what An Nuo was saying. He only caught the words, I will wait for you. His wife didn't dislike being close to him. She just wanted him to think carefully. But he thought clearly. He liked his wife and wanted to have children with her. Maybe his wife thought he was silly and didn't want to be close to him? Qinian felt a bit sad inside. His eyes felt hot, and his heart hurt like being cut by a sickle inch by inch, making it hard for him to breathe.
Got it.
An Nuo thought he understood and smiled, patting his back. All right, go to sleep now. That night, An Nuo slept very peacefully, but Qinian unexpectedly couldn't sleep. Of course, An Nuo didn't know this. An Nuo pulled herself out of her memories and chatted casually with Jiang Mei. She already had a plan in her mind. Was Yi Ruolin trying to steal her money? Then she would create an opportunity for her. Back in the 1970s, there were no cameras, so why worry about lacking evidence? It seemed that to settle everything once and for all, she had to catch her in the act. While thinking about how to deal with Yi Ruolin, An Nuo didn't pay much attention to Qinian. It wasn't until after breakfast that An Nuo noticed Qinian's unusual behavior. Qinian, who usually loved sticking close to An Nuo, kept his head down today and seemed uninterested in anything. Worried, An Nuo reached out and placed her hand on Qinian's forehead, asking An Yen, are you feeling unwell? Qinian looked up at An Nuo's caring face, holding back his sadness. He removed An Nuo's hand from his forehead, shifted slightly away from her, and shook his head, no. An Nuo was surprised by his sudden distance and felt a sharp pain in her heart, making her breathing difficult. "And Yen, did someone bully you when you went out today? Tell me. I'll help you get back at them." Last night, they had been very sweet together, so Huachinian wouldn't be upset with her. It must have been something that happened when he went to the black market. "No one bullied me." Huachinian lowered his eyes and shook his head without looking at An Nuo. Anna did not like how Huachinian seemed distant from her, feeling upset inside. She bent down and stood in front of Huachinian, holding his cheeks and forcing him to look at her. "Then why won't you let me touch you? Or is it because I made you unhappy?" Huachinian kept his eyes down, stubbornly silent. His attitude made Anna very anxious. It seemed she really had upset him. She thought hard about what she might have done to make him upset, then suddenly remembered last night. Tentatively, Anna asked, "Was it because I didn't let you get close last night?" Huachinian pouted, looking very sad. Relieved to have found the reason, Anna sighed softly. She placed her hands on his shoulders, leaned forward, and gently pressed her lips to his. She slightly opened her mouth and bit his lower lip. "Yen, if you say you're not regretting now, but you do later, there won't be any medicine for regret then." Huachinian frowned and stubbornly shook his head.
"No regrets."
"Wife, if you dislike me, I am foolish." Anna was angry at his words, so she bit him hard again, until she tasted a metallic flavor in her mouth. Then she let go.
"Ow."
Huachinian gasped in pain but endured without moving, looking even more aggrieved, with his eyes slightly reddening. Anna was a bit confused. Was he upset because he thought she disliked him? Or because she hurt him? "Fool! How could I dislike you? I told you. I can definitely cure you. Don't you believe me?" Huachinian looked down, as if he had done something wrong, not daring to look at Anna. His mind was very confused and he felt dizzy. Really dizzy. "Look at me," Anna insisted, grabbing his head and making him look at her. Anna, no matter if Nian is foolish or smart, I only like him in this life. Do you understand?" Huachinian suddenly stiffened and straightened up immediately. His wife said she only liked him. Haha, his wife liked him, she didn't dislike him. A strong happiness flooded him. He couldn't hold back anymore and hugged Anna tightly, sitting her on his lap, and kissed her fiercely. Anna sighed inwardly, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding passionately. This guy is so straightforward even when he's not thinking clearly. He probably remains a straightforward person even after he becomes more aware. Since he's so stubborn, once he's awake, don't blame her for taking full advantage of him. It's his own fault. The work bell rings, and Huachinian releases An Nuo, his eyes filled with desire. "All right, go to work. And bring breakfast to Xiaoyu too." An Nuo gets off Huachinian's lap, gently touches his cheek, and hands him the prepared lunchbox. Sweetheart, at home, Huachinian's earlier disappointment has completely vanished. Now he smiles softly, feeling very happy. "Okay, go now." An Nuo sees Huachinian off at the village youth station's entrance and waves goodbye. Watching his back disappear into the distance, she suddenly feels like a wife seeing her husband off to work, and she can't help but smile. Once he's out of sight, she turns to head back. Just a few steps away, she spots Yirulin peeking at her from the window. She keeps her gaze straight ahead, pretending not to see her. Back inside, An Nuo counts the money she earned from selling things these days. Surprisingly, she has saved up 1,000 yuan. If they worked a bit harder, they could become wealthy before 1980. She happily hides her wallet in a secret spot. Even if Yirulin searches the house, she won't find it. Everything is prepared. She then goes to the kitchen with the herbal medicine Huachinian bought to make the next batch of rejuvenating cream. Yirulin sees that An Nuo didn't go to work with Huachinian and feels a bit discouraged. She lies back on the bed, feeling down. It seems she needs to find another chance. Relaxed, she falls into a deep sleep. At noon, when Huachinian returns from work, his steps are lighter than before. An Nuo looks at him and smiles wryly, scratching her forehead in helplessness. She didn't expect that even when he's not fully awake, Huachinian is still a romantic at heart. If he becomes fully alert, will he be like this too? She suddenly becomes curious about how Huachinian will be after he wakes up. Thinking of this, her fingers unconsciously rest on his pulse, feeling his heartbeat. Based on his condition, in 3 months, most of the blood clots in his brain will dissolve, and the swelling will go down. This means, in the fastest case, there's an 80% chance he will wake up within 3 months. Just a few days of work have passed, and from his pulse, the swelling is shrinking, and the blood clots are dispersing. This is good news. If everything goes smoothly, he should recover in less than 3 months. Huatianai saw An Nuo checking Huachinian's pulse and asked nervously, "Sister-in-law, how is my brother's condition?" An Nuo withdrew her hand, smiled, and said, "It's good. The treatment has been showing clear results lately. After tonight's acupuncture, we'll check his pulse again tomorrow morning, and then we can adjust the medicine." Huatianai looked visibly relieved and asked, "That's great. So, my brother has hope for recovery?" An Nuo nodded, "Yes. In a month, I will take a Nien for another scan, and then we'll know the results." "That's wonderful." Huatianai clapped his hands and laughed. "Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be a great doctor. I went to many hospitals and saw many doctors, but no one could help. But here, everything is solved." Huachinian also thought his wife was amazing. He looked at An Nuo with admiration. Traditional Chinese medicine has been in our country for thousands of years. Our ancestors passed down their experience from generation to generation, which Western medicine can't compare to. Of course, I don't mean to dismiss Western medicine, but I respect our ancestors' wisdom more. It's just a pity that many traditional remedies have been lost over time, or they wouldn't have declined. An Nuo shook her head helplessly. If her grandfather's father hadn't foresaw the importance of preserving medical books and family recipes and hidden them away, they wouldn't have been confiscated. Otherwise, she and Huachinian might have been disabled or foolish for life. In the afternoon, Huatianai still took Huachinian to work together. An Nuo boiled some hot water, locked the door, and took a good shower inside. The dark medicinal ointment was washed away completely, and An Nuo looked at her scar in the mirror. It was ugly. She sighed and put the mirror back in the drawer. Scar removal is a long process that requires patience. After washing and dressing, she tidied up the house. She carried Huachinian's medicine to the kitchen to simmer. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. The two of them really are a perfect match, both turning into medicine jars. Just as she placed the medicine pot on the stove, an untimely voice appeared behind her. "With those scars, they'll never heal. It's better not to bother, or you might end up losing everything." An Nuo turned cold and looked back at Yi Rulin, who was leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. When Yi Rulin saw An Nuo's ugly face, she shivered in fear. "Oh my, look at your ugly face. Don't you know you're ugly? Why don't you cover up a bit before coming out to see people? Are you trying to scare everyone? You're really mean-hearted." In response to Yi Rulin's rude words, An Nuo only frowned with dislike. She didn't want to argue with a fool, especially since she didn't need to. The fool would jump into trouble on her own. All she could do was add fuel to the fire later. Seeing that An Nuo didn't argue back, Yi Rulin felt a little proud. That's right. What is An Nuo really worth? She's just a scarred woman who can only marry a fool and hide away her whole life. Soon, she would get An Nuo's money. She could see good days coming her way. She wanted to buy the best skincare cream and wear the prettiest dresses. Yi Rulin happily left. An Nuo watched her figure walk away, a cold look flashing in her eyes. She knew Yi Rulin and Ma Zi's plans, but didn't plan to expose them right now. Sometimes, letting the enemy reveal themselves in the sun was the best strategy. Afternoon passed quickly. An Nuo was busy in the kitchen preparing dinner. As the sunset painted the sky orange and red, it looked like a beautiful painting. An Nuo stood at the entrance of the youth station, watching the small path where Huachinian and Huatianai were returning home. Until the two tall figures appeared in her view, she raised her hand and waved toward them, and Yen, Xiaoyi. Huachinian saw An Nuo too, with a satisfied smile on his face. Huatianai looked tired but also smiled when he saw An Nuo. "Wife, I'm back," Huachinian said softly, a bit spoiled. He quickly walked over and hugged her. An Nuo gently patted Huachinian's back and softly said, "You must be tired. Go wash up and get ready for dinner." Huatianai stood nearby, watching their interaction with a hint of envy in his eyes. He cleared his throat to remind them he was there. An Nuo blushed slightly and softly said, "Xiaoyi, you should go wash up too." Huatianai nodded and turned to fetch water from the well to wash his face. Dinner was very delicious. Huachinian and Huatianai ate happily, praising An Nuo's cooking. After dinner, Huachinian helped clean up the dishes, while Huatianai went to the construction site to help build a house. An Nuo entered the room carrying traditional medicine, while Huachinian was busy wiping the table. He quickly dropped the cloth and took the bowl from An Nuo's hand. "Let me handle it. It's hot." "No need. It's cooled down early today. You should drink it quickly." "Okay." Huachinian nodded obediently. He held the bowl and gulped it down. After drinking the medicine, An Nuo happily handed him a piece of candy. "Lie down now." The moonlight shone through the window, casting a peaceful glow on the two of them. An Nuo gently stroked Huachinian's head, while the silver needles danced on his acupoints. Huachinian closed his eyes, feeling the warmth from An Nuo's fingertips. His heart was full of gratitude and love. He knew his wife was his salvation, the most important person in his life. After the treatment, An Nuo packed up her acupuncture tools and lay down beside Huachinian. Huachinian turned over and hugged An Nuo, his fingers wandering over her face. A tingling sensation spread through An Nuo's heart. She held Huachinian's restless hand. "What's wrong?" "The ointment is gone." "Yes, I washed it off." An Nuo paused, then continued, "We need to apply it again tomorrow. To fully remove the scars, we must keep at it." "Sweetheart, I'll help you." "Of course, you should help me. I can't reach my back." An Nuo found a comfortable position in Huachinian's arms, smiled softly, and closed her eyes. "Darling." Huachinian's voice was deep and husky, his fingers lingering on her waist.
"Ugh."
An Nuo bit her lip, opening her eyes helplessly. "Anian, don't move around. Be careful, or I might eat you up." Huachinian rolled over and pressed himself against An Nuo, whispering softly in her ear, "My love, I feel so uncomfortable." An Nuo felt his breath change slightly. In the dim light, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She couldn't blame herself for wanting to indulge him completely. He had willingly brought himself into her hands. Such delicious food. Who could resist? An Nuo raised her arm to wrap around Huachinian's neck. "If you're uncomfortable, then don't hold back." But would he really? She didn't dare to say the last part aloud. It seemed men couldn't stand hearing women say they weren't enough. Even if Huachinian was not fully awake now, she couldn't hurt his pride.
But
in her previous life, she had studied hard but had never practiced this kind of intimacy. She didn't know how. Huachinian heard An Nuo speak and smiled happily. He lowered his head, pressed his lips to hers, and pushed past her teeth into her mouth. They eagerly tore away the thin fabric between them, opening their hearts to each other. "Honey, honey," Huachinian's voice was hoarse, and he kept trying to ignite something with An Nuo. But if he was going to ignite, he should also put out the fire. He tried several times but couldn't get it right. Huachinian, like a puppy, kept fussing over An Nuo, calling honey. An Nuo felt like she was about to be burned to ashes. She wanted to get angry, but seeing Huachinian's pitiful eyes, swallowing her saliva, her tone softened. "Good boy, An Nuo. It's my first time too, I don't know how either." "Honey, maybe we can try again? Just give it a try."
tonight, she must belong to him.
She didn't know if Huachinian would succeed this time, but she heard that the first time was always painful. An Nuo tightened her arm around Huachinian's neck and softly said, "An Nuo, I'm afraid it will hurt. Be gentle." That seemingly light sentence completely overwhelmed Huachinian. Whether it was instinct or something else, he finally led his army to attack the city gates. The city gates fell, and countless soldiers stormed in, taking over freely. From then on, it was announced to the world that An Nuo belonged to Reconnecting forever. Before dawn the next day, Reconnecting woke up quietly, looking down at An Nuo, who was sleeping like a kitten in his arms. He gently kissed her burn on her skin again and again, with no fear or disgust in his eyes, only deep concern. After a while, he gathered her closer into his arms. From now on, she was only his. Maybe they would have a baby soon, and their family of 3 would stay together forever. Thinking of this, Reconnecting happily lowered his head and kissed An Nuo's forehead. An Nuo was awakened by the tickling, numb feeling on her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw Reconnecting's smiling eyes. She pouted playfully, "I'm so sleepy. Don't tease me." Reconnecting half smiled, looked down at her, and rubbed his fluffy head against her shoulder and neck, saying, "Honey, I feel uncomfortable." An Nuo suddenly opened her eyes wide, pushed Reconnecting's chest to keep him away, and shook her head desperately. "No, no more. If you come again, I'll die." Last night, Reconnecting finally learned on his own how to open the meridian channels. He kept trying for 3 hours, like baking flatbread, until An Nuo cried and threatened him that if he tried again, she wouldn't talk to him anymore. Only then did Reconnecting reluctantly give up. She hadn't fully recovered, but Reconnecting sounded the battle horn again. "What should I do now?" No, absolutely not. But in just a moment, the room was filled with the sounds of An Nuo whimpering and the squeaking of the iron bed frame. Under Reconnecting's persistent coaxing, An Nuo finally gave in. Eventually, she was so exhausted that she fell into a deep sleep again. Before sleeping, she cast a resentful glance at Reconnecting. A feeling of anger arose in her heart. Every woman who is worn out has a little male spirit behind her that drains her energy. Reconnecting looked up at the dim morning sky outside the window. The person in his arms was sleeping peacefully. She was truly very tired. He didn't want to wake An Nuo to cook for them, so he quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes and shoes, and tiptoed out of the room to the kitchen to cook. Cooking should be very simple. Every time he watched An Nuo cook, she seemed very relaxed. So he was confident he could do it too. Reconnecting also wanted to make a breakfast for his wife as a small surprise. Reconnecting began to busy himself. He scooped some rice from the rice jar, put it into the pot, and added water. He remembered An Nuo said the water should cover the rice by about a finger's width. He carefully measured it, thought it was enough, and started the fire. The flames flickered, reflecting on Reconnecting's face. He felt a little nervous but mostly excited. He wanted to prove that even with his limited intelligence, he could still take good care of his wife. He decided to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Reconnecting took 2 eggs from the basket, recalling how An Nuo made scrambled eggs, and imitated cracking and stirring the eggs. Then he poured some oil into the pan. When the oil was hot, he poured in the egg mixture. With a sizzling sound, the eggs quickly solidified into golden egg flowers. Reconnecting used a spatula to stir-fry. Though his technique was a bit clumsy, he managed to finish it. He took a knife and carefully cut the tomatoes he liked. His skill was not very good. The pieces were uneven, but he didn't give up and kept trying. Suddenly, an accident happened. While stirring the tomatoes, Reconnecting accidentally touched the edge of the pan with the spatula, causing sparks to fly. He was startled and instinctively stepped back, but accidentally bumped into the oil bottle nearby. The oil bottle fell, spilling oil all over the floor. Reconnecting panicked. He tried to pick up the oil bottle, but slipped and fell to the ground. The flames quickly spread, igniting the oil on the floor. "Fire!" Reconnecting shouted in panic. The fire spread quickly, filling the entire kitchen with thick smoke and flames. Reconnecting struggled to get up, trying to put out the fire, but it was too big. He was helpless. At that moment, Yang Yongnian, who was walking out of the dorm with his arms around his waist, saw the smoke billowing and immediately rushed in to help extinguish the fire. Seeing Reconnecting flustered and thinking about how Jiqing and Reconnecting had always targeted Yurulin before, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Reconnecting, are you cooking or fighting a battle? Look at this kitchen. It's almost destroyed by you." Reconnecting's face turned red. He knew he had messed up, but didn't know what to do. He could only stand there, helpless, letting Yang Yongnian mock him. An Nuo, still dreaming, seemed to hear Huachinian's cry. She suddenly sat up. She sat up too quickly, feeling like her whole body was about to fall apart. She rubbed her lower back with one hand, looked at the empty space beside her, and, despite the discomfort, got up to put on her clothes and left the room. When An Nuo reached the kitchen, she saw the thick smoke and immediately rushed inside, looking around for Huachinian.
Anyan? Wife.
Huachinian, covered in soot, was squatting on the messy floor. An Nuo immediately understood what had happened. Anyan, are you okay? An Nuo stepped forward, helped him up, checked him from head to toe, and finally let out a sigh of relief, asking with concern. Huachinian lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong. Wife, the kitchen burned. An Nuo didn't blame him. Instead, she gently patted his shoulder. It's okay, Anyan. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. Yang Yongnian crossed his arms and sneered coldly. Yi Jiqing, you're not even watching your own fool. Look at what this kitchen has become because of him. Everyone's waiting to eat and get to work, but with him like this, how can I cook? An Nuo's face suddenly turned cold. She looked at Yang Yongnian and said coldly, Yang Jiqing, what did you just say? Dare to say it again. Yang Yongnian was frightened by An Nuo's gaze. He stammered, I was just saying. What exactly? An Nuo's voice carried a hint of anger. Anyan may have a damaged mind, but he's still my husband. If you disrespect him, you're disrespecting me. Besides, Anyan spilled oil that belongs to my family, and he broke our food. The kitchen is dirty, I'll clean it. But that doesn't delay your cooking. If you wake up late and delay cooking, don't blame my family's Anyan. Yang Yongnian was speechless after An Nuo spoke to him. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at Huachinian, who was glaring at him with cold eyes. He lowered his head and dared not look at An Nuo anymore, slowly going to prepare the meal. An Nuo rolled her eyes at Yang Yongnian's back with disdain, then turned around and took Huachinian's hand gently. She said softly, Anyan, can you help me clean up the messy kitchen? I want to cook. Okay. Huachinian's eyes shimmered with tears. He thought to himself how kind his wife was. Even when he made mistakes, she didn't scold him. Suddenly, a scene flashed in his mind of his mother, Wu Tsuehua, tapping his head and scolding him. He frowned slightly. Worried that he might overthink, An Nuo held Huachinian's hand and said warmly, Anyan, you're the bravest person. You're willing to try and learn, and that's the most important thing. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is not having the courage to try. Next time you want to cook, I can teach you, okay? I'm useless, wife, Huachinian whispered. Who says that? Our Nyen is the best. An Nuo smiled and gently squeezed his hand. A warm feeling rose in Huachinian's heart. He tightly held An Nuo's hand, feeling grateful and full of love. After cooking and tidying up the kitchen mess, An Nuo took Huachinian back to their room. She helped him wash the soot off his face. Seeing Huachinian looking so disheveled, An Nuo chuckled softly and pinched his cheeks, pulling them outward. Oh, you. How can you be so adorable? Huachinian shyly showed his teeth and said, Wife, it hurts. An Nuo looked at him with love in her eyes and gently rubbed his cheeks, smiling. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She turned around, closed the door, and from a basket in the corner, took out a mouse trap. She raised an eyebrow, looked at the trap with a mischievous smile, and thought silently, Yirulin, you'll definitely like the big gift I have for you. Seeing An Nuo staring at the mouse trap in a daze, Huachinian leaned over and looked at her hand with a slight frown. He watched as An Nuo took the trap to the cage, then pulled out a small locked box. She took out the key and unlocked the small box. With a soft click, the lock opened. Inside the box, neatly arranged, were cash and receipts, money An Nuo had placed there to confuse Yirulin. Huachinian stood nearby, watching her actions with confusion in his eyes. He didn't understand why An Nuo had deliberately set a trap inside the small box. He scratched his head in puzzlement and asked hesitantly why. Mouse trap? An Nuo smiled softly, but did not directly answer Huachinian's question. Anyan, do you trust me? An Nuo turned her head, her gaze firm as she looked at Huachinian. Huachinian nodded without hesitation. I trust you. A warm feeling filled An Nuo's heart. She gently held Huachinian's hand. That's enough. You'll see everything when the time comes. After saying that, An Nuo carefully placed the small box back in its original spot and reset the mechanism. Her movements were quick and skilled, clearly not her first time doing this. Although Huachinian had doubts, he chose to believe An Nuo. He knew that everything An Nuo did was for their good. An Nuo and Huachinian carried lunchboxes to the fields to find Huatianai and deliver food. Huatianai didn't refuse. He took the lunchbox, opened the lid, and enjoyed the meal. Xiao Yi, I have something to tell you, An Nuo said seriously. Huatianai immediately realized it was important. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Huatianai looked serious, ready to confront anyone. No, An Nuo shook her head. She told him about Yi Ruolin and Mazi's plan to steal their money. Huatianai's face turned dark instantly. Those two troublemakers, I'll teach them a lesson. Huatianai clenched his teeth and turned to find Yi Ruolin and Mazi. Xiao Yi, don't be impulsive, An Nuo quickly stopped him. I already have a plan. They will pay the price. But I need you to watch Mazi closely. If he shows any signs of trouble, tell me immediately. Although Huatianai was angry, he understood that An Nuo's plan was more important. He nodded. Okay, I understand. I will keep a close eye on Mazi. An Nuo nodded with satisfaction. Let's catch them in the act and make them suffer the consequences. Good. I want to see how they cry. Huatianai's eyes flashed with a fierce light. At the youth camp, everyone had gone out to work. Yi Ruolin and the others had left completely, sure no one would come back. She quietly got up and tiptoed to An Nuo's door. Seeing that An Nuo's door was locked and knocking on the window confirmed An Nuo wasn't inside. She smiled excitedly. Meanwhile, Mazi was in the field, also seeing that An Nuo and Huachinian had come to work. Thinking about their plan with Yi Ruolin, he was eager to rush to the youth camp to meet her. Oh no! Mazi bent over, clutching his stomach and grimacing. The people around him saw he was unwell and asked with concern, Mazi, what's wrong? Maybe I ate something bad this morning. My stomach hurts, and I think I need to go to the bathroom, Mazi pretended very convincingly. But the people around him just rolled their eyes. An older woman loudly teased, lazy donkeys produce a lot of waste. I think you're just lazy. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone around burst into laughter.
Bah!
You're just like a dog that can't produce a pearl, Mazi shot back sharply at the woman. He clutched his stomach and held his backside, hopping towards the outhouse. The laughter behind him grew louder. Ignoring everything else, he waited until he was out of sight of the others, then spat on the ground and said, Bah! A bunch of poor folks. When I get rich, you'll see. Feeling proud, Mazi turned around, swung his arms, and strode confidently towards the youth commune. After Mazi left, Huatianai signaled to An Nuo. According to their plan, Huatianai put down his farming tools and ran to the collective farm.
An Nuo wanted to take Huachinian back to the youth commune.
As she passed by the land given to the youth, she saw Jiang Mei looking pale and about to collapse. Feeling uneasy, she changed direction and went to Jiang Mei, asking kindly, Jiang youth, why do you look so bad? Are you sick? Jiang Mei couldn't stand any longer. She held her stomach and squatted down weakly, waving her hand. I'm not sick. I need a break. An Nuo understood immediately. You're in this state, so what are you still doing here? We're about to go back too. I'll make you some red sugar water to drink.
Come on.
Jiang Mei really couldn't hold on anymore. Her stomach was hurting too much, so she didn't refuse and said, Thank you in Jiqing. An Nuo helped Jiang Mei up. We're all youth, helping each other is normal, isn't it? As they passed by Dong Yongsheng, An Nuo asked for Jiang Mei's leave, and they headed back to the youth commune together. Meanwhile, Yi Ruolin and Mazi didn't know their plan had been leaked and were still secretly feeling pleased. Baby, quick. While they're working, let's act now, Mazi said as he entered the youth commune, quickly taking out a long-prepared universal key from his pocket. Yi Rulin couldn't wait anymore. Hearing Ma Zi's voice, she hurried out without even tying her shoes. A glint of greed flashed in her eyes. Good, open the door quickly. They used the universal key to unlock the lock on An Nuo's door. With a click, the lock was opened. Yi Rulin and Ma Zi exchanged a glance, then proudly opened An Nuo's door and quietly entered. I know where she hid the money. Yi Rulin confidently walked to the chest, pushed aside the clothes, and took out a small locked box from the bottom. She happily hugged the box and placed it on the bed. Ma Zi's eyes lit up as he looked at the box. Then he cupped Yi Rulin's face and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. Baby, you're great. Hurry up, I can't wait to get the money. Yi Rulin excitedly used the key to unlock the box. After turning it a few times, the lock opened smoothly. They looked at each other and smiled, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. Yi Rulin's hands trembled as she opened the box. Inside, she saw neatly stacked cash and receipts. She reached out to grab them. Just as she took the money and receipts, a sharp pain shot through her finger, and she screamed loudly. Ah, what are you doing? Suddenly, Yi Rulin screamed again. Her hand was caught in a mouse trap, and blood immediately started to flow. An Nuo helped Jiang Mei as they reached the entrance of the youth station when they heard a terrible scream from her room. They exchanged a quick look and hurried over. At the door, they saw Yi Rulin's finger bleeding from the mouse trap, but she still clung tightly to the money and receipts. What are you doing? An Nuo's voice was cold, without any warmth. Inside, she sneered, thinking humans will die for money and birds for food. Ma Zi was also startled by the sudden situation. He turned to run, but Hu Qinian kicked him back into the room, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ouch, fool, killing someone. Ma Zi painfully clutched his chest and lay on the ground. He didn't expect Hu Qinian to be so fierce. This kick nearly sent him away. Hey, Jiqing, we were just... Yi Rulin stammered to explain, but An Nuo didn't give her a chance.
Just what?
An Nuo looked at Yi Rulin's blood-stained money and receipts with a mocking gaze, then frowned with disgust and coldly said, Yi Rulin, I thought you just had a sharp tongue, but I didn't expect your morals to be so bad. You stole money while we were out working at my house.
Exactly.
Now that everything is exposed, what excuse do you have? Jiang Mei, holding her stomach, looked disdainful. Yi Rulin used to rely on An Nuo for food and drinks. Now that An Nuo is married and won't share anymore, she surprisingly started stealing. Thinking about sharing a room with someone like her is terrifying. Yi Rulin and Ma Zi didn't know if they were more scared or hurt. Both looked very pale instantly. They knew that if this got out, their consequences would be very bad. Since they've already been caught, they might as well accept it. Ma Zi, enduring the pain, crawled up from the ground, grabbed a small box, and pulled Yi Rulin to run outside. But as soon as they stepped out, they saw Hu Tianai with the squad leader and the secretary standing at the door, looking serious. What are you doing? The squad leader's voice was loud like thunder, making Yi Rulin and Ma Zi tremble. Yi Rulin, pale, quickly hid her hands behind her back and stammered, We were just looking. Looking? Do you need to pick the lock? Hu Tianai sneered, his sharp eyes piercing through Yi Rulin and Ma Zi. Their faces turned even whiter. They knew they couldn't explain anymore. The squad leader and secretary looked upset too. They didn't expect such a thing to happen at the youth station. Ma Zi saw things were getting worse and loudly said to the squad leader, Squad leader, it's her. It's her who seduced me and asked me to find the master key. I have nothing to do with this. Yi Rulin, in disbelief, turned to look at Ma Zi. What did you say? Nothing to do with you? Enduring the pain, Yi Rulin slapped Ma Zi with her uninjured hand, saying, Are you a man? Letting me take the blame when something happens? Ma Zi didn't expect Yi Rulin to hit him. He grabbed her hair and hit her repeatedly, shouting, You cheap, dare to hit me? I'll kill you. An Nuo and Jiang Mei watched coldly, neither planning to get involved. Stop. Ma Zi, what are you doing? Let go of Yi Jiqing. The squad leader was so angry his face turned red and shouted at Ma Zi. Before anyone could react, Ma Zi suddenly pushed Yi Rulin away, pushed through the crowd, and ran off. Hui Tianai reacted quickly and immediately chased after him. Yi Rulin was caught securely by the squad leader, who noticed the mouse trap in her hand and the money she was clutching. "Oh, Yi Jiqing, you're so foolish." The squad leader released Yi Rulin and shook his head with regret. "How could you steal money?"
You, sigh.
The village secretary, who had been silent, looked coldly at Yi Rulin, whose legs were weak and almost unable to stand. "Yi Jiqing, everything has been found out. We can't protect you anymore. I hope you will reflect on your actions and become a better person after this." The secretary's voice was calm, but carried a firm authority. Yi Rulin swayed and fell to the ground. She didn't care about anything else and knelt at the secretary's feet, crying and begging, "Secretary, please. I can't go to jail. Please help me. I will return the money to An Jiqing. I won't dare do it again." Jia Mei sneered disdainfully. Yi Rulin's humble appearance was hard to watch. "Now you realize you were wrong? Is it a bit too late?" Yi Rulin knew she was doomed, but she was still unwilling to give up. She endured her shame and crawled to An Nuo's feet, but before she could touch him, he dodged away. "Jiqing Yi, when you covet someone else's money, you should think about the consequences of being caught. I won't forgive you, so you don't need to come and beg me." An Nuo's voice was deep and cold, making Yi Rulin shiver. Just then, Hui Tianai returned with Ma Zi. Ma Zi's face was scratched, clearly injured during a chase. Hui Tianai held Ma Zi tightly, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. "You are framing us." "I didn't do anything," Ma Zi shouted loudly, his voice full of despair. "Call the police." "No need to say more to them," An Nuo said calmly, with a tone of finality. Hui Tianai pressed down on Ma Zi, while Hui Qinian dragged the dazed Yi Rulin. They all walked toward the village office in a mighty procession. Passing through the fields, the villagers looked on with confusion. Soon, the news that Jiqing Yi and Ma Zi had stolen from An Jiqing spread throughout the entire village. The old woman who had teased Ma Zi earlier scoffed disdainfully, rolling her eyes almost to the sky. "I told you Ma Zi is no good. He's not even a lazy donkey that eats and more, he's just a shameless scoundrel." Someone else mysteriously said, "I heard Ma Zi and Jiqing Yi are having an affair. They teamed up, made a key, and while An Jiqing was working, they broke into his house and stole his money." Everyone knew Jiqing Yi was no good from the start. They're a perfect match, one scoundrel and one cheat. They deserve to be reformed together. Everyone burst into laughter. The police arrived quickly. Seeing that Yi Rulin still had a mouse trap in her hand, they asked the captain to call a doctor. The doctor came and briefly bandaged Yi Rulin's hand before leaving. The police learned the full story, took notes, and then took Yi Rulin and Ma Zi away. Ma Zi was unhappy about being caught and hated Yi Rulin even more. If Yi Rulin hadn't encouraged him, he wouldn't have done such things. He didn't want to be reformed. He still hadn't married yet. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. During the process of being taken away, he suddenly broke free from the police and tried to run away. "Stop right there." The police shouted loudly and immediately chased after him. There were only 2 officers on duty this time, one to watch Yi Rulin and the other to chase Ma Zi. Ma Zi ran desperately towards the back mountain, knowing that if he was caught, it would be the end for him. He ran very fast, with the police close behind. However, the police were not very familiar with the terrain of the back mountain. Soon, Ma Zi managed to shake them off and disappeared from sight. Everyone at the youth training site was shocked by this sudden event. They didn't expect Yi Rulin and Ma Zi to do such things. Yang Yongnian ran over with red eyes, wanting to question An Nuo. Before he could speak, Hui Qinian, full of anger, stepped in front of An Nuo, glaring coldly at Yang Yongnian. "And Jiqing, why do you keep targeting Yi Jiqing again and again?" Yang Yongnian was frustrated. He clenched his fists, gathered his courage, and shouted at An Nuo through Hui Qinian. An Nuo stepped out from in front of Hui Qinian and sighed deeply. "Yang Jiqing, what you're saying makes no sense. Am I targeting Yi Jiqing, or is she always causing trouble for no reason?" Hui Tianai didn't like Yang Yongnian. He thought Yang was a bit slow and couldn't believe he liked Yirulin, a very cunning woman. He stepped forward, standing beside Huachinian, and said coldly, Yang Jiqing is completely blinded by love. Yi Jiqing was caught red-handed at the time. When the police arrived, she was still holding money from my sister-in-law. Are you saying my sister-in-law targeted her? Well, tell me, could my sister-in-law force her to steal money? Moreover, Ma Zi himself said that Yirulin and he had a relationship. They had been together many times. Yang Jiqing, it's not your fault for trusting the wrong person, but the facts are clear. If you pretend not to see, you deserve to be fooled. An Nuo spoke sharply, showing no mercy to Yang Yongnian. If a stick can't wake him up, then resenting them later will only cause more trouble. There are many things in the capital city that she needs to handle. She really doesn't want to waste energy on petty fights here. She just wants to live peacefully for a few days. Yang Yongnian's face turned very pale, looking very defeated. Dong Yongsheng sighed, hugged Yang Yongnian's shoulders, and took him back to the dormitory to comfort him properly. An Nuo looked around but didn't see Jiang Mei's figure. She thought Jiang Mei might be feeling unwell and had gone back to her dorm. Xiao Yi, there's dried noodles and eggs at home. Take a yen to make some noodles. Just make do with that for lunch, An Nuo said tiredly, pinching her brow. After a busy morning with Huachinian's antics and all the things she went through, she was really exhausted now and didn't want to cook anymore. Huatianai also noticed An Nuo's fatigue. He patted his chest and said, Don't worry, sister-in-law. My cooking might not be as good as yours, but it tastes pretty good. You should rest now. Rest, wife. You're tired. Huachinian gently stroked An Nuo's head with his hand, showing his concern. An Nuo smiled and nodded, then went to her room to find some brown sugar, packed some, and headed to Jiang Mei's dorm. After Yirulin and Ma Zi were taken away, Jiang Mei, who was on her period and had stomach pain, didn't go to the team office to watch the excitement. Instead, she looked pale and went back to her dorm to lie down. Just as she was feeling drowsy, she sensed the door opening. She fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. How are you feeling? An Nuo asked with concern, while also pouring red sugar water into Jiang Mei's cup from the thermos she picked up from the ground. I'll make you some red sugar water. It might make you feel better. An Nuo looked at Jiang Mei's complexion, which was not good at all, and her lips were pale. She knew some girls feel as if they're seriously ill during their period, feeling very uncomfortable. But having lived through 2 lifetimes, she was fortunate not to have experienced the pain of menstrual cramps. During those days each month, it was just a matter of coming and going without feeling much, apart from some inconvenience. It was no different from usual. Jiang Mei weakly propped herself up and sat by the bed, grateful, and looking at An Nuo. Thank you. There's no need to be so polite with me, An Nuo said, holding the steaming red sugar water and handing it to Jiang Mei. Then she sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes coldly sweeping over Yirulin's bed. Jiang Mei took the cup carefully and sipped it slowly, not noticing the look An Nuo cast toward Yirulin's bed. Jiang Mei sipped her red sugar water while chatting casually with An Nuo. As they talked, the conversation naturally turned to Yirulin. Now you'll have to stay alone in the dorm, An Nuo said with a small smile. I think it's good. No one will bother me for no reason, and I can have peace, Jiang Mei replied. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other without words. Jiang Mei hesitated for a moment before softly asking and Ziking, Did you already know about Yirulin's plan? She had been lying on her bed, thinking hard. It seemed strange that Ziking suddenly returned, as if he knew everything. Plus, the timing of his return was too perfect, almost as if the team leader and the secretary had arrived on schedule too. So she believed that Yirulin and Ma Zi's conspiracy hadn't escaped Ziking's notice. If that was true, An Nuo didn't hide anything. She nodded calmly and told Jiang Mei the truth. Hearing this, Jiang Mei's face showed mixed feelings. She forced a small smile and secretly felt relieved. Luckily, she had taken the initiative to be friendly with An Nuo earlier, instead of joining Yirulin in betraying her. Otherwise, with An Nuo's cleverness, she might not have fared well either. After saying goodbye to Jiang Mei, An Nuo left the dorm. She looked at the sunset, smiled slightly, and felt relaxed inside. After dinner, Huitianai hurried to the construction site. Recently, he had been busy watching out for Yi Ruolin and Ma Zi, and hadn't yet visited the new home he and Huichinian had built for the coming years. An Nuo, when you have free time, let's go see how the new house is coming along, An Nuo said after taking a shower. She sat in a chair, applying a rejuvenation cream in front of the mirror, while Huichinian stood behind her with a cloth, gently helping her wipe her hair. Okay, look, new house. An Nuo looked at Huichinian in the mirror and smiled. Then she continued, by the way, tomorrow let's go to the county hospital to see your mother. Huichinian paused with his hand on her hair, frowning. No, I don't want to go. An Nuo put down the bamboo stick, turned around, and hugged his waist. She looked up at him. An Nuo, I know what you're thinking. Even though her illness is fake and she'll naturally recover in 3 months, others don't know that. Rumors can be scary and we still need to go through the proper steps. Huichinian pursed his lips, reluctantly nodding in agreement. An Nuo had already applied cream to the parts she could reach herself. Only her back remained, and she had to rely on Huichinian for that. Although they were now married, facing each other so openly still made An Nuo feel a little shy. And holds the ointment, blushes, and shyly hands it to Chinian, glancing to the side and avoiding his gaze. An Nuo, can you help me apply it to my back? Sure. Chinian immediately takes the ointment without hesitation and takes off her top, revealing a back full of scars. Is it very ugly? Not ugly at all. Chinian gently and carefully applies the ointment, his eyes full of affection. Wife, no matter what, it's all good. Hearing Chinian's words, An's smile nearly reaches her ears, unable to hide her happiness, even with a smile as bright as the sun. Wife, does it still hurt? Chinian softly asks, showing concern, and gently shakes her head, smiling softly. It doesn't hurt anymore. Chinian kisses An's shoulder tenderly, his voice firm. From now on, I will protect you. And feels deeply touched, tilting her head to look into Chinian's eyes. She leans gently on his shoulder and whispers, An Nuo, as long as you're here, I am not afraid of anything. Night falls, and the candlelight at the youth station gradually dims, the whole team enveloped in quiet peace. And Chinian sit close together, holding hands tightly. They know that as long as they support each other, nothing can stop their progress. The next morning, sunlight filters through the curtains and falls on An's face. She opens her eyes, looking at Chinian sleeping peacefully beside her, feeling a warm wave in her heart. And quietly gets up, prepares breakfast, and then wakes Chinian. After they eat and drink well, she carries a lunchbox to deliver to T&I. Then they head to the team office to ask for leave from the team leader and take Chinian to the county town. She knows that although Chinian has cut ties with his original family, she fears gossip and doesn't want others to criticize him. So, she still goes through the formalities. They board a bus at the village entrance, swaying all the way to the county town. They buy some pastries and canned food at the supply and marketing cooperative and take the items to visit Chinian's mother, Wu Tsuehua, at the county hospital. On the way, Chinian remains silent, his brow furrowed, his mood not good, and gently holds his hand and softly says, An Nuo, don't worry, I am here. Chinian looks at An, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but he finally nods. Recently, his mind keeps flashing with his mother's harsh face and the hurtful words she used to say. He even remembered that when he was in the army, his mother would often write him letters asking for money. If he didn't send it, she would say some harsh words and even tell him to leave if he didn't give her the money. He had no choice but to borrow from his comrades. But everyone was struggling, so he only took on tasks, risking his life to get more support. When these images flashed through his mind, his heart felt like it was being stabbed. He even wondered if he was truly his mother's child. He didn't tell An Nuo about these memories because he was afraid they were just his own thoughts. After all, everyone called him a fool. In the hospital corridor, the smell of disinfectant was strong. An Nuo asked the nurse for the room number of Wu Tsuehua. She held hands with Huichinian and found a room, then pushed the door open and went inside. The room was lively, with 6 patients and many family members, packed full. There was an unpleasant smell in the room, so strong that An Nuo leaned back, feeling a bit reluctant to go in. But it was too late to turn back now. Just as they stood at the door, Horfufu and Li Chunya inside saw them. They looked surprised to see An Nuo and Huachinian. "Hey, isn't this in Jiqing? Why are you here?" Li Chunya said with a hint of disdain. An Nuo ignored her sarcasm. She placed the pastries and canned food on the bedside table and smiled. "We heard Aunt Wu was sick, so we came to visit." Wu Tsuehua was lying in bed, pale. When she saw An Nuo and Huachinian, a trace of resentment flickered in her eyes. She snorted coldly and said, "I can't accept your kindness." Li Chunya echoed, "Exactly. You unfilial children. How dare you come to see our mother?" An Nuo looked around and noticed that others in the room were watching them with strange, cold eyes. "Oh, since we're not welcome here, we'll leave," she said. Then she was about to take the pastries and canned food from the bedside table. Li Chunya saw her trying to take the items and suddenly lunged forward, grabbing them tightly to her chest. "What are you doing?" she asked. An Nuo sneered and said, "What am I doing? I just want to ask what your family plans to do. You stole An Yen's pension and you didn't even give him decent clothes. Your whole family is leeching off An Yen. Now he's hurt and turned into a fool, and you've abandoned him. Do you still have the nerve to say we're unfilial? Since that's the case, we might as well accept the blame. There's no need to give any more gifts. We won't give any more gifts." Saying this, An Nuo reached out to push Li Chunya, trying to take back the items they bought. An Nuo knew that if she didn't expose Wu Tsuehua's false face, she and Huachinian would be misunderstood and become the target of blame. Although she didn't have much contact with his family, she knew they were the kind of people who liked to take small advantages. The best way to punish them is to make sure they get nothing in return. Oh, heavens! Why did I have such a foolish son and marry such a dishonest daughter-in-law? My wife is sick and can't even eat a grain of rice. Wu Tsuehua saw Li Chunya fall behind and felt very anxious. Her legs couldn't move, so she could only lie in bed crying loudly. During her hospital stay these days, she had been eating hospital food, which was very bad, worse than pig feed given by their team. But An Nuo, who had money, brought cakes and canned food. From the envy in the eyes of her fellow patients and their families, it was clear that not everyone could afford to eat such things. "Young wife, you're going too far. No matter how wrong she is, she's still your mother-in-law." One of the fellow patients couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in to advise. "Madam, don't try to persuade others to be kind if you haven't suffered yourself." An Nuo took back the items and handed them to Huachinian, then brushed her hair behind her ear. "She's not my mother-in-law. She personally handed me a letter of disownment. We have no relation now. The only reason she's here today is because she's using my husband's mother's name." Everyone in the ward was surprised to hear An Nuo's words. Even if we cut ties, she's still his real mother. Wu Tsuehua's face turned very ugly as she loudly protested. An Nuo, feeling a bit annoyed, scratched her forehead. "Are you sure An Yen is your biological son?" Wu Tsuehua angrily shouted. "He's not my son. Did I give birth to him, or did you?" Hearing this, An Nuo couldn't help but laugh out of anger. Everyone in the ward shook their heads in silence. Huachinian frowned, looking unhappy. He tugged at An Nuo's sleeve. "Wife, let's go home." At this, everyone in the ward realized that Huachinian was acting strangely. They started whispering among themselves. "That young man is handsome, but he's really a fool. It seems what that young wife said is true. Yeah, when things were good, he took advantage of her. Now the fool just cut ties. If it were me, I wouldn't even want to look at this." Really, the young wife still looks at her, and she's acting proud, acting like she's someone important. Their eyes on Wu Tsuehua's family turned cold, clearly unhappy with their behavior. An Nuo didn't have time to argue with Wu Tsuehua about unnecessary things. She didn't need to prove anything to those around her, so she grabbed Huachinian's hand and left. Actually, she came to the county for 2 reasons. First, to take pictures of Huachinian, and second, to give Wu Tsuehua a hard time. Now that her goals were achieved, she happily left. As they left the ward, they heard Wu Tsuehua and Li Chunya insulting them with rude words behind their backs. Just a useless, angry person. An Nuo smiled triumphantly. She gently held Hu Qinian's hand and softly said in Yen, "Don't be sad.
You still have me."
Hu Qinian looked at An Nuo, a warm feeling flashing in his eyes. He knew she truly cared for him. He tightly held her hand, feeling very grateful. "Let's go register and get the scan done." An Nuo happily pulled Hu Qinian to the line for registration. Hu Qinian had been taking traditional medicine and acupuncture for some time. An Nuo wanted to see how well the treatment worked, so she could adjust the plan if needed. An Nuo's finger gently brushed the edge of the CT scan image. Her mood was like a roller coaster, full of ups and downs. Joy, surprise, relief, mixed feelings swirling inside her. She took a deep breath, calmed her excitement, and held Hu Qinian's hand. "Yen, good news. You're recovering very well. In less than 3 months, you'll be back to normal." Hu Qinian was also very excited. He was a bit silly now, unable to help his wife much. He didn't want his wife to worry or tire herself out. Especially when he saw her look weak and exhausted after acupuncture, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. And soon, they would have a baby. He couldn't let the family burden fall entirely on his wife. So, he wanted to recover quickly and take on his responsibilities as a man. "Wife, be happy." "Yeah, I'm very happy." An Nuo hugged Hu Qinian's waist, buried her face in his chest, her eyes welling up, her nose feeling sore.
She was happy for Hu Qinian.
He could finally shake off the full label. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief, but also some worry. Would Hu Qinian accept her after he fully recovered? An Nuo quickly pushed away the messy thoughts in her mind. Now, she must focus on adjusting the prescription and quickly curing Hu Qinian. Hu Qinian is not an object. She can't selfishly keep him by her side. Even if she really can't bear to part with him. She knows she has fallen in love with Hu Qinian. An Nuo took the new prescription to the previous doctor to get some herbal medicine. The doctor was surprised to see Hu Qinian recovering so well. "Your prescription really works." The doctor looked at Hu Qinian's scans with bright eyes. "After a few more doses, the swelling and blood clots in his brain will go away." "Not bad, really good." An Nuo smiled softly and took some pastries and canned food from her basket, placing them on the doctor's desk. "If it weren't for your help with the medicine, my husband wouldn't recover so quickly. Please accept these as a small token of our gratitude." The doctor looked at An Nuo and then at Hu Qinian, feeling that this couple was quite earnest. He pushed the pastries and canned food back. "Medical treatment costs money. I appreciate your kindness. If you need anything in the future, just come to me." "Thank you so much, doctor." An Nuo knew the doctor meant well, but they couldn't be ungrateful. She pulled Hu Qinian to run outside, still turning back to smile at the doctor. "Doctor, eat more sweets to stay happy and smile more often." They ran far away. The doctor looked at the pastries and canned food in his hand, a faint smile on his face. He shook his head with some helplessness and put the items into the cabinet, continuing his consultation. After leaving the hospital, she thought that when they returned to the youth commune, there wouldn't be time to cook. "Yen, do you want to eat meat buns?" An Nuo playfully shook Hu Qinian's arm like a child. Hu Qinian gently pinched her nose affectionately. "Are you craving it?" An Nuo swallowed hard and nodded. The big buns of this era have thin skins, large fillings, and plenty of ingredients. Biting into one, the oily juice swirls on the tongue, so delicious. In her previous life, she was used to eating meat, and this life she often ate wild game. Lately, she's been busy with Yirulan and hasn't had a big bite of meat. Honestly, she's starting to crave it. Buy the buns." Hu Qinian silently patted An Nuo's head, signaling her to lead the way, as he couldn't remember the way clearly now. "Oh yeah, let's buy buns." An Nuo happily gestured excitedly and ran with Hu Qinian. They arrived at the state-run restaurant, thinking about the 2 hungry young men at home. An Nuo decisively bought 20 steaming meat buns. People around her looked at her strangely. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, An Nuo forced a smile and said, "Oh, well, no choice. Lots of family members. We only get to eat big buns once a year. One for each of us to try." The onlookers' strange gazes turned to sympathetic looks. Seizing the moment, An Nuo quickly pulled Huachinian away. After they walked a bit farther, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. When they had laughed enough, Huachinian reached out and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of An Nuo's eyes with his thumb. "You and Xiaoyi eat too much. From now on, let's make our own buns. Otherwise, we'll have to explain every time we buy some. Okay, wife. Teach me." "Sure." An Nuo took the chance to pinch Huachinian's cheek. "Once I learn, I'll leave the bun making to you. I'll just handle the filling."
Deal.
Huachinian looked at An Nuo with a tender gaze that seemed to shine. They laughed and joked as they walked along. Suddenly, they remembered that Huachinian had burned the kitchen, leaving only the bottom of the oil pot, and spilled oil everywhere. An Nuo then pulled Huachinian to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy oil and seasonings. On the way to the bus stop, An Nuo unexpectedly saw a scrap collection station. She knew she had to take the college entrance exam. Although she had a master's degree in her previous life, she graduated many years ago, and some of her knowledge had long been forgotten. To successfully get into Jing University, it seemed unrealistic not to review using the high school textbooks from this era. She never fought unprepared. From now on, she had to find high school textbooks. "Sir, do you have high school textbooks here?" An old man, dressed in ragged clothes and looking dusty, sat in front of a pile of scrap, sorting through it. He looked at her expressionlessly when he heard her voice. "Now looking for high school textbooks?" He cautiously glanced around and, seeing only the two of them, lowered his voice and said, "Quiet now. You don't want to attract the inspection team." An Nuo suddenly remembered that the exercise was not over yet, and she had to be careful. It seemed she had been living too comfortably lately and had forgotten what society was like now. She also lowered her voice and asked, "Sir, do you have high school textbooks?" "Yes, but they're expensive. 10 yuan. The old man continued sorting the scrap, but when he mentioned money, he looked back at An Nuo. Without hesitation, An Nuo agreed, "Okay, 10 yuan is 10 yuan. As long as you have them." The old man said nothing. He stood up, hunched his back, and went into the dilapidated house to bring out a stack of high school textbooks, placing them at An Nuo's feet. An Nuo's eyes lit up, and a smile quickly spread across her face. Wow, they really have everything. An Nuo took out a large bundle of food from her bag and handed it to the old man. Seeing the bundle, the old man smiled slightly, took it, and tucked it into his chest pocket. Before An Nuo could take her textbooks back, he found some scrap paper and helped her wrap the textbooks tightly. From the outside, it was impossible to tell they were textbooks. An Nuo didn't expect the old man to be so kind. Her attitude toward him became even more respectful. Huachinian carefully placed the wrapped textbooks at the very bottom of the basket, with their purchased grains, snacks, and other supplies on top. After saying goodbye to the old man, An Nuo and Huachinian went to the station and boarded the bus back to the commune. When they arrived, just after work ended, An Nuo saw Huachinian's back from afar. She happily grabbed Huachinian and ran, waving toward Huatianai, "Xiaoyi, wait for us." "Sister-in-law, where are you two going?" Huatianai stopped to wipe his sweat. When An Nuo and Huachinian ran over, he asked curiously. It was after work, and there were many people coming and going. Seemingly casually, An Nuo loudly said, "Hey, An Yen's mom is in the hospital because she's sick. Even though they've cut ties, she's still An Yen's mom, so we bought some pastries and canned food to visit her." Well, when we got there, who knew they wouldn't welcome us and even drove us away? Yeah, since they cut ties, they're worse than strangers. We went all out, only to get cold treatment. In the future, we won't have anything to do with the Hua family. Finally, An Nuo added, "No matter what anyone says, it's no use." Huatianai nodded in agreement, coughing lightly, and echoed, "That family loves to take advantage. They're not good people. Whoever wants to acknowledge those relatives, that's up to them." We're not involved anymore. An Nuo and Huitianai finished their conversation and left, ignoring the colorful expressions of the onlookers. They headed toward the youth commune, where villagers were busy catching crickets. When they reached the room, An Nuo and Huitianai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister-in-law, don't tell me you and my brother traveled all the way to the county just to provoke the Hor family. Huitianai took a basin from the shelf, still joking with An Nuo. An Nuo smiled happily, reached out to help Huitian take down her backpack. They bully An Yen so much, and now they want to squeeze money from us. They're dreaming. Today, our main goal at the county hospital was not to bother the Hua family, but to take some X-ray images of An Yen. Afterward, An Nuo took out the CT scan and handed it to Huitianai. Look, An Yen is recovering very well. He'll be back to normal soon. Huitianai set aside the basin, worried about dirtying the scan, and wiped his hands on his clothes before carefully examining it. Although he didn't understand everything, he had seen a similar scan before. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his voice trembled as he said, "That's wonderful. My brother can finally get better." Huitianai excitedly tried to hug Huitian, but Huitian quickly dodged him, without mercy. Huitian moved to An Nuo's side, reached out his long arm, and pulled her into his embrace. "Hug my wife. Brother, you're really..." Huitianai finally managed to hold back his tears. All right. A buddy is not as good as a wife, right? Can't I just walk away?" Fuming, Huitianai grabbed the basin and left the room to wash his hands at the water well. An Nuo chuckled and patted Huitian. "Your brother wants to get close to you. Why are you hugging me?"
Groß.
Huitian made a face in disgust, then lowered his head and kissed An Nuo on the forehead. "Wife, you smell good." Shyly, An Nuo blushed and pinched Huitian's waist. "An Yen, you're getting bad." Huitian bent down and whispered in An Nuo's ear, his voice low and deep. "Only for you, wife, bad." An Nuo felt fireworks explode in her mind. Is this the same Huitian she knew? Before she could even process it, she was already being avoided.
All right.
Go wash up quickly. An Nuo felt she might burst into flames if she listened to Huitian's nonsense any longer. She hurriedly pushed him out of the room, telling him to wash with Huitianai. Turning back to her room, An Nuo covered her blushing face with her hands. What should she do? She loved this version of Huitian so much. Later, An Nuo went to the kitchen. She rinsed the mustard greens, mixed them with some seasoning, and added a few drops of sesame oil. The simple pickles suddenly became delicious. She prepared a cup of malted milk for each of the three of them, then placed the buns into a basin and made some dipping sauce. Huitianai sat casually on a stool, grabbed a bun, and poured some of the sauce into it with a spoon. He took a big bite, and his face lit up with happiness. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing," he said, giving An Nuo a thumbs up. "Even the simplest food tastes incredible when you make it."
All right.
"Stop praising me. I'm almost floating." An Nuo smiled, took a bun, and placed it into Huitian's bowl. "Eat quickly. Husband, eat." Huitian also picked up a bun and fed it directly to An Nuo's mouth. An Nuo smiled and took a bite.
So delicious."
Huitianai suddenly felt that the buns didn't smell good anymore. He rolled his eyes and slapped his forehead. "Can you two consider my feelings?" An Nuo also felt a bit embarrassed. She picked up her teacup. "Come on, let's celebrate An Yen's recovery early today. Cheers together." Huitianai and Huitian looked at each other and smiled. They raised their teacups and clinked them with An Nuo's, then took a sip. "An Yen, this is an early celebration for you. When you fully recover, we will celebrate properly again," An Nuo said happily to Huitian. Huitian's eyes filled with gratitude. He tightly held An Nuo's hand.
"Thank you, wife."
Huitianai also said excitedly, "Brother, I'm really happy for you." Their laughter echoed in the youth station. Their mood was as bright and warm as the sunny noon. Since she took a day off, An Nuo didn't want to waste such good weather. She took Huitian to go up the mountain to pick herbs. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, shining on the winding mountain trail. An Nuo and Huitian walked side by side toward the back mountain. An Nuo, look at this weather, it's really nice. An Nuo looked up at the blue sky and smiled. I really like peaceful days like this. They make me feel safe. I do too, I like it, Huachinian nodded. His gaze stayed on An Nuo, as if only she was the scenery in his eyes. Do you know? Since I was old enough to understand, I was told that if I didn't work hard, I would be eliminated, lose resources and connections, and be trampled into dust. I would never turn things around in my life. I really feel exhausted every day. An Nuo remembered the dark, sunless life of her previous life and couldn't help but shiver. Her biological father and her half-siblings were not kind. They often fought fiercely. Now, thinking back, An Nuo believed her death in her past life was definitely not an accident. But now she was here, meeting Huachinian. She wanted to thank the person who had hurt her. An Nuo sneered coldly, her eyes turning dark. Huachinian put his arm around An Nuo's shoulders. An Nuo leaned her head on his shoulder. Wife, I am here for you, and nodded with a slight smile and looked up at Huachinian, giving him a gentle warning. If you dare to betray me or cheat on me, I will definitely get rid of you. Okay. Huachinian chuckled softly and tapped An's nose with his finger. I'm not threatening you, really, I mean it. Okay. This is what you promised. Don't regret it later. No regrets. Nan, this is my best brother and comrade, Huachinian. The handsome man in uniform draped his arm around Huachinian's neck, clearly in a good mood. He's older than you, so you can call him brother. Opposite the uniformed man is a fairy-like girl in a light blue dress. She smiles slightly at Huachinian. Her smile makes Huachinian suddenly feel a bit off balance. He feels like everything around him has lost its brightness. The scene shifts. Huachinian is now sitting on the sofa in the living room. The girl, with 2 braids hanging down in front of her chest, sees Huachinian and brightens up, jumping down the stairs happily. Brother An Nuo, I got into the art troupe. Do you think I'm amazing? The girl stands in front of Huachinian with her arms behind her back, looking proud. The scene shifts again. The large living room is bustling with people, glasses clinking. Huachinian stands among the crowd with a cold expression, the pain in his eyes fleeting. The handsome man in uniform raises his glass to Huachinian, while the girl stands close to him, affectionately looking at him with a tilted head. Brother Nuo, you've returned from your mission? I thought you wouldn't make it to my and Nan's engagement party. Suddenly, a rustling sound rings in Huachinian's ears. He suddenly opens his eyes. His body, which was leaning against a tree trunk, stiffens instantly, and his gaze becomes a bit blank. He had just felt dizzy and sat down to rest, not expecting to fall asleep. What was that scene in his dream? Who was that man? And who was the girl that made his heart ache? Those images were brief, but felt very real, as if they were all things he had experienced before. Huachinian irritably shakes his head and presses his fingers gently on his temples. The rustling sound wakes him again. He looks up and sees a wild chicken flapping its wings nearby. He instinctively picked up a small stone nearby, squinted his eyes, raised his arm, and threw the stone accurately at the blind wild chicken. Huachinian supported himself with one hand, quickly stood up, and calmly walked over to the chicken. He bent down, picked it up, and used a grass rope from nearby to tie it up. Tonight's dinner was secured. Huachinian happily clapped his hands and looked around, finally spotting a small figure in the northeast, focused on gathering herbs. After finding An Nuo, Huachinian couldn't help but smile softly. He picked up the chicken and walked toward An Nuo. Wife, look. Huachinian excitedly showed her his catch. An Nuo stood up, smiled, and walked over, patting Huachinian's shoulder. Our onion is really amazing. Today, we're lucky to have a good meal. Huachinian stared closely at An Nuo's star-like eyes, and suddenly, they seemed to overlap with the eyes of a fairy in his dreams. His heart ached again. When he looked at An Nuo once more, a faint feeling of guilt arose in his heart. He reached out and gently touched her hair. His wife was the most important person in his life. How could he betray her and dream of a fairy in his dreams? Especially since that fairy was engaged to someone else. Huachinian silently scolded himself, feeling guilty, and quickly changed the subject. Shall we go back? An Nuo looked at the medicinal field ahead and then at her basket, which was mostly full. I'll dig for a little longer. It's rare to come out here, so I want to fill my basket before we leave. All right, I'll stay with you. The two continued working on the mountain until the sun began to set in the west. As they walked down the mountain, An Nuo suddenly stopped, her expression becoming a bit complicated. Anyan, I have something to tell you, she said in a low, slightly tense voice. Huachinian turned to look at her, a bad feeling rising in his heart. I might need to go back to Jing City, An Nuo said slowly, taking a deep breath. She had heard from Jiang Mei that after the busy farming season, the educated youths had a few days of leave to visit family. Since she decided to help her original owner seek revenge, she needed to understand the situation well to be prepared. So she wanted to quietly return to Jing City and secretly observe the current life of her brother-in-law's family. She had taken over the original owner's body, but since the original was burned in a fire, many memories were incomplete and fragmented. It was like she had PTSD. She could only personally go to Beijing to see if she could remember anything after visiting the places she once lived and the people she once met. This way, she might find some clues from the original owner's memories. Huachinian's face suddenly turned pale, and his mood clearly became sad. He tightly held An Nuo's hand, his voice trembling slightly. Wife, are you leaving me? An Nuo's heart felt like it was being cut, knowing how much Huachinian depended on her and cared for her. But she didn't want to disturb her uncle's family when returning to the city, so she planned to leave quietly and come back quietly. It would be more convenient if she took Huachinian with her. She thought that during her absence, Huachinian could help take care of Huachinian first. That way, she could leave with peace of mind. But Huachinian didn't think the same way. In his simple mind, his wife just didn't want him anymore. An Nuo squeezed his hand gently and said softly, "It won't happen. I have important things to do in Beijing, and there might even be danger. If you're with me, I might get distracted. So, you and Xiaoyi stay at home and wait for me to come back, okay?" A hint of determination flashed in Huachinian's eyes. "No protection, wife." An Nuo nodded with emotion. She knew Huachinian would do anything to protect her, but she couldn't let him go with her to Beijing to take risks. She gently shook her head. "Anyan, you can't get involved in this. It's too dangerous." She paused and continued, "Just like the last time you saved me, I suspect it was someone sent by my uncle in Beijing. My uncle wants to kill me, and as long as I don't die, they won't give up." Suddenly, Huachinian felt dizzy. Flashbacks appeared in his mind. Two people hitting An Nuo with sticks, him fighting with the bad guys, being ambushed and hit on the head, holding An Nuo and fainting on the ground. "Anyan, what's wrong?" An Nuo saw that Huachinian's face looked strange and hurriedly supported him. Huachinian shook his head. His mind was becoming clearer, and he seemed to remember something. But his head was very painful, and those memories were like broken pieces, hard to piece together. "Scene's headache," Huachinian said, holding his head with pain in his voice. An Nuo felt both surprised and happy. Was Huachinian starting to recover clarity? She knew Huachinian healed quickly, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. She gently hugged Huachinian. "Anyan, having scenes in your mind means you're recovering. Don't force yourself. Take it slow, get used to this feeling gradually, and don't resist." Huachinian nodded and leaned on An Nuo's shoulder, feeling her warmth and comfort. His heart was full of mixed feelings, hope for regaining his memory and worry that his wife might leave him. He didn't understand why. Since seeing those scenes in his dreams, he had become more afraid that his wife would leave. It was as if a voice in his mind kept reminding him to hold her hand tightly and never let go. As if letting go would cause something important to slip away from his life. They stood quietly on a mountain trail, the sunset casting a golden glow on their figures. An Nuo held Huachinian's hand tightly and said firmly, "Anyan, I also want to find the lost memories, but I promise I will come back. I won't leave you." Huachinian still felt very sad and held An Nuo's hand even tighter. "Take me with you." So clingy. An Nuo shook her head helplessly. All right, after the busy farming season, I will go. She pointed at the wild chicken on Huachinian's hand and changed the subject. I'm hungry. Let's go home and cook the chicken, okay? Okay. Huachinian nodded obediently. They looked at each other and smiled, then held hands and continued down the mountain. Back at the youth commune, An Nuo started preparing dinner. She cleaned the wild chicken Huachinian caught and put it in the pot to stew. She also added some herbs to make the chicken soup tastier. Huachinian, who usually helped her actively, was nowhere to be seen. Huachinian's mind was full of thoughts about his wife returning to Beijing. He knew he wasn't thinking clearly now and couldn't come up with any ideas. But Huatianai was his brother. He was smart. Huatianai would definitely think of a way to keep his wife. Huachinian, like an ant on a hot pan, couldn't wait even a minute. He left the youth commune quickly and hurried toward the construction site. An Nuo finished cooking but still hadn't seen Huachinian. She couldn't help but feel worried. After placing the food in the room, she prepared to go look for him. She guessed Huachinian was upset after learning she was returning to Beijing and had gone somewhere to be sad. Thinking of this, An Nuo felt both sweet and worried. Sweet because Huachinian cared about her deeply. Worried because, after Qingming Festival, would he still rely on her like this? Especially now that Huachinian was getting better, her worries grew heavier. Under the moonlight, An Nuo gently touches the scar on her hand covered with ointment. She wonders if Huachinian, after Qingming Festival, will be scared when he sees all her scars. An Nuo's eyes show a hint of sadness. If Huachinian dislikes her, can she really force him to stay by her side? With her pride, she wouldn't do something so unreasonable. Before An Nuo leaves the workers' commune, she sees Huachinian and Huatianai walking back side by side. Big sister-in-law, you're still the best to me. Huatianai smiles happily, trying to flatter An Nuo. There was good food today, and my brother specially went to call me for dinner. I'm really touched. An Nuo says nothing, only smiling as she glances at Huatianai, who is happily clutching his chest. Dear wife, let's go home. Huachinian walks over to An Nuo with a guilty look, naturally holding her hand and pulling her toward the house. When the three arrive in the room, Huatianai goes to wash up, and Huachinian takes the initiative to serve the rice. An Nuo quietly glances at Huachinian, who keeps stealing glances at her. Yen, next time you go out, tell me first, okay? An Nuo sighs and pulls on Huachinian's sleeve. If you disappear without telling me, I'll worry. Huachinian lowers his head guiltily and sincerely apologizes, sorry. Just this once, I'll forgive you. Don't do it again, okay? Okay. All right, sit down and eat. Seeing that An Nuo and Huachinian have finished talking, Huatianai comes in with a basin. He places the basin down and sits confidently on a small stool, sniffing toward the braised chicken. It smells so good. Then eat more. An Nuo picks up chopsticks to serve Huachinian. I braised the chicken, and the chicken carcass was used to make medicinal chicken soup. You should all try it. Hua's sister-in-law's cooking is the best. Huatianai picks up a piece of chicken and happily chews it. An Nuo smiles slightly, then picks up a bowl, pours chicken soup for Huachinian, and places it in front of him. Yen, drink it while it's hot. It's good for your health. Her husband still cares for her and is close to her. Huachinian's tense lips finally curve into a nice smile.
He hands the bowl to An Nuo.
Wife, drink it. An Nuo takes a sip from his bowl. All right, you drink yours. I'll eat rice with the chicken soup. Sister-in-law. Huatianai, seeing An Nuo and Huachinian still acting sweetly, touches his nose. I heard my brother say you're going back to Beijing? An Nuo knew that Huatianai couldn't hold back his words and was just waiting for him to ask. Instead of replying first, An Nuo looked up at Huachinian, whose head was almost dipped into the chicken soup. Suddenly, she found Huachinian to be very adorable. She really wanted to reach out and touch his face. An Nuo cleared her throat softly and said, after the busy farming season, the educated youth have a chance to visit their families. I want to go back and see them just for a few days. Huatianai suddenly understood and slapped his forehead with his mouth open. It was all a misunderstanding. My brother thought you weren't coming back, and he was so scared he couldn't speak clearly. Sorry, sister-in-law. Don't blame my brother. He's really nervous about you and doesn't want to be apart from you. You have no idea when he ran to the construction site in a daze. It felt like the sky was falling. An Nuo sighed heavily, placing her hand over Huiqinyan's and holding it gently. You might not know, but after that fire, I lost many memories. I think those memories are very important. So, sister-in-law, you want to go back and find those memories? Yes, exactly. An Nuo nodded and squeezed Huiqinyan's hand. Since coming to the countryside, I've experienced 2 murders. I believe that if I can recover those memories, I can find important clues to catch the bad guys. An Nuo looked at Huiqinyan with deep affection. Their eyes met in the air, and Huiqinyan held her hand tightly, afraid she might leave. Since I married An Yen, I have to be responsible for him and our family. There's an unsolved murder case, and Ma Zi has escaped. No matter which, the enemy is in the dark, and I am in the light. There are too many uncertainties. An Nuo paused for a moment before continuing. It's already very hard for An Yen to recover. I don't want to see him fall into danger with me again. That's why I must go back this time. An Yen can only rely on you to take care of him for a few days. Huiqinyan looked at An Nuo thoughtfully. After a moment, he frowned and said seriously, but sister-in-law, you said those people want to kill you. If you go back alone, isn't that like a sheep entering a tiger's den? An Nuo forced a small smile. How can you get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This time, I'll go back secretly so they won't know my whereabouts. She looked at Huiqinyan and said, so if An Yen comes with me, the target will be too big, which isn't good for the plan. I can't take him with me. Huiqinyan nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take good care of my brother. Huiqinyan hesitated and said, it's just that my brother is very obsessed with his wife. He's a bit afraid of you leaving. No matter how I explain, he won't listen. An Nuo also sighed softly, feeling helpless. It's okay. There's still some time. I'll slowly help him understand. That's all we can do, Huiqinyan said worriedly, glancing at Huiqinyan before continuing to eat. That night, as usual, after taking his medicine, An Nuo gave Huiqinyan acupuncture. However, that evening, Huiqinyan seemed especially dependent, speaking softly and persistently, as if he had an unspoken longing. His movements were quick and deep, as if he was fully immersed, trying to show his attachment to An Nuo through this way. An Nuo understood that this was probably a sign of Huiqinyan's lack of security, and she chose to quietly go along and stay with him peacefully. Eventually, she couldn't remember exactly when she finished, feeling so tired that she had no strength to move her fingers. She also couldn't recall when she took a shower or put on clean clothes. All she knew was that before falling asleep, she curled up in Huiqinyan's warm embrace and gradually drifted into sleep. The next morning, An Nuo lay on the bed and opened her blurry eyes. She felt as if her whole body had been run over by a wheel, so sore that she almost fell apart. She groaned and didn't want to get up. As she moved, Huiqinyan also woke up. He reached out his long arm and pulled An Nuo back into his arms. It's still early, go back to sleep. An Yen, it's all your fault. An Nuo playfully hit Huiqinyan's chest. Today you cook, I can't get up. Huiqinyan closed his eyes and chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss the top of An Nuo's hair. I'll do it. Of course, you should do it. There's still some steamed buns and sweet potatoes at home. Just put them on the steamer and heat them up, An Nuo said softly. After finishing her sentence, she had already fallen asleep. Huiqinyan opened his eyes, looking at An Nuo's peaceful sleeping face, and couldn't help but kiss her lips again and again. He tightened his arm, holding them closer together. Last night, he dreamed again, dreaming of himself in combat gear, holding a gun, moving through a tropical rainforest. Was that a memory of something he had experienced before? For over a month and a half, except for a few days each month, Huiqinyan tirelessly sought and cultivated his feelings for An Nuo. An Nuo repeatedly explained her plans to Huiqinyan, but from his reactions, he still seemed anxious and not very enthusiastic. An Nuo was almost in awe of Huiqinyan's persistence. Fortunately, Huiqinyan's treatment was effective. From the recent scans, The swelling and blood clots in his brain had completely disappeared. In theory, Huachinian should have regained clarity and no longer been in a dazed, silly state. However, apart from progressing from only being able to say single words to forming full sentences, there was no sign of him returning to normal. An Nuo frowned as she checked Huachinian's pulse again. She withdrew her hand, rubbed her forehead, and thought that based on his pulse, he should have recovered. So, why was there still a problem? Huachinian smiled gently, reaching out to comfort An Nuo by patting her head. I'm doing fine now. It's definitely not your medical skills, he said. An Nuo looked at Huachinian with some dissatisfaction. Are you teasing me? Huachinian laughed loudly and affectionately pulled An Nuo into his arms. His large hand stroked her back to soothe her disappointment. You're my wife. How could I be teasing you? I love you so much I can't wait to be with you. Hearing this, An Nuo couldn't help but smile happily. She playfully punched Huachinian's firm chest with her small fists. Annoying! Why are you so smooth-talking now? Don't like it? Huachinian smiled softly and kissed her on the forehead. Still. Okay, An Nuo replied, though she really liked it. She was worried Huachinian might become too proud if he knew how much she liked him. She didn't want him to get too full of himself. Huachinian held An Nuo's small hand, his thumb gently rubbing the pink scar on her hand.
His eyes showed pain.
It's turned pink now. It feels much smoother than before, he said. An Nuo looked at the scar on her hand and smiled proudly. The rejuvenation cream is really effective. Now the skin is regenerating. As long as I keep going, I can return to my old self without any problem. Huachinian squinted slightly, his lips pressed into a straight line. His jaw was tight, and his mind suddenly went dizzy. A bright red flame suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw a blazing fire consume a storeroom instantly. He heard a faint cry for help from a girl. That girl was someone he thought about day and night, someone he secretly admired deep in his heart. Huachinian crazily forced open the locked door and rushed into the fire, without hesitation. When he saw the girl wrapped in flames, rolling on the ground in pain, his heart almost broke. He quickly took off his coat and wrapped it around her, ignoring the intense heat, and carried her out of the fire. Fortunately, he arrived just in time, and the girl was not in life danger. But her beautiful face, like that of a fairy, was completely ruined. He felt so heartbroken he could hardly breathe, not knowing how to hold her without causing her pain. Huachinian took the girl to the hospital. The doctor said that luckily he rescued her from the fire in time. Otherwise, her features and limbs would have been burned beyond recognition, with no chance of recovery. Despite that, the girl still suffered greatly and nearly passed away. Her life was saved, but her appearance was forever destroyed. She could no longer dance. She couldn't join the art troupe. Even her fiancé broke off their engagement. Huachinian stood outside the hospital room, secretly watching the girl lying on the bed, turning her head to look out the window. And her eyes were empty, without any light. He wanted to rush in and tell her, "Don't be afraid. No one loves you, but I do." So, when her family pressured her to go to the countryside, he begged the old leader for help. The girl was sent to his hometown. His brother was there, so even if he couldn't visit often, he could give her a safe place to stay.
An Nuo? An Nuo?
Anna's big, starry eyes looked at Huachinian, who suddenly drifted away in thought. Her small hand waved in front of his face. Huachinian snapped back to reality, his eyes fixed on Anna's face, which had a pink scar. His eyes reddened, and tears welled up at the corners. He hugged Anna tightly, with such strength that it felt like he wanted to embed her into his body. Anna felt that Huachinian seemed a bit off. She gently patted his back to comfort him. "Anyan, what's wrong? Did something come to mind?" Huachinian sniffed, but tears still fell uncontrollably. He didn't want Anna to see his distress, so he simply replied nothing. Anna thought he was just confused and quickly comforted him. "It's okay. We'll remember in time. Don't worry. I'll stay with you always. What if I never remember in my whole life?" Huachinian's heart was anxious as he asked, his voice trembling. He knew that Anna was with him only because of a life-saving favor. His wife was basically someone he stole. If Anna found out he had regained his memory, would she leave him? The thought of losing the girl he loved so much made his heart ache terribly. If he had never come close to An Nuo, he could have protected her from afar. But instead, she became his wife and shared a true marriage with him. He didn't want to let go, not even in death. Thinking this, he hugged An Nuo even tighter. An Nuo was almost suffocated by Hu Qinyan's grip. She quickly patted his back and said in a hoarse voice, "And Yen, let go. Are you trying to kill your wife?" Hu Qinyan finally realized what was happening. He quickly wiped away his tears, loosened his arms that were holding An Nuo, and let her go. Cough, cough, cough. An Nuo patted her chest and said, "Are you trying to strangle me?" "Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to." Hu Qinyan lowered his head apologetically, afraid to look at An Nuo, worried she'd be angry. "So, it was intentional?" An Nuo pretended to be angry, pouting her lips. No, I would never hurt you." Hu Qinyan suddenly looked up at An Nuo, panicked, waving his hands and speaking incoherently. An Nuo suddenly burst into laughter, leaning back and holding Hu Qinyan's face. "Fool, I was just joking." After saying that, she kissed him on the lips. Just as they were about to part, Hu Qinyan held the back of An Nuo's head and deepened the kiss. His aggressive kiss made An Nuo gradually relax. She followed her heart, wrapping her arms around Hu Qinyan's neck and trying to match his pace. "Brother, sister-in-law, I have some good news for you." "Oh, I didn't see anything." Hu Tianai arrived before he spoke, rushing into the room. He was so shocked by what he saw that he covered his eyes and drew a half circle, then turned to leave. Could a young boy like him see this? What a shock. What a shock. Unexpectedly, Hu Tianai suddenly barged in. The romantic, pink-filled atmosphere was abruptly broken by his clumsy entrance. Hu Qinyan slightly loosened his hold on An Nuo and shot a displeased look at Hu Tianai's back. "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." An Nuo pulled Hu Qinyan's collar and buried her red apple-like face in his chest, muffling her voice. "From now on, we need to watch out not just for fire and theft, but also for Hu Tianai." Hu Qinyan heard her words and smiled, affectionately rubbing her head. "My wife is so adorable, and she's forgotten the pain from the fire and has become the lively, cute little fairy again. That's wonderful." A flicker of worry crossed Hu Qinyan's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Previously, he could only quietly protect An Nuo. This time, he wanted to be a little mean and keep her by his side. "May I come in?" Hu Tianai's teasing voice and knocking sound came from the door. Hu Qinyan's mind spun, and he quickly returned to his silly, innocent look. An Nuo blushed and looked up from Hu Qinyan's arms, glaring at Hu Tianai, who was laughing at the door. "Xiao Yi, remember to knock next time, or I'll have your brother scold you." Hu Tianai raised his hands in surrender, smiling as he stepped inside. "I admit I was wrong this time, but, sister-in-law, I'm here to bring good news." An Nuo raised her eyebrows. "Good news? What kind of good news? Did you go on a date?" "Oh, I'm not dating anyone." Hu Tianai waved his hand. "What I mean is the new house will be ready to move into soon." That really was good news. An Nuo happily held Hu Qinyan's hand. "Anian, did you hear? We can move into our new home soon." "That's great. We have a home now. A place just for us." An Nuo touched her chin thoughtfully and said, "Tomorrow at work, let everyone come together and celebrate. It's also a good chance to ease any jealousy among the team." Hu Qinyan affectionately patted An Nuo's head. "Wife, you're so smart. Will that really help?" Hu Tianai asked, scratching his head in doubt. "Maybe it won't solve everything, but it can at least ease some of the unhappy feelings. After all, words can be harsh. We only lost some money, but we saved ourselves a lot of trouble." "It's not a bad deal," An Nuo said with a smile, shrugging her shoulders. "That makes sense." Hu Tianai nodded silently, frowning slightly. The three of them sat together to discuss the banquet arrangements and the number of custom furniture needed. Hu Tianai said goodbye to An Nuo and Hu Qinyan and left. An Nuo went to the kitchen to bring the herbal medicine she had prepared for Huachinian to drink. Wife, your medical skills are amazing. Who did you learn from? Huachinian asked casually as he took the bowl. Grandma taught me some, and I've practiced a lot on my own, An Nuo replied quickly. She didn't understand why Huachinian asked that, but she had prepared her answer in advance. No matter who asked, she would give the same reply. She had looked into her memories of the original owner. The original owner's grandmother was from a traditional Chinese medicine family, just like her family in the previous life. However, her grandmother's father later left medicine to go into business and became a major textile magnate in Shanghai. But Grandma did not abandon the skills passed down from their ancestors. Instead, she studied even more diligently. People only know that Grandma's family is in the spinning business, but they don't realize that her family actually started with running a medical clinic. When the main character was young, she learned some traditional Chinese medicine theories and herbal knowledge from Grandma. However, she never studied systematically like Grandma did. So her medical skills are still in the early stages. Her medical skills, though, are far better than the main characters. Connecting her fragmented memories helped her tell many lies convincingly. Because she shares many similarities with the main character, they seem to be connected in some mysterious way. Maybe she is the main character, and the main character is her. Grandma is so amazing. Chinian pursed his lips and searched his memory. He had never heard that An Nuo's grandma was a doctor. Isn't Grandma a wealthy businesswoman? Of course, Grandma is amazing. An Nuo's mind flashed with the image of her beautiful, noble grandmother. She felt proud. Most people think Grandma is just a wealthy lady, but they don't know that her family's ancestors were court doctors. Her medical skills are so excellent that no one in traditional Chinese medicine today can match them. Chinian raised an eyebrow, understanding now. An Nuo continued, the acupuncture techniques I used to treat An Yen and the recipe for my scar-removing cream are all passed down from our ancestors. These are treasures. Your wife learns very well from Grandma. Chinian's eyes showed admiration without hiding it. An Nuo's expression darkened. I wonder how Grandpa and Grandma are doing now. Chinian gently placed his hand on An Nuo's weak shoulder. Grandma is so skilled in medicine. She can definitely take good care of herself and Grandpa. I hope so, An Nuo sighed, then quickly forced a smile. All right, lie down quickly. I'll give you acupuncture. Chinian obediently lay down, his deep eyes fixed on An Nuo, unwilling to look away for a second. An Nuo felt that Chinian was especially strange tonight. He was staring at her with fiery eyes, making her a little embarrassed, so she had to order him to close his eyes. She couldn't focus on giving him the needles with him watching her like that. An Nuo concentrated on inserting the needles. Once Chinian closed his eyes, he started thinking about how to make An Nuo stay with him forever. A sudden idea flashed in his mind. Xiaoyi said it's true. If they have a child, they can tie An Nuo to him forever. So, the plan to have a baby was urgent. They had been living together for nearly 3 months, but An Nuo's belly showed no signs of pregnancy. It seemed he needed to try even harder. This night is destined to be sleepless, as tiny seeds quietly take root and sprout. The next day, during a break when villagers are resting from work, An Nuo called out, "Dear friends and neighbors, my new house will have its main beam installed tomorrow. After work, please come help, and I will host a feast to thank everyone." Oh, and Jiqing, you're too kind. We're all from the same team, just lending a hand is enough. Exactly. And Jiqing, don't go to too much trouble. Just eat a little, that's fine. Everyone agreed eagerly, their eyes shining brightly like light bulbs. An Nuo held back a smile and sincerely said, "You're right, everyone from the same team. We definitely shouldn't let you all go hungry. Actually, I mainly want to take this chance to thank everyone for taking care of my husband and me. Your children are also doing well. We should help out more." The old lady waved her arm. Everyone, do you agree? Of course. Everyone chattered happily, all saying they would continue to look after An Nuo and Huachinian. An Nuo clasped her hands in front of her and bowed to everyone. My husband and I thank all of you, dear neighbors. Most villagers are simple and kind-hearted. Soon, An Nuo became close with everyone. Huachinian watched happily as the villagers surrounded An Nuo. Compared to the proud and distant An Nuo of the past, he now liked this lively, cute, wise, and down-to-earth version of her even more. That evening, An Nuo told Huatianai and Huachinian to go to the black market to sell the prepared Chinese herbs, then buy some meat, eggs, and vegetables. When Huachinian returned from the black market, he also caught 2 wild chickens in the back mountain and brought back some wild rabbits from the cave. He carefully tiptoed into the house, trying not to make noise to wake An Nuo. But An Nuo still woke up. "You're back?" An Nuo meowed softly like a kitten, raising her arms toward Huachinian. "Hug." Huachinian smiled affectionately, quickly took off his coat, kicked off his shoes, and turned onto the bed to hold An Nuo in his arms. He leaned down and sniffed her pleasant scent, feeling as if a missing part of his heart was filled. "Be good, it's still early. Sleep a little longer." An Nuo closed her eyes, snuggling into Huachinian's embrace, and continued to sleep peacefully. "Oh, my little girl, do you love me because you feel sorry for me, or because you truly love me? If not for you, what would I do?" On the day the house's main beam was installed, the sun was shining brightly, and everyone was filled with joy. Almost every family sent strong workers to help with the new house. Meanwhile, the women at home continued their daily work. Both installing the beam and working were happening at the same time, without delay. They could enjoy a feast and earn work points, making everyone happy. The team leader and the party secretary saw that the production tasks were being completed without neglect, so they turned a blind eye. An Nuo and Huachinian hurried to the new house holding hands, wanting to feel the joy of installing the beam firsthand. But they didn't expect to see a huge crowd of people. An Nuo was shocked by the lively scene before her. She then thought about the ingredients stored in the kitchen at the youth station. She suddenly slapped her forehead and said a bit discouraged, "Oh my, so many people. Will our little supplies be enough to feed everyone?" Huachinian's eyes twitched slightly. He wasn't worried about enough food. He cared about how tired his wife would be cooking for so many people. He thought that maybe she shouldn't hide her cooking skills from him. At least she could rest more. Deciding to help, Huachinian pinched An Nuo's cheek and said, "I'll cook, so you don't have to worry." How could she not worry? An Nuo pouted and smiled, patting Huachinian's arm like good brothers do, saying, "An Yen will help me in the kitchen. I'm afraid the food won't be ready, so I might set the kitchen on fire." Suddenly, An Nuo seemed to think of something and covered her mouth, giggling secretly. "What are you laughing at?" Huachinian raised an eyebrow, seeing her smile happily, and he also smiled. An Nuo quickly shook her head, nothing. She changed the subject quickly, "And Yen, since we won't be needed here, let's go catch fish by the river." "Okay, whatever you say." Huachinian's eyes were full of love for An Nuo. As long as she was happy, he would support her no matter what. The two of them went back to the youth station to get a bamboo basket and water buckets, then happily headed toward the river. In the early morning by the river, the air was fresh and a little cool. An Nuo stood by the riverbank, tiptoeing to look at the clear water. Soon, she saw a school of fish like black ribbons swimming toward them. Huachinian looked surprised at the fish, secretly thinking that his wife was really lucky. He grew up here and had never seen so many fish in this river. He turned to look at An Nuo and smiled softly. "My wife is really a little lucky star." An Nuo proudly lifted her chin and said, "That's right." She poked Huachinian's chest with her finger. "You better love me well, or the little lucky star might run away." Huachinian's face changed suddenly. He quickly pulled An Nuo into his arms. "Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to run. If you try to escape, I'll catch you and lock you in the room." Wow, our Anyan actually likes playing with restrictions.
Haha.
An Nuo laughed loudly. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly covered her mouth, nervously glancing at the fish swarm. Seeing that the fish weren't scared away, An Nuo relaxed and patted Huachinian's arm. "Let me go. I want to go into the river to catch fish. The river is too cold and not good for girls." "Sit on the shore, I'll go catch fish," Huachinian said. He released An Nuo, settled her on the bank, then took off his shoes and socks and carried a bamboo basket down to the river. As the weather turned cooler, the river water became even colder and more biting. Huichinian cared about her, and An Nuo appreciated his kindness. Smiling, she sat on a stone by the river, resting her chin as she watched Huichinian. Huichinian stood barefoot in the river, moving swiftly and accurately catching fish with each attempt. Watching his back, An Nuo's heart was full of love. "My man is so handsome, no arguments allowed." Huichinian straightened up, turned with the bamboo basket, and looked at An Nuo from afar. Their eyes met in the air, as if the whole atmosphere was filled with love. Huichinian returned to the shore with a basket full of fish, pouring them into a water bucket. An Nuo tilted her head, watching the densely packed fish in the bucket, feeling very happy. "An Yen, catch a few more," An Nuo thought. If they were going to host a meal, these might not be enough. They needed more. "Okay," Huichinian said with a smile, turning back to the river. He made 3 trips, finally filling 2 large buckets. Only then did An Nuo feel satisfied and call a stop. "All right, now we can spend the least money and have the most luxurious feast." An Nuo clapped her hands and laughed loudly. The two of them returned to the youth commune, beginning to prepare the feast. An Nuo handled the fish and cooked, while Huichinian helped wash vegetables and light the fire. They worked together smoothly and finished everything quickly. The young people helped set up tables and chairs in the yard. Not enough? Villagers spontaneously brought out more tables and chairs from their homes to fill in. Anyone helping to move the tables and chairs was generously given big, white rabbit candies by An Nuo. The villagers smiled, so happily their eyes squinted. The feast began. Villagers sat around the tables, enjoying the carefully prepared dishes by An Nuo. They ate and chatted happily, creating a lively atmosphere. An Nuo and Huichinian moved among the crowd, serving food and pouring drinks, always smiling. "And Jiqing, your fish is really delicious, much better than what we make ourselves," a villager praised. An Nuo smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It's just a simple home-cooked recipe. I hope everyone enjoys it." Huichinian stood nearby, watching An Nuo with pride but also feeling a bit worried for her. She had been busy all day, moving around like a spinning top, with no time to rest. "Wife, you go rest for a while. I'll handle the rest." Huichinian gently placed his warm hand on An Nuo's waist, applying just the right amount of pressure to massage her sore back. An Nuo was so tired her head was drooping. She leaned her head on Huichinian's shoulder and softly said, "No, I can hold on a bit longer." Without saying a word, Huichinian picked her up and placed her on a small bench. "Sit down. Look at your face. You don't look well. If you get sick from exhaustion, I'll feel sad." An Nuo raised an eyebrow and silently touched her cheek. "My face is dark and dull. How can you tell I don't look good? Do you have X-ray eyes?" Huichinian chuckled at her joke. "Yes. So, you'd better sit quietly." "All right then. Thanks for your trouble, An Yen." An Nuo really felt exhausted. She stretched her legs and bent over to massage her calves. She had been planning to go see the new house, but decided against it. She was too tired and needed a good rest first. Tomorrow was another day. After the villagers finished eating An Nuo's food, their envy about her building a new house faded a lot. They started genuinely wishing for An Nuo and Huichinian to have a better life. When the Hor family heard the news, they were furious. An Nuo had invited almost everyone in the village, except her family members. This was a clear insult. She didn't take them seriously. They thought if they didn't fight for their dignity, how could they stand firm in the collective? They felt angry and unfair. Why was Huichinian, a simpleton, living better than them? His second and third brothers with their families came to confront them. As soon as they reached the village entrance, they were stopped by Huichinian, who was welcoming guests. "This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave," Huichinian said coldly, spreading his arms. Huichitsai snorted and stepped forward, punching Huichinian in the head. Huichinian was never afraid of a fight. Huichinian didn't even blink his eyes. He raised his hand and grabbed Huichitsai's fist, making him unable to move. Huitianai, you watchdog, let go of me. Huichizai struggled a few times but couldn't pull his fist back. His face darkened. He was sure that Huitianai wouldn't dare to fight back in front of so many people. But who knew? Huitianai was so fierce that he just fought. After all, he was a person who fought without caring for his life. If it weren't for the captain, the secretary, and the villagers all being here today, he would never dare to fight Huitianai. Dog thing, who are you calling names? Huitianai squinted at Huichizai's cowardly look, curling his lips in a cold, contemptuous smile. I'm calling you names. Huichizai held his head high and stared at Huitianai, determined not to lose face. The villagers in the yard pointed at Huichizai and burst into laughter. Only then did Huichizai realize he had fallen into Huitianai's trap. An Nuo and Huichinian, who had been lazily resting in the kitchen, heard the noise outside and slowly came out. Huichinian saw the second and third brothers of the Hor family, and his brows unconsciously furrowed. Although he was a bit slow at that time, he understood what was happening in his heart, and the memories from that time hadn't disappeared with his clarity. So, he knew how the Hor family treated him after he was foolish. He had long lost trust in the Hor family. Now, seeing them, Huichinian naturally didn't have a good look on his face. The Hor family saw An Nuo and Huichinian come out, and they all got more excited. The second and third wives started encouraging the children to ask An Nuo for food. Several children rushed in like a swarm, and Huitianai couldn't stop them all. Seeing that An Nuo was about to be overwhelmed by the children, Huichinian took a step forward and blocked them. He held up two larger children in front of him, one in each hand. Uncivilized kids. Huichinian's face turned stern, and his eyes widened, scaring the children into shrinking back. Then they remembered that their uncle was a fool, and their courage grew. You're a fool. Why can't we eat at the feast? We want to eat at the feast. We want to eat at the feast. The children being held by Huichinian shouted loudly and kicked their legs in the air. Everyone shut up. An Nuo couldn't stand others calling Huichinian a fool. Especially since his own niece looked down on him like that, he immediately got angry. And Jiqing, you're really something terrible, bullying children. Li Chunya saw her eldest daughter being restrained and was furious. Sure enough, the girl is useless. She couldn't even get food by herself. These naughty kids have no proper parents. I reluctantly teach them a lesson. It's better than being beaten by society later, An Nuo said, crossing her arms and glaring at the little girl who was eyeing her. So young and already so pitiful, no parents at all. The Hor family looked angry. Huichifu shouted loudly, you woman, who said someone has no parents to raise them. An Nuo lazily lifted her eyelids and looked at Huichifu. Whoever responds is guilty.
You.
Huichifu's face turned pale with anger. He didn't know whether to speak or stay silent because An Nuo was clearly criticizing them directly. Oh, wow, the Hor family really can't handle things. They're like bandits, someone said.
Exactly.
Look at their manners. No wonder the Hor family has so many daughters and can't even produce a grandson with a bit of strength. That's just too immoral. Even heaven can't stand it. The villagers kept talking, making the Hor family blush with shame. The girls had kicked Huichiyuan so much that he had footprints all over him. As an adult, he couldn't fight the children. He could only take the two kids and walk over to their parents, placing them in their arms. Take the kids and leave quickly, or I won't mind sending you away myself. Huichiyuan's presence was so strong that just standing there made the Hor family tremble with fear. Is Uncle really better now? Li Chunya quietly asked Huichifu. Huichifu impatiently glared at her. How would I know?
Get lost.
Huichiyuan shouted angrily, making everyone in the family shiver.
Wow.
Mom, I'm hungry. Her lady suddenly sat on the ground with a thud, opening her mouth wide and crying out. She was really hungry. Since Grandma got sick and was hospitalized, life at home had been getting worse every day. They ate their meals until they lost their voices and couldn't swallow without water. They couldn't even remember what oil looked like anymore. When their parents took them to the youth commune, they smelled meat halfway there. Their mouths watered so much that their sleeves were soaked. The adults in the Hua family are so unkind, but the children are innocent, someone said. Being born into the Hua family is really unlucky for these girls. And Jiqing, look at these 3 girls. Maybe. Seeing how pitiful the 3 children looked, An Nuo's heart softened. Like the villager said, parents can be unkind, but children are innocent. She couldn't just fight with the kids. All 3 of you, find a place to sit and eat. An Nuo frowned as she pulled the 3 young girls aside. But only eat your own food. If you sneak food, you must spit out exactly what you took. Do you understand? The 3 children looked at the large feast on the table, their eyes shining with hunger. At this moment, whatever An Nuo said, they would obey. An Yen, take them to eat. An Nuo patted Huaqinian's arm, sending him away so he wouldn't have to face the Hua family. Huaqinian looked at the Hua family members, hesitating. He was worried his wife might be bullied. Of course, An Nuo understood what Huaqinian was thinking. She gave him a comforting look, then saw the squad leader walking toward them. Hua family's young men, you signed an agreement to cut ties before. Now, what right do you have to come here? The squad leader hurried over upon hearing the commotion. His eyes were stern and his voice loud. Huaqifu's face changed. That was because you forced us to sign. Nonsense. The squad leader shouted angrily. You asked to cut ties to get Huaqinian's pension. Now that he's doing well, you want to come and join the fun? Huaqizai's wife shouted sharply. You outsiders don't understand anything. The Hua family's affairs are none of your business.
Clap.
A crisp slap sounded. An Nuo stood in front of Huaqizai's wife, her hand still raised from the slap. Who are outsiders? I tell you, from the moment you signed that agreement, you and Huaqinian have nothing to do with each other. An Nuo's voice was cold and sharp. Huaqizai's wife covered her face, staring at An Nuo in disbelief. She didn't expect this usually gentle woman to dare to hit someone.
You
dare to hit me? I'm hitting you, An Nuo replied coldly. If you keep talking nonsense, this slap will continue. Huaqinian stood beside An Nuo, full of admiration. His wife was finally no longer holding back. Seeing his wife being slapped, Huaqizai immediately became unhappy. Squad leader, we came to join the feast. The villagers can come, so why can't we? Can't you treat us fairly? The squad leader sneered. Join the feast? When the new house was built today, did anyone from the Hua family come to help? Huaqifu and Huaqizai exchanged glances, their faces turning very grim, and they didn't know what to say. They knew about An Nuo's new house being built, but what did it have to do with them? That new house wasn't even for them to live in. Exactly, and Jiqing kindly invited the villagers to celebrate the house's completion. You Hua family didn't help, and now you're just coming uninvited. What do you want? What else? Just want free food. Bah, so shameless. Disapproving, contemptuous looks stuck to the Hua family, making their faces look like a palette of colors. They all wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but still, they were unwilling and tried to argue. However, the team leader didn't give them a chance. If the Hua family keeps bothering in Jiqing and Huaqinian, that's just too much. They are enemies of the whole team. The team leader's voice was full of warning. Yes, if they keep bullying in Jiqing and Huaqinian, they will be enemies of all of us. Villagers stood up one after another to support An Nuo and Huaqinian. An Nuo's eyes welled with tears of gratitude. Huaqinian gently squeezed An Nuo's hand. They looked at each other and smiled silently. Seeing this, the team leader immediately led a few strong young villagers forward. Still not leaving? Waiting for us to kick you out? Huaqifu and Huaqizai looked at the villagers glaring at them and finally realized they wouldn't get anything today. They sheepishly prepared to leave, but were stopped by An Nuo.
Wait.
The Hua family turned around, only to see An Nuo with a cold smile. Don't come back again. Otherwise, I will make you understand what true regret is. Her words were calm, but they made Huaqifu and Huaqizai feel uneasy. They could only go over and pull the children who were sitting at the table eating and leave. The children hadn't eaten enough and cried and fussed as they left. The second and third Hua brothers also hit and pushed them on the way out. An Nuo looked at them with pity, but couldn't do anything because they weren't her children. She could only watch them leave silently, feeling mixed emotions inside. The banquet wasn't affected by the Hor family's arrival. They continued enjoying the food and chatting about everyday life, as if the Hor family's appearance was just a small interruption. An Nuo and Huachinian appreciated the villagers' loyalty and helped host the event with even more sincerity and warmth. After the banquet, the villagers gradually left, praising An Nuo and Huachinian's hospitality and expressing their thanks. After the Hua family left, the villagers all gave thumbs up to An Nuo and Huachinian. And Jiqing, you're really impressive today. Exactly. We should have taught them a lesson long ago. An Nuo smiled slightly. Thanks everyone for supporting us. Eat well and enjoy yourselves. The villagers kept waving their hands. We're all in the same team, one big family. And Jiqing, no need to be polite. Laughter and chatter made the feast lively again. An Nuo and Huachinian exchanged smiles. They knew from now on, no one would dare to bully them anymore. After sending off the last villager, An Nuo finally relaxed. And Yen, we're finally done with everything, she said happily, then sank onto a stool, leaning her back against the wall. She really didn't want to move anymore. Huachinian gently stroked her cheek with concern. Wife, rest well. The rest is up to me and Xiaoyi. An Nuo wanted to help, but she was truly too tired to do anything. She nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work.
What are you talking about?
We're family. Huachinian smiled and gently ruffled her hair. An Nuo touched her messy hair, looking a bit sad. Hey, you're bullying me. Huachinian laughed happily. He bent down level with her eyes, raising an eyebrow. How is that bullying? Don't you like me teasing you?
Huh?
An Nuo's face instantly turned red. She pushed Huachinian away. What's wrong with him now? Why is he always joking around? Annoying. An Nuo covered her face and stood up, shyly running back to her room. Huachinian watched her leave with a happy heart. Why are you smiling like an idiot? Huatianai put his arm on Huachinian's shoulder and looked in the same direction. When he looked outside the open door, there was nothing there. Huachinian withdrew his smile and pushed Huatianya's arm down. Hurry up and work. Then go home and rest. Yes, sir. Huatianai saluted seriously, then immediately wandered off in a silly way. They started tidying up the table and dishes. Though tired, they felt very satisfied. Night fell, and Huatianai and Huachinian finished cleaning everything. They sat in the yard, looking at the starry sky, feeling peaceful. Want one? Huatianai took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Huachinian. Go ahead and smoke. Huachinian leaned against the wall, looking up at the sky. He was preparing for pregnancy now, so smoking wasn't suitable. When men are exhausted, they often want to smoke to relieve stress. Huatianai bit the cigarette, took out a match, struck a flame, and lit his cigarette. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. Honestly, when you were injured, I really hated my sister-in-law. The swirling smoke formed a barrier in front of Huatianai, making it hard to see his expression. Huachinian glanced at Huatianai without speaking. Huatianai continued to speak to himself. You're so talented, but because of my sister-in-law, everything you had was ruined. She just stays at the rural youth station, saying nothing and doing nothing. If I hadn't gone to find a doctor for you, I swear I'd have hit her with a stick to make her apologize. Huachinian frowned, looking unhappy at Huatianai. From what he knew about Huatianai, he could really do something like that. An Nuo hid behind the door, quietly listening to Huatianai. She sighed in her heart. She still owed Huachinian her life. But I never thought my sister-in-law is a quiet person who gets things done. Huatianai took another puff, chuckling softly. She quietly got you out of the wolf's den at the Hor family and even got you a marriage certificate, saying she'll take responsibility for you for life.
Huh?
I thought she was just talking big, but I was proven wrong. Huatianai held Huachinian's arm and looked at him sideways. I can't even promise to take good care of you, but my sister-in-law really did better than me. Brother, treat your wife well. She's worth it. Before Huachinian could respond, Huatianai exhaled the cigarette smoke, stood up, stubbed out the cigarette, and, without looking back, walked forward. After a few steps, he waved his hand. All right, I'm going home to sleep now. My sister-in-law is a good woman. During the time he spent with her, Huatianai felt the happiest and most content he ever had. His brother was still luckier than him. Huachinian squinted as he watched Huatianai leave. When he turned around, he just happened to meet An Nuo's gaze in the air. He smiled and extended his hand to An Nuo. An Nuo returned a smile, stepped out of the shadows, and placed her hand in Huachinian's. They held hands and sat side by side, with An Nuo leaning on Huachinian's shoulder. Anyan, do you think I was too impulsive today? Huachinian knew who she was talking about. He gently stroked her hair. No, you did the right thing. Some people just need to be taught a lesson. An Nuo smiled. Then you have to protect me well in the future.
Don't worry, Huachinian hugged her tighter.
I will protect you for the rest of my life. The moonlight was gentle, shining on the two people cuddling together. At that moment, An Nuo felt incredibly happy. She knew that with Huachinian by her side, she was the happiest person. In September, the weather turned cooler. The sky was beginning to brighten with the first light of dawn, and the chill on her face chased away the summer heat. Huatianai drove an old ox cart, the wooden wheels creaking loudly over the muddy road, finally stopping steadily at the entrance of the youth station.
An Nuo and Huachinian had woken up early, waiting for Huatianai to arrive.
An Nuo got on the ox cart and handed Huatianai some hot sweet potatoes and eggs. It's cold now. Eat them while they're warm. Today was very special for them. The new house was finished and the new furniture needed to be moved in quickly so they could start their new life. After making 3 trips back and forth with the ox cart, they finally brought all the furniture into the new house. An Nuo jumped lightly off the cart, pushed open the new courtyard gate, and was greeted by a fresh scent mixing soil and morning dew. She took a deep breath. The yard was cleaned thoroughly. The path to the living room was paved with cement, so they wouldn't get muddy shoes when it rained. This yard needs to be tidied up. An Nuo squinted at the empty yard, already imagining her future plans. Plant some practical herbs like angelica and astragalus. Add some honeysuckle for decoration. It will look nice and also be useful for selling. Double benefit. She stepped inside, feeling the smell of new wood mixed with a faint paint scent, which made her feel energized. This was her first time entering the new house after it was finished. Although it wasn't as spacious as her modern apartment, every brick and tile carried her and Huachinian's hard work and hopes. Huachinian and Huatianai carried a wardrobe inside. When passing by An Nuo, Huachinian asked softly, Wife, where should I put the wardrobe? An Nuo followed them into the bedroom and looked around. The main bedroom window faced the yard. Morning light shone through the carefully carved window lattice, casting tiny spots of light on the floor, like scattered gold. Anyan, put the wardrobe in the corner of the main wall. Be gentle when moving it, so you don't bump or scratch it. An Nuo pointed to the tall wardrobe, about 2 people high, with some concern in her voice. Okay.
Huachinian placed the wardrobe where An Nuo indicated.
With the bed and wardrobe in place, the empty bedroom suddenly looked warm and cozy. Soon I will go back to the youth commune to move all the things from our house. Anna touches her chin and walks to the study. The study already has a bookshelf, even though there are no books on it yet. That's okay. Over time, it will be filled. The desk at the youth commune will be moved into the study and placed in this spot. Huachinian raises his arm and wipes his sweat with his sleeve, smiling. Okay, wife, whatever you say. Yes, our old bed will be moved to the guest room. When guests come, they can stay there. Huachinian suddenly seems to think of something and smiles more deeply. It can also be a room for the children in the future. Hearing this, Anna blushes shyly. She didn't expect Huachinian to include children in his plans. She nervously pulls on Huachinian's sleeve. Let's take things naturally about having children. If I get pregnant, we'll have one. We can afford to raise one. When Huachinian hears Anna is willing to have children, he gets so excited that his breathing becomes a little hurried. He pulls Anna into his arms. I'll try harder so the children come sooner. Anna playfully pushes him. You should focus on helping us move first. Then she turns and runs away. Huachinian watches Anna run away, feeling so happy his heart feels like it will bloom. Anna goes to the bathroom she's most proud of. She worked hard to create this modern bathroom space in a time when resources were scarce. Finally, I don't have to brave the cold winter wind to go to the toilet, Anna nods contentedly. Huatianai quickly moves furniture, working smoothly with Huachinian. Soon, all the furniture is placed properly, even adjusted to perfect positions. Anna stands in the living room, looking around each corner. She feels a deep sense of achievement and happiness. Wife, we finally have our own home. Huachinian hugs Anna from behind, his rough hand trembling slightly, his voice a bit choked. Anna leans against Huachinian's strong chest, feeling his steady heartbeat. Yes, Onian, this is our home. They exchange smiles and then start working together to tidy up. The new bedding on the bed smells like sunshine, neatly folded. The clothes in the wardrobe are sorted by season. The three of them take a ox cart back to the youth commune. All the furniture in the house has been carried onto the ox cart. Anna uses a small shovel to dig out the cookie box where she hid her money. This is all she and Huachinian own, so they must not lose it. After moving everything out, An Nuo and the young villagers said their goodbyes and, finally, could start their simple life with Huachinian. Back at the new house, everything in the kitchen was in place. Pots, bowls, and utensils. A fresh cutting board held a sharp knife, and the stove was already lit, ready to prepare their first family meal. After a busy day, the new home finally felt warm with life. The three sat around the table, raising their teacups filled with malted milk drink to toast. Here's to our days getting better and better. Huatianai enjoyed his food and said happily, sister-in-law, the house is built now. When do we start earning money? My brother and I need to save up to build a house and find a wife. An Nuo smiled and shook her head. Xiao Yi, don't rush to earn money. I have an idea. She turned to Huachinian, her voice sweet. Anyan, how about we go for a walk further into the back mountain to pick herbs? Huachinian's deep eyes flickered slightly, and he frowned. No, that's too dangerous. Huatianai agreed. Yes, sister-in-law. The back mountain is full of wild animals, very fierce. Usually, the villagers only stay near the edge. No one dares go deeper. An Nuo was a bit stubborn. The three of us can go together. As long as we are careful, it should be fine. Huachinian and Huatianai looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. Oh, come on, An Nuo. Seeing their worried expressions, she smiled gently and patted Huachinian's shoulder. We've already collected most of the herbs on the outskirts. They say fortune favors the brave. If we prepare well, we can handle it. Huatianai was tempted by An Nuo's words. He sometimes ventured deeper into the back mountain to catch wild animals to sell at the black market. His sister-in-law was right. Fortune favors the brave. If you don't put in effort, how can you make big money? I think my sister-in-law's idea is good. Huatianai patted his muscles. I don't have much, but I have strength. With me and my brother protecting her, sister-in-law just needs to pick herbs. Huachinian sighed silently. No matter what he said, he couldn't change An Nuo's mind. She was a bit stubborn by nature. Instead of sneaking out secretly, it was better to keep her under watch and protect her.
All right.
But you have to stay close and not run around. Huachinian still worried, and quickly warned An Nuo. Oh, don't worry. I'm really concerned about my life. Think about it, there are many herbs on the back mountain. We could gather more, and dry them to sell to the pharmacy. An Nuo comfortingly squeezed Huachinian's hand. The weather is cool now, which is the best time for harvesting herbs. Huatianai's eyes lit up with excitement. Sister-in-law, that's a good idea. I heard the herbs deep in the back mountain are even more valuable. That should be true, An Nuo said with a confident smile. We'll go see tomorrow. Maybe we'll find something good. The three of them discussed plans to go up the mountain tomorrow. Seeing that it was getting late, Huatianai said goodbye and went home. Huachinian boiled hot water for An Nuo to take a bath. An Nuo lay in the wooden tub, the hot water washing away her fatigue, making her feel very relaxed. After her bath, she returned to the bedroom. Huachinian had already taken his traditional medicine and was lying on the bed waiting for An Nuo to help him with acupuncture. His memory had fully returned, but he was unsure of An Nuo's attitude and didn't want to leave her. So, he continued to pretend to be sick, waiting for the right moment to tell her everything. An hour and a half later, An Nuo removed the last silver needle. Since his memory returned, she no longer felt dizzy after acupuncture, but to keep up the act, she would rest briefly before opening her eyes. Just as An Nuo finished changing into her night clothes and was about to get into bed, Huachinian suddenly turned over and pressed her down. His fingers playfully brushed her long hair. "Sweetheart, shall we try out this new bed and see how comfortable it is?" An Nuo supported herself on Huachinian's chest, blushing, and said with a shy smile, "You'd better be gentle."
I spent quite a bit of money on this bed.
Her words were swallowed by Huachinian before she could finish. The next morning, Huatianai was squatting outside An Nuo's house. Last night, An Nuo was too tired. Huachinian wanted her to sleep a bit longer. After kissing her on the forehead, he quietly got up and went to the kitchen. Everything was tidied up, and Huachinian walked to the door, unlocked it, and opened it. A shadow flickered nearby. Huachinian tensed and lifted his foot, but before he could kick, he saw Huatianai's smug face. "Why didn't you knock?" Huachinian glanced at Huatianai, who followed him into the yard. Luckily, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, Huatianai shouldn't be in the yard but lying on the ground. "I'm not wanting to disturb you too," Huatianai said with a playful smile, smelling the air, and headed toward the kitchen. "All right, you eat first. I'll go wake up your sister-in-law." After speaking, Huachinian ignored Huatianai and went straight back to the bedroom. Seeing that the person on the bed was sleeping soundly, he smiled and walked over. He reached into the quilt and gently touched An Nuo. An Nuo moved slightly and mumbled, "So tired, let me sleep a little longer." "Sorry, sweetheart, I tired you out last night. I'll be more careful next time." Huachinian chuckled softly, holding her and the quilt in his arms. An Nuo slowly opened her eyes and glared at the culprit. You say you'll be careful next time, but you'll probably do whatever you want then too. Ha ha ha, you see through me." Huachinian felt a bit playful, but didn't dare disturb An Nuo too much. He just kissed her lips quickly to satisfy himself.
"Get up now.
Breakfast is ready, and Xiao Yi is here too. Don't you want to go to the back mountain? We'd better go before work starts." When they heard back mountain, An Nuo's eyes lit up brighter than a light bulb. She quickly got dressed, then said as she headed out in Yen, "Hurry up. Let's leave early." Huachinian watched her energetic back with a helpless smile, his eyes full of love. After breakfast, they packed up their tools, filled the water bottles, took some dry food, and set out along the small path leading to the back mountain. In the early morning, the forest was still covered in a thin layer of mist, like a light veil, hazy and soft. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants, mixed with a cool breeze that refreshed the mind. An Nuo walked ahead, light-footed, like a clever sparrow. She paused now and then, bent down carefully to examine the small wild grasses on the ground, then used her small to gently dig them out by the roots. Huachinian and Huatianai followed behind her, one quiet, one lively, creating a charming contrast. Both carried bamboo baskets, helping An Nuo collect the herbs she dug up. "This is Angelica," An Nuo pointed to a lush green leaf and thick root herb, patiently explaining, "This is a good one. If the roots are complete, it can sell for a good price." Huatianai curiously leaned in, wide-eyed, watching the herb in An Nuo's hand, eager to learn. "Sister-in-law, you know so much. Do you recognize all these herbs?" "My grandmother taught me some before." An Nuo carefully placed the Angelica into her bamboo basket, then continued walking forward. "Come on, let's go deeper and see if we can find more good stuff." As the three of them continued deeper, the mountain path became steeper, and the trees on both sides grew thicker, blocking out the sunlight. The surroundings were very quiet, with only occasional bird calls and insect sounds, making the forest seem peaceful and mysterious. An Nuo kept looking up to check the position of the sun so he wouldn't lose his way in the dense woods. Suddenly, Huachinian stopped and raised his arm to stop An Nuo.
Wait.
An Nuo immediately stopped and turned around, asking confusedly what's wrong. Huachinian's sharp eyes fixed on the bushes ahead, showing a hint of caution. There's movement. Huatianai also became alert. He put down his basket and tightly held his sickle, looking around carefully, ready for any danger. At that moment, the bushes shook violently, as if something inside was struggling. Then, a large wild boar suddenly charged out of the bushes, its tusks gleaming coldly, rushing aggressively toward the three. The boar weighed over 200 pounds, with dark brown bristles standing upright like steel needles, and its eyes were blood red, looking very fierce. "Be careful," Huachinian shouted loudly, pulling An Nuo behind him and using his broad back to protect him. Meanwhile, he and Huatianai moved apart in perfect coordination, forming a pincer. The wild boar seemed angered, letting out a furious roar, like a runaway war machine, charging straight at Huachinian. Huachinian stood still like an old pine tree rooted to the ground, calm and steady. Just as the boar was about to hit him, he suddenly dodged skillfully to the side, narrowly avoiding the charge. Huatianai seized the chance, gripping his sickle tightly and swinging with all his might, aiming at the boar's hind leg. The boar squealed painfully and turned around sharply, charging toward Huatianai. "Shaoyi, watch out!" An Nuo shouted, heart pounding. Huatianai was startled and quickly rolled away, avoiding the boar's attack. Unexpectedly, the clever boar suddenly changed direction and charged toward An Nuo. Anna's face turned pale with fear. She wanted to run away, but her legs felt like they were filled with lead and wouldn't move. It seemed like she remembered something and shouted to the wild boar, "Get away!" Just as the wild boar was about to hit her, at a critical moment, Huachinian quickly rushed forward, grabbing the boar's hind leg and pulling hard. The large body of the boar lost balance and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Huatianai immediately charged forward, riding on the boar and holding its head down tightly. Huachinian also ran over and together they managed to subdue the struggling boar. "Are you okay, wife?" Huachinian looked at Anna with concern, checking her carefully to make sure she wasn't hurt. Anna shook her head, her face still pale. "I'm fine." Luckily, it paused for a moment, or it would have been trouble. She looked at the now subdued boar on the ground, her eyes suddenly brightening with excitement. "This boar weighs at least 200 pounds, and its meat is delicious. Now we're in for a treat." Huachinian affectionately rubbed Anna's head. "My wife really is a lucky star." Huatianai wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling relieved and saying, "Yeah, why did that boar suddenly freeze? But speaking of which, such a big boar must be worth a lot of money." Anna smiled slightly, looking at the boar with a plan forming in her mind. "Let's not sell it yet. The weather is cool now, perfect for making cured meat and Sichuan-style sausages. These can be eaten at home or sold, and we'll make more money than selling fresh pork." She turned to Huatianai and asked, "Little Yi, do you know how to slaughter a pig?" Huatianai nodded shyly. "I've seen it done at home before and helped out, so I think I can do it." "Then let's process it here," Anna said decisively. "We'll work together and try to get the meat back before dark." Huachinian and Huatianai exchanged glances, both seeing agreement in each other's eyes. So, the three of them started working. Huatianai was responsible for slaughtering the pig and bleeding it out, while Huachinian helped hold the boar. Anna wasn't idle either. She gathered some clean leaves and vines to wrap the meat. As they worked busily, a rustling sound suddenly came from the distance, as if something was approaching. The three of them immediately became alert. They stopped their work and listened carefully to the sounds around them. Not far away, the bushes started to shake again, and this time, the movement was even bigger than before. Huachinian frowned deeply, his sharp eyes flickering with caution, like a ready-to-pounce leopard, staring tightly at the restless bushes ahead. "What's wrong, An Nuo?" An Nuo noticed his strange behavior and softly asked, stopping his steps as well. "Sure, I hear something," Huachinian whispered, signaling An Nuo and Huatianai to stay silent. The three held their breath, as if the air around them had frozen. From the bushes, there came a rustling sound, like an animal moving through the grass, mixed with low whimpering, as if a wounded young creature was suffering. In the quiet forest, it sounded very clear. Huachinian tightly gripped his sickle, veins bulging on the back of his hand. He signaled to An Nuo and Huatianai to stay put, while he moved forward quietly, like a swift leopard, crouching low and inching closer to the bushes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patches on him, stretching his shadow long and thin. Suddenly, the bushes shook violently. A white figure darted out suddenly, stumbling forward a few steps before falling with a thud to the ground. "Be careful," Huatianai shouted in alarm, instinctively rushing forward.
Wait.
An Nuo quickly grabbed Huatianai's arm, stopping him. "It's just a little wolf." Huatianai looked closely and saw that the white figure was a small white wolf, about 3 or 4 months old. Its pure white fur looked like fine silk, but now it was covered in blood and dirt, looking very ragged. There was a fierce wound on its hind leg, with torn flesh and bleeding heavily. It was limping and trying to run away, but exhausted, it staggered a few steps before falling to the ground, whimpering softly. "Don't move," An Nuo said softly, kneeling down gently, his eyes full of kindness as he looked at the little white wolf.
Let me see.
The wolf's amber eyes were full of caution and fear. It stared at An Nuo tightly, making low whimpering sounds, trembling slightly as if ready to attack at any moment. But it was too weak to stand, struggling in vain. "Be careful, sister-in-law," Huatianai said nervously. "This is a wolf. Wildness is hard to tame. What if it hurts you?" An Nuo ignored Huatianai's warning and continued to slow down as she approached. Her eyes were gentle, like the warmest sunlight in spring, and her voice was soft, as if soothing a child. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Be good, let me see your wound." She softly comforted the little white wolf and slowly reached out her hand, trying to touch it. The little white wolf seemed to sense An Nuo's kindness. Its whimpering gradually lessened, but its body was still tense, like a stretched bow. An Nuo took the opportunity to check its injury. She saw that the wound on its hind leg looked scary, but wasn't very deep. It seemed to be scratched by something, and the blood around the wound had already clotted, showing no signs of bleeding. She used nearby materials to dress the wound and wrapped it with her handkerchief. Throughout the process, her movements were very gentle, afraid of hurting the little white wolf. At first, the wolf tried to struggle, but under An Nuo's tender touch, its amber eyes gradually became calm, and its body relaxed, as if it had let down all its defenses. It quietly lay on the ground, allowing An Nuo to handle it, with an expression that seemed to convey a complex emotion, as if it was trying to tell something. "Good boy," An Nuo said softly while bandaging it. "From now on, I'll call you Silver King. What do you think? Such a mighty name." The little white wolf let out a soft whimper, as if responding or perhaps just being playful. "Little sister, you probably don't want to take it home, do you?" Huatianai asked worriedly. "It's just a wolf pup, hard to raise." An Nuo nodded. "It's still so young, and its injuries are serious. It can't survive alone in the mountains. If I take it home, I can care for it until it heals, then release it back into the wild." She turned to look at Huachinian, her eyes shining with hope. "Anyan, what do you think?" Huachinian looked into An Nuo's bright eyes and sighed helplessly. "It's up to you. What else can I say?" Suddenly, a commotion came from the distance, as if a large animal was running, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The three of them looked up alertly and saw a huge wild boar charging down the hillside, heading straight toward them.
Wow, again?
Huatianai scratched his head in frustration, but he dared not carry anything and quickly prepared to defend himself. "Be careful," Huachinian shouted loudly, quickly pulling An Nuo and the little white wolf behind him, while he took the lead to stand in front. The wild boar charged closer and closer, almost hitting the three of them. At this critical moment, Huachinian and Huatianai acted together from opposite sides. Huachinian seized the opportunity, swung his sickle with all his strength, and fiercely struck the wild boar's head. Yowl! The boar cried out in pain, letting out a sharp, miserable scream, and its large body swayed. Taking advantage of its dazed state, Huatianai grabbed his hunting knife, stepped forward quickly, and stabbed it firmly at the boar's neck. The knife was extremely sharp, piercing through the boar's throat instantly. The wild boar collapsed with a loud thud, its limbs twitching a few times before it stopped moving. Blood gushed out from its neck, staining the ground red. Wow, that was close. Huatianai wiped the sweat from his forehead, still feeling nervous. We really had a good hunt today. 2 wild boars. An Nuo didn't respond to Huatianai, but looked around thoughtfully. She noticed that the small animals in the forest seemed unusually restless. Birds fluttered anxiously on the branches, chirping nonstop. Squirrels hurriedly carried their acorns into tree holes, as if trying to hide from something scary. Even the little white wolf in her arms was restless, trembling slightly and whimpering softly. This strange behavior reminded An Nuo of an important lesson she learned in school: signs before an earthquake. Animals are much more sensitive to earthquakes than humans. Before one happens, they often behave abnormally. We should head down the mountain, An Nuo suddenly said, her voice tinged with worry and urgency. Huachinian quickly noticed her unusual mood. What's wrong? Did you find something? It's nothing, just the weather feels strange, stuffy and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. An Nuo didn't reveal her full concern. She was afraid of causing unnecessary panic, especially since there was no solid evidence that an earthquake was imminent. Let's take the wild boars and the herbs back first. It's better to get down early. Huachinian and Huatianai exchanged a glance. Though puzzled, they chose to trust An Nuo. Together, they the wild boars and carried them with sticks through the ropes. Since they had a good harvest, they didn't linger in the forest and quickened their pace downhill. But in An Nuo's heart, a sense of unease lingered, as if something bad was about to happen. The little white wolf was softly whimpering in her arms, as if sensing something. An Nuo looked down at its amber eyes and gently said, "Don't be afraid, Silver King. I am here, and I will protect you." The mountain wind blew through the treetops, making a rustling sound that seemed to hint at something. An Nuo couldn't help but quicken her steps, knowing this might just be the beginning. An unknown disaster was quietly approaching. When she got home, An Nuo immediately started preparing dinner. She cut some pork into small pieces for soup and used some for stir-fry. Huachinian and Huatianai took charge of lighting the fire and washing vegetables. The 3 worked together quickly and made a hearty meal. While eating the fragrant wild boar meat, An Nuo felt full of strength. "Sister-in-law, should we keep another wild boar?" Huatianai asked while chewing the tasty meat, looking up at An Nuo. Now, An Nuo was their main support. Whenever there was a problem, they liked to discuss it with her, and they trusted her advice more. "Keep one for making cured meat and sausages, and sell the other one." An Nuo frowned slightly, thinking about the strange movements of small animals on the back mountain. Her gaze swept to Huachinian and Huatianai. "We still have some food coupons at home. Take them all." Huatianai and Huachinian looked at each other, both a bit confused. An Nuo continued, "Go to the black market, deal with the wild boar, and exchange all the money from selling it for grain." "Sister-in-law, isn't there enough food at home?" Huatianai asked with a puzzled look, as if they had just bought grain not long ago. Were they really that hungry? An Nuo shook her head. "It feels like things are a bit unstable lately. Having extra food makes us less worried. It's never a bad idea to stock up." "All right, we'll listen to you." Huachinian kicked Huatianai under the table, who was still asking questions, and agreed. Honestly, he also had a bad feeling. Maybe because he had been in the army for a long time, he was more sensitive to danger. In the early hours, the night was dark and cold. An Nuo was awakened by a rustling sound. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and, through the faint starlight outside the window, saw Huachinian quietly dressing. His movements were careful and cautious, as if afraid of disturbing her peaceful sleep. "You're leaving so early?" An Nuo's voice was hoarse from just waking up, breaking the silence in the room. Huachinian turned around, his sharp features softening with a gentle smile. He whispered, "Yes, I want to leave before anyone notices, while it's still dark." His voice was deep and magnetic, like soothing a frightened kitten. An Nuo felt warmth in her heart. This man always put her first, no matter what. She nodded and lifted the blanket to get up. "What are you doing?" Huachinian quickly stepped over and gently pressed his hand on her shoulder. "You can keep sleeping, no need to get up so early." "I'm helping you load the car," An Nuo insisted. She's not the delicate daughter of a wealthy family. This small task isn't too difficult for her. "No need, just me and Xiao Yi are enough." Huachinian leaned down, tucking the blanket more gently than handling a precious treasure. "You were tired all day yesterday, rest a little longer." An Nuo couldn't argue with him, so she lay back down and closed her eyes. But her heart felt like it had a little bunny inside, bouncing up and down, making it impossible to sleep. She watched Huachinian's broad back disappear at the door, a happy smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Outside, the creaking of ox carts and Huoshini's deliberately lowered voice gradually faded away. Listening to their busy sounds, An Nuo's eyelids grew heavier, and she drifted back into sleep without realizing it. When she woke up again, it was already late morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow that brightened the whole room. An Nuo stretched lazily, suddenly remembering the strange signs from yesterday. Her heart gave a jolt, and her sleepiness vanished instantly. She jumped out of bed with a start, hurriedly dressed without even washing her face, and rushed to the storage room. When she pushed open the door, she was stunned by what she saw. The once empty storage room was now filled with food, piled high like a small mountain, weighing over 100 jin. There was rice, flour, all emitting a tempting aroma. "My man is really capable," An Nuo muttered to herself, thinking that the wild boar must have sold for a good price. Suddenly, a pitiful cry interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head and saw the little white wolf, An Huang, looking at her sadly, with big, watery eyes full of sorrow. Its hind leg was wrapped in the bandage An Nuo had applied yesterday. Though it still limped a little, it looked much better. "What's wrong, little one? Are you hungry?" An Nuo crouched down, gently stroking An Huang's soft fur, feeling a surge of love in her heart. "Ugh." The Silver King nudged An Nuo's hand with its nose, then turned to the wild boar meat hanging in the yard and called out twice, clearly indicating its request. An Nuo finally remembered she hadn't prepared breakfast for the Silver King. Okay, I'll get you something to eat." She quickly stood up, took a piece of wild boar meat from the storage room, cut it into small pieces, and cooked it in a pot. While waiting, An Nuo began to observe this little creature. The Silver King is pure white, with no stray hairs, only a tuft of silver fur on its forehead that sparkles in the sunlight, like a tiny crown. Its eyes are icy blue, like two clear, sparkling gems, transparent and free of impurities. You. The Silver King seemed impatient, circling around An Nuo's legs and constantly calling out. All right, I'll be done soon," An Nuo said, unable to ignore its fussing, and sped up her actions. Soon, the meat was cooked and emitted a strong, delicious aroma. An Nuo scooped out the meat and placed it in an old ceramic bowl, then brought it to the Silver King. The little creature immediately wagged its tail happily and started eating eagerly, its voracious eating making An Nuo smile secretly. While the Silver King ate, An Nuo began to process the remaining wild boar meat. She cut the meat into evenly sized chunks and carefully rubbed them with salt and various spices. These spices were all gathered from the mountain: Sichuan pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and more, all natural seasonings. As she marinated the meat, she recalled her grandmother's teaching methods, carefully following each step with precision.
Nunu, marinating meti sanart.
The salt must be spread evenly, and enough spices must be used. Only then will the meat be fragrant and last longer, her grandmother's gentle voice seemed to echo in her ears. Thinking of her grandmother, An Nuo's eyes welled up with tears. She could no longer see her grandmother. After curing the cured meat, An Nuo chopped some of the meat into smaller pieces, added Sichuan pepper, star anise, chili, and other seasonings, and began making Sichuan-style sausages. She found a bamboo tube, slipped the sausage casing over it, and gradually stuffed the seasoned meat inside. This process required patience and skill. The meat couldn't be packed too tightly or too loosely, as both would affect the texture of the sausage. An Nuo focused entirely on her work, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting her shadow long and beautiful, like a lovely silhouette. Before long, the entire yard was hung with cured meat and sausages. A string of bright red, shiny meat pieces glistened in the sunlight, giving off an tempting aroma. Silver Emperor finished his portion of meat and happily wandered around the yard. Sometimes he ran east, sometimes west, like a curious child, showing interest in everything around him. From time to time, he would stop, look up at the hanging meat, and make longing, whimpering sounds. His greedy look made people smile. "Don't make trouble. These are for eating slowly, not all at once," An Nuo said with a smile, watching Silver Emperor get anxious and spin around, pretending to be angry. The little guy seemed to understand her words. He lay on the ground, covering his eyes with his front paws, as if saying, "If I can't see it, I won't crave it." This cute action made An Nuo chuckle softly. Her laugh was bright and clear, like a silver bell ringing in the yard, easing the gloom that had been weighing on her for days. Hearing her laugh, Silver Emperor also seemed to be affected. He cheerfully barked a few times and kept circling around An Nuo's legs, as if begging for attention or showing off. The whole yard was filled with warmth and harmony, as if all worries and sadness had disappeared. Just then, the gate creaked open and Huokinian and Huotianai came back from work. "Wife, you're awake," Huokinian said as he strode over to An Nuo, looking at her gently. His voice carried a hint of tiredness, but also happiness. "You saw the supplies in the storage room, right?" An Nuo nodded, her nose feeling a little sore. "Yes, I saw." You worked hard." "No hardship," Huokinian said, patting her head affectionately. Huotianai deliberately coughed twice and teased, "Here we go again. I think I'll go wash by the river, so I don't get blinded by your shining eyes." Then he quickly ran out of the yard. An Nuo blushed from his teasing, lightly hit Huokinian, and said annoyed, "You talk too much. Hurry up and wash your hands. It's time for lunch." Huokinian chuckled and turned to wash his hands. An Nuo watched his broad back, feeling a warm wave in her heart. Although she didn't know what the future held, as long as this man was by her side, she was not afraid of anything. "Woof!" Silver Emperor suddenly barked, rubbing his head against An Nuo's leg, as if reminding her he was there. An Nuo looked down at the little creature she had just adopted yesterday, and a gentle thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this is another protector that fate has given her. She crouched down and gently stroked the Silver Emperor's head, softly saying, "Little one, from now on we are family. I will take good care of you." The Silver Emperor seemed to understand her words, obediently resting his head on her lap and gently nuzzling her. Their affectionate behavior made it look like they had known each other for a very long time. Sunlight shone on them, stretching their shadows long and intertwining, creating a warm and beautiful scene.
Woof, woof.
Suddenly, 2 dog barks came from the door. The Silver Emperor immediately stood alert and growled softly toward the door. "Good boy, Silver Emperor, it's okay. Xiaoyi is back," An Nuo quickly comforted and patted his head. Huotianai, after washing up, was stunned when he saw the impressive scene in the yard. The yard was decorated with dried meats and sausages hanging everywhere, bright red and festive, like New Year. "Sister-in-law, you're amazing." Huotianya's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but drool. "It smells so good." "Smells good, right?" An Nuo scolded him playfully. "It tastes even better." "Sister-in-law, you're really incredible." Huotianai gave a big thumbs up, looking full of admiration. "If you took this to the black market, you could sell it for a good price."
Haha, of course, An Nuo laughed.
"Now go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." "Okay, got it." Tianai cheerfully responded and ran happily to wash his hands. The Silver Emperor watched Tianai cautiously, making a low whimper in his throat, seeming uneasy about the stranger suddenly entering. An Nuo gently patted his head and softly said, "Don't be afraid. He's one of us. Xiao Yi is An Nien's brother, and he will be part of our family from now on." The little one finally calmed down but still stayed close to An Nuo, looking protective, as if afraid she might be hurt even a little. The family had plenty of meat now. An Nuo prepared a hearty meal. Braised pork was tender and flavorful, melting in the mouth. Stir-fried greens were fresh and crisp. Wild boar meat soup was fragrant, rich, and delicious. The three sat around the table. Tianai couldn't wait and eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork, his eyes lighting up instantly. Delicious. So good. Tianai said with his mouth full and unclear speech. "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. Better than the chefs at state-run restaurants." An Nuo smiled and said, "Eat more if it's tasty." Tianai silently helped An Nuo serve food, his eyes gentle enough to seem to drip water. An Nuo watched them eat happily and felt happy herself. The three of them enjoyed this meal very much. Tianai ate until his stomach was full and still licked his lips with satisfaction. After lunch, Tianai and Tianai prepared to go back to work. Just as they reached the gate, Tianai suddenly stopped and turned around to remind her, "Wife, I'm going to work now. Rest well at home. If anything happens, ask Silver King to find me." "Got it," An Nuo nodded with a smile. "You all go quickly. Don't be late." Watching their figures disappear at the alley entrance, An Nuo turned to start tidying up the dishes. Silver King obediently lay at her feet, occasionally lifting his head to look at her, his icy blue eyes full of attachment. Suddenly, hurried footsteps broke the peaceful quiet of the yard. An Nuo looked up and saw Tianai rushing back, his face anxious, as if something serious had happened. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" An Nuo hurried over, asking with concern. Tianai quickly approached her, looked her over carefully, and when he saw she was safe, he finally relaxed and said anxiously, "A wild boar came down from the back mountain, destroying many villagers' plots, and someone got hurt. I was worried they might come here, so I came back to check." "Wild boar?" An Nuo was surprised. How could a wild boar come down? "I don't know. Maybe it was starving and desperate," Tianai frowned. "These wild boars are very strong. If they come to our house, it'll be trouble." "I'm fine. You should go help." An Nuo patted his arm to reassure him. Tianai nodded. "Remember to lock the doors and windows. Don't go out. Silver King, you must protect the owner, understand?"
Woof.
Silver King barked, as if responding to his command. After Tianai left again, An Nuo looked thoughtfully toward the back mountain. Why have there been so many encounters with wild boars these days? Yesterday, 2 came, and today another one. It's really strange. She felt a faint sense of unease. Could it be? Soon, distant noise broke the calm, filled with shouting and wild boar grunts, sounding very chaotic. An Nuo stood in the yard, faintly hearing the calls of people and the wild boar's roars. Silver King's ears stood straight up, alert, staring in the direction of the noise. His fur bristled all over, ready to fight at any moment. After about an hour, the noise gradually died down, and it seemed the wild boar had been subdued. An Nuo's heart also relaxed, realizing she had worried too much. After a while, the neighbor, Aunt Wang, hurried over, panting heavily. She had dirt on her face and looked a bit disheveled. "An Nuo, the wild boar is finally under control." Aunt Wang wiped her forehead and said with relief, "It wore everyone out, but luckily your An Nian and Xiao Yi are good fighters and helped a lot. Tonight, the team will distribute pork, so remember to go and get yours." An Nuo nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt Wang. I understand." "Oh, your yard smells so good." Aunt Wang sniffed and leaned in to look inside. "Yesterday, An Nian caught a rabbit, and we cooked it for lunch," An Nuo replied with a distant smile. Fortunately, she had closed the yard gate when she left. If anyone saw the preserved meat in her yard, it could cause big trouble. She needed to find a way to hide the meat. Oh, An Nuo is really talented, Aunt Wang said politely, her eyes full of envy. He may not be very clear-minded now, but he still cares for his wife. You two should take good care of each other. Yes, An Nuo is very good. We will definitely be fine, An Nuo said sincerely. After seeing Aunt Wang off, An Nuo let out a deep breath. As she was thinking, An Huang suddenly let out a woo sound and shot out like a rocket. An Nuo looked up and saw that Huachinian and Huatianai had already returned. Both were covered in dirt and blood, looking a bit tired. Wife, Huachinian said as he strode over, still with some blood on him. The wild boar is taken care of. We will go to get the meat tonight. Are you hurt? An Nuo asked with concern, quickly stepping forward to check on them. We're fine, just a little tired. Huachinian shook his head and smiled. That wild boar was really strong. It took some effort to subdue it. I'll go boil some water. You guys wash up, An Nuo said as she turned toward the kitchen, thinking about what dishes to cook tonight to reward them. Huatianai looked at the yard full of preserved meat and suddenly said, Sister-in-law, we need to hide this meat. These days, food is tight, and if others see it, it could cause trouble. I'm thinking about that too, An Nuo nodded, realizing the seriousness of the problem. But with so much meat, where should I hide it? I have an idea. Huatianai lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I know a carpenter who can help us build a hidden compartment in the storage room to hide the meat. It will be safe and discreet. No one will find it. An Nuo's eyes lit up. Good idea, Xiao Yi. You're clever. He, of course, Huatianai said proudly, smiling. I'll handle this. It will be done properly. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. An Huang immediately became alert, listening carefully, making a soft whimper, and showing his teeth toward the door. Who's there? Huatianai asked as he went to open the door. Huatianai opened the new big door and saw Zhuziga standing outside, looking anxious with beads of sweat on his forehead, as if something urgent was happening. Xiao Yi, is Nianga home? The team is slaughtering pigs. Hurry and call him to help. Zhuziga said loudly, stretching his neck, as if he wanted to see into the yard. Oh right, a basin. Remember to bring a basin to catch the pig blood.
Got it.
Huatianai replied cheerfully and turned to shout into the yard. Big brother. Sister-in-law. The team is slaughtering pigs. Come help us. His voice was loud and confident. An Nuo had never seen the scene of dividing meat in a group, and her curiosity grew. She also wanted to join in. An Huang, watch the house well. With a loud bark, the dog shook its shiny coat and stood proudly at the door, looking very loyal. Seeing that everything was arranged, Zhuziga didn't stay long and left quickly, probably to inform others. An Nuo turned back to the kitchen, took out 2 clean buckets, and handed them to Huachinian and Huatianai. Huachinian took the buckets and looked at An Nuo's pale face, feeling worried. Wife, rest at home. Xiao Yi and I will go. An Nuo shook her head firmly. I'll go too. There are many people at the team, and you two can't handle everything. Huachinian knew he couldn't persuade her, so he sighed helplessly and nodded. The 3 carried the buckets and headed to the team, chatting happily along the way. It was lively. From afar, they could hear the noise from the team area, mixed with pig grunts and people shouting, very lively. The villagers gathered there, all smiling happily, like during the New Year. These days, being able to eat a piece of meat is a very important event. Here they come. Chinian and the others are here. Someone with sharp eyes immediately spotted Huachinian and his friends and shouted loudly, Little Yi Nianga, come help. Several strong men were busy around a fat pig. When they saw Huachinian arrive, they quickly called him over. Huachinian didn't hesitate. He rolled up his sleeves and went to help. Although he is now foolish, his strength is real. He can handle more than 2 strong men alone. He grabbed the pig's hoof with one hand and pressed on its body with the other, easily controlling the struggling pig. Wow, Huachinian's strength is really impressive. People around looked on in amazement and gave him thumbs up. An Nuo stood nearby, watching Huachinian busy working, feeling both happy and a little sad. Even in his foolish state, he still kept his soldier instincts, doing things quickly, cleanly, and efficiently. Huatianai was also busy, helping some young men boil water and scrape pig hair, sweating heavily. The whole team was lively and full of joy, as if the air itself was filled with the smell of pork. "Hey, we can't waste this pig's blood." Someone with sharp eyes noticed the blood flowing out and quickly reminded, "Catch it in a basin." Huatianai hurried over with a bucket, carefully catching the warm pig's blood, afraid to spill even a drop. Pig's blood is a good ingredient. Making pig's blood balls is delicious. And Jiqing, your Ainyan, is really skilled, Aunt Wang said while quickly cleaning the pig's internal organs and chatting with An Nuo. Although his mind isn't very clear, his body is really strong. An Nuo smiled silently and didn't reply, just quietly doing her work. She knew Huokinian wasn't truly foolish, just temporarily forgetful. Once he regains his memory, everyone will be surprised. The sun gradually set, casting a golden glow across the sky. The pig slaughtering was almost finished, and the air was filled with the rich smell of pork, making everyone drool. The team leader began dividing the meat, ensuring each household received at least 2 jin. "Let's give Huokinian's family a bit more." The team leader waved his hand and pointed at Huokinian. "He and little you worked the hardest today, so they deserve more." Others agreed, since Huokinian's performance was clear for all to see, and he really helped a lot. An Nuo weighed the mixed fat and lean pork in her hands, thinking about whether to cook braised pork or steamed pork with rice tonight. At this moment, a loud and clear voice from the crowd broke her thoughts. "Hey, who wants these pig parts?" Anna's eyes lit up. She put down her pork and pushed through the crowd to get closer. She saw a few women looking worriedly at a big bowl filled with pig parts, pork hearts, liver, lungs, and intestines stacked together. A strong, unpleasant smell hit her nose, making her frown. "Who would want these? They smell so bad," Aunt Wang said with disgust, pinching her nose and stepping back. Everyone around shook their heads. In this time of scarce supplies, fatty and lean pork was popular, but these difficult-to-handle pig parts were seen as useless leftovers. "I want them," Anna said quickly, sounding excited, as if she had found a treasure. Next to her, Huatianai licked his lips, remembering how delicious Anna's previous pig parts had smelled. The team leader chuckled and waved his hand happily. "If Anna wants them, give them all to her. No point wasting them." Anna happily found a clean bucket and poured all the pig parts inside. Seeing this, Huachinian quickly stepped forward and took the bucket, acting naturally as if he had done it many times before. Gently, he said, "Honey, I'll take it." When they got home, Anna immediately started to prepare the treasures. She washed the pig parts repeatedly until the smell lessened. Huachinian and Huatianai weren't idle either. They worked well together, nailing hooks and hanging ropes on the kitchen wall to prepare for drying cured meats and sausages. "Sister-in-law, you're really amazing. Most people wouldn't know how to do this," Huatianai said proudly while nailing. Anna was busy making the marinade, smiling without looking up. "It's better if you don't know how. Then no one will compete with us. When it gets cooler, we can marinate more and sell them." She skillfully added spices like star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, grassfruit, and cloves, along with her special seasoning. A strange, fragrant aroma slowly filled the air. Huatianai gave Anna a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you're awesome." Anna proudly raised her eyebrows. "There are many ways to make money. I'll show you the way to succeed." She put the cleaned pig parts into the pot, covered it, and let it simmer on low heat.
All right.
"From now on, we'll follow what sister-in-law says." As soon as she finished speaking, their laughter echoed throughout the yard. In the evening, as the sun set, golden rays bathed the yard in warm light. The cured meat and sausages hanging in the yard had been moved to the kitchen by Huachinian and Huatianai. They were neatly hung on ropes, looking like rows of soldiers waiting for inspection, creating a grand sight. "Wow, sister-in-law, your skills are amazing," Huatianai said, holding a bowl of marinated pig offal, eating eagerly and praising loudly.
So fragrant, so delicious.
As he spoke, he gobbled it down quickly. An Nuo watched Huatianai enjoy his food so happily, feeling proud and smiling happily. As night fell, the whole village was filled with the smell of meat. Every household was enjoying this rare delicacy, filled with laughter and joy, creating a warm and peaceful scene. An Nuo stood in the yard, took a deep breath, and felt the happy atmosphere around her. A warm feeling rose in her heart. In the early morning, the ground suddenly shook violently, breaking the peaceful life into chaos. In the early morning, An Nuo was peacefully sleeping in Huachinian's arms, feeling safe and warm in his broad chest. In her dream, she and Huachinian stood under a tree, watching fireflies dance in the sky. Everything was so beautiful and peaceful. Suddenly, a strong shake tore through the quiet night. The bed swayed like a small boat on a rough sea, and there were loud banging sounds from the yard, like strange drums playing. An Nuo woke up suddenly, no longer sleepy, her heart pounding like a drum. Everything around her was shaking violently, making her feel dizzy. She instinctively shouted, "There's an earthquake!" Huachinian reacted quickly, opening his eyes almost immediately when the shaking started. He grabbed his coat from the bedside, swiftly wrapped An Nuo in a blanket, then picked her up and rushed out like a gust of wind. Years of military training gave Huachinian incredible judgment and action in emergencies. He stayed calm and decisive, moving cleanly and quickly, without hesitation. Woof woof. The anxious bark of Silver Emperor came from the yard. It seemed to sense danger too, pacing back and forth restlessly in the night. "Be careful." An Nuo tightly hugged Huachinian's neck, feeling his strong, steady arms. A deep sense of safety filled her heart. Although she was scared, she knew that under Huachinian's protection, she would be safe. It was like grabbing a life buoy in a stormy sea, giving her a little hope amid the chaos. The whole village was in chaos, with frightened screams, children crying, and adults calling out, all blending into a noisy symphony that sounded especially harsh in the quiet night. Huachinian hurriedly carried An Nuo into the yard. Silver Emperor immediately came over, circling around them nonstop, wagging its tail like a drum and making soft whimpering sounds. The ground was still shaking, as if a giant beast was rolling underground and roaring loudly. An Nuo looked up and saw that under the moonlight, the houses in the village swayed as if they were drunk. Sometimes, bricks and tiles fell from the roofs with a cracking sound, very clear in the silent night, like the tolling of a death bell warning of disaster. "Onion, I'm okay now. Put me down," An Nuo said softly, feeling the tremors lessen a bit. She didn't want to be a burden to Huachinian. But Huachinian still held her tightly, his eyes sharp and alert, scanning everything around like a lion guarding its cubs. Their house was a new blue brick building with some cement mixed in, much stronger than most of the village's mud houses. But no one could guarantee it would stand firm against such a strong earthquake. He had to make sure An Nuo was safe. That was his duty as her husband. Suddenly, Huachinian froze, his brow furrowing, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. An Nuo immediately understood what he was thinking and softly asked, "Are you worried about Xiaoyi?" She knew Huatianai was Huachinian's good brother, and he wouldn't be unconcerned about his safety. Huachinian nodded heavily, his eyes full of anxiety. Huatianai lived in a mud house, which was very fragile in such a strong quake. It could collapse at any moment. He couldn't imagine what he would do if something happened to Huatianai. He clenched his teeth tightly, feeling guilty and worried inside. "Go check on him," An Nuo said firmly, patting Huachinian's arm. "Silver Emperor and I will wait here." She knew Huachinian couldn't rest easy knowing about Huatianai. Instead of staying here worried, it was better for him to go and make sure he was safe, so he could relax. Huachinian carefully put An Nuo down again, then took a thick quilt from inside the house and gently wrapped her in it, worried she might catch a cold. "Protect Mom," Huachinian said to Silver Emperor, who was squatting at their feet. That was his command.
Woof.
Silver Emperor immediately stood tall, like a loyal guard, accepting Huachinian's order. It walked over to An Nuo, rubbing its damp nose against her hand as if to say, Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Be careful, An Nuo softly warned, watching Qinyan's figure disappear into the night. Although she tried to stay calm, she couldn't help but worry about him. The earthquake was still ongoing, but the shaking had definitely lessened. In the distance, villagers' calls rose and fell, some anxiously searching for family members, others asking neighbors about their situation, and some praying for divine protection. In the darkness, the whole village was in chaos, like a pot of boiling porridge. Fear, anxiety, and despair filled the air, making it hard to breathe. Time seemed to pass very slowly, like a long century. Finally, the ground stopped shaking completely, and the world returned to calm. The night breeze brought a cool feeling, and An Nuo wrapped her cotton blanket tighter around herself. Suddenly, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from afar, and her heart lifted at the familiar sound.
Wife.
It was Qinyan's voice, filled with worry and joy. An Nuo quickly stood up and saw Qinyan and Tianai running back toward her. Seeing that both were safe and unharmed, she finally relaxed, took a deep breath, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Brother-in-law, Tianai panted as he greeted, looking grateful to be alive. Half my house collapsed. Luckily, Big Brother arrived just in time. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here now. Before he finished speaking, a loud, earth-shaking roar suddenly sounded from afar. Then, the ground trembled again, even more violently than before, as if the entire world was about to fall apart. Aftershock, An Nuo exclaimed, her face turning pale instantly. She felt her heart pounding wildly, fear flooding her mind like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible to breathe. Qinyan didn't hesitate. He quickly ran to An Nuo, scooped her up again, and held her tightly, shielding her with his body. Don't be afraid, I'm here, he said in a deep, steady voice near her ear, full of determination and strength, giving her great comfort. Everyone get down, Tianai shouted, grabbing Silver Emperor's collar. He tried to stay calm, but his voice trembled slightly. In the darkness, the sounds of collapsing houses echoed all around, crackling like popcorn popping nonstop, mixed with villagers' terrified screams, creating a scene like the end of the world. At this moment, life felt so small. Under nature's ruthless destruction, everything humans had seemed fragile and powerless. An Nuo tightly held Qinyan, feeling his strong heartbeat. It was her only support and her only hope right now. Aftershocks finally stopped. An Nuo looked up from Qinyan's embrace, gazing at the dark night sky, her heart still pounding. The sudden earthquake was like a fierce beast, destroying the peace of the village and leaving endless fear and chaos. In the distance, faint cries and calls for help sounded like a torn night sky, painfully loud in the silence, gripping An Nuo's heart tightly. We need to help, An Nuo whispered firmly, as if lighting a bright lamp in the darkness. She knew many people might need medical help in this disaster. Every second of delay could mean losing a life. Qinyan held An Nuo's hand tightly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Are you sure you want to go? It's too dangerous. There are ruined walls everywhere, and aftershocks could happen again, at any moment. He understood An Nuo's kindness and sense of responsibility, but was more worried about her safety. Must go, An Nuo answered without hesitation, her eyes shining with determination. Rescue teams can't get in now. We can only save ourselves first. Many might be buried under the rubble. Every minute lost could mean fewer chances to survive. I can't just watch them suffer. Nearby, Tianai also stepped forward, speaking firmly. My sister-in-law is right. We have to help. At times like this, we're all family. We need to help each other through this tough time. He patted his chest, showing his resolve. Woof woof. Silver Emperor barked twice, seeming to agree. He anxiously circled around, eager to join the rescue team. Okay, Qinyan replied briefly, a look of determination in his eyes. I'll find some tools. He knew he couldn't persuade An Nuo otherwise, so he focused on protecting her safety. He quickly entered the house and soon brought out a flashlight, shovel, rope, crowbar, and other tools. In the face of disaster, These simple tools represented hope for life. Anna quickly returned to her house to retrieve her silver needle kit and some common medicines, such as bandages, disinfectant, and pain relievers. She carefully checked everything, afraid of missing something. As a healer, she knew these supplies could be very useful in such moments and might even save a life. Silver King, watch the house, Huo Qinan ordered Silver King. Silver King immediately straightened up and stood guard in the yard like a loyal guard, watching the three leave. Using the faint light of a flashlight, the three of them ran toward the village center. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the land, but couldn't brighten the scene of destruction. Many houses had already collapsed, with bricks and tiles scattered everywhere. Some buildings were only half standing, their walls shaky and ready to fall at any moment, making creaking sounds that sent chills down the spine. The air was thick with dust, making it hard to breathe. Help! Help! Suddenly, a desperate cry for help broke the quiet night. It's coming from Aunt Lee's house. Huo Tianyid immediately recognized the sound, and his face changed with concern. The three quickened their pace, rushing toward the sound. Soon, they arrived at Aunt Lee's house. They saw that most of her house had collapsed, leaving only a few broken beams supporting it, ready to fall completely at any moment. Aunt Lee knelt in front of the ruins, crying out loudly, "My son is inside. Please help my son. I beg you." Her voice was full of despair and helplessness, heartbreaking to hear. "Everyone stay calm," Huo Qinan said calmly, trying to steady the scene. "Let's assess the situation." He carefully examined the structure of the collapsed house and found some support points that could be used, sparking a glimmer of hope. "Xiao Yi, go see if you can find someone to help," Huo Qinan quickly arranged. "Anna, stay outside and prepare. Once we rescue someone, we need to start treatment immediately." He gave clear instructions, like an experienced commander. "Okay." Huo Tianya and Anna answered together and quickly took action. Soon, under Huo Qinan's command, a few villagers arrived with shovels and hoes to help. They carefully moved bricks and debris, afraid of causing another collapse. With each stone they moved, they held their breath and listened carefully for any sounds beneath the rubble. Seconds turned into minutes, and hope grew dimmer. Finally, beneath a pile of bricks and tiles, they discovered a small figure. "It's Qiangzi," Aunt Lee shouted excitedly, her voice trembling. "Quick, let me see." An Nuo immediately stepped forward, knelt beside the small boy, and carefully checked his injuries. Although Qiangzi was unconscious, he was still breathing faintly. His leg was hurt and blood stained his pants. She quickly took out a silver needle and began to help. The needle danced in her hand, each precise and aimed at specific points. At that moment, faint cries for help came from the distance. "Someone over there," a villager shouted, pointing at the ruins nearby. "Go save them. I'll take care of Qiangzi," An Nuo said firmly and calmly to Huo Qinan while giving Qiangzi acupuncture. Huo Qinan looked at her with concern but nodded and ran toward the sound of the cries for help with others. He knew An Nuo was a strong and independent woman who could take care of herself and the injured. The whole village seemed like a large construction site, with rescue efforts everywhere. Some people were moving bricks and digging for others, some were transporting the injured, and some were comforting frightened elders and children. The sounds of crying, calling for help, and comforting blended into a sad but hopeful song of life. An Nuo was busy, treating one injured person after another. Her silver needle shone coldly under the moonlight, each precise insertion easing pain and stopping bleeding. Her hands were covered in blood and dirt, but she paid no mind and focused entirely on saving each person. "And Jiqing, there are injured over here too. And Jiqing, come quickly and see my grandma." The calls kept coming, and An Nuo was almost running from place to place. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she ignored them, repeatedly checking and treating the injured. She was like a bright light, shining hope in the disaster. Huo Qinan and Huo Tianai also kept rescuing people. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their faces and hands were covered in dust, but they never complained or showed tiredness. They knew every second was precious, and saving one more person meant more hope. Suddenly, a strong jolt shook the ground again, causing the earth to tremble and the buildings to sway, as if the world was ending. "Careful! Aftershock!" Someone shouted. The aftershock made everyone panic. An Nuo instinctively clutched her silver needle bag and quickly looked around. The ground shook violently, making it hard to stand. Loud screams and cries echoed all around. "Everyone stay calm. Find an open space first," she shouted loudly. Her voice cut through the chaos like a bright light in the dark. A few villagers running in panic heard her and calmed down a little. Huachinian quickly ran to An Nuo's side and protected her in his arms. His broad chest was like a strong fortress, shielding her from any danger. His heartbeat was steady and powerful, coming through his chest. "Watch out above." His deep voice carried a firm command, mixed with concern and care for An Nuo. His arms tightened around her, as if to hold her completely in his embrace. Suddenly, a nearby crumbling earthen wall collapsed with a loud crash. The sound of bricks breaking was deafening. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky as if it were the end of the world. Stones clattered onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The aftershock lasted about half a minute before gradually calming down. The air was filled with choking dust, and people's cries and groans echoed around. Some called out for loved ones. Others moaned in pain. An Nuo looked up from Huachinian's embrace and saw the messy scene around her, her heart aching. Buildings had fallen, roads were broken, and her once familiar home was now a pile of ruins. Among the broken walls and debris, villagers were panicking everywhere. After a day of tireless effort, An Nuo and Huachinian sat exhausted beside a fallen earthen wall. Their clothes were covered in dust, and their faces showed fatigue. Huachinian opened the kettle and handed it to An Nuo. "Drink some water," he said with concern. An Nuo took the kettle and drank greedily. She had been rushing to save the injured all day and hadn't even had a moment to drink water. She was very thirsty, her lips cracked and chapped. After finishing, she handed the kettle back to Huachinian. "Anyan, you should drink too." Huachinian smiled and took the kettle, drinking slowly. His eyes never left An Nuo, worried she might faint from exhaustion. "When will the rescue team arrive?" An Nuo leaned on Huachinian's shoulder, looking tired. Her voice was a little hoarse. "We've run out of herbs, supplies are low, and if this continues..." As she spoke, tears unexpectedly fell down her cheeks, and she buried her face in Chinian's embrace, sobbing. Chinian gently held her tighter, softly patting her back. "The Jing City Military District isn't far away. We should be arriving soon." "How do you know the Jing City Military District is close by?" An Nuo looked up, confused. Chinian was startled inside. He quickly bit his tongue to stay clear-headed. "It's just... I have a feeling. I feel some kind of strange connection to that place." An Nuo nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Chinian had previously belonged to the Jing City Military District. His words might be coming from his subconscious. Thinking of this, An Nuo no longer doubted Chinian. She was about to speak when suddenly, distant urgent hoofbeats and the roar of engines broke the silence. The sounds grew louder and clearer, sounding especially out of place in the quiet disaster zone. "The troops are here," someone shouted excitedly, full of hope and anticipation, as if they had seen a savior. A neat line of soldiers carried heavy packs. They fought through obstacles and overcame many difficulties, finally reaching the most severely affected Xinglong production brigade. Seeing the village's devastation, Gu Sheng immediately began organizing rescue efforts. His tall, strong figure looked especially steady and reliable amid the chaos. Everyone split into 3 groups, one for search and rescue, one for evacuating people, and one for medical aid. Gu Sheng's voice was loud and commanding, full of military decisiveness and authority. "Stay safe. Watch out for aftershocks." His gaze was firm and sharp, as if he could see through darkness and confusion. At the sight of Gu Sheng, a complex feeling flashed through An Nuo's mind. Is this the original protagonist's fiancé? He was tall and handsome, yet when the original protagonist was disfigured and most in need of family support, he broke off the engagement. An Nuo sneered silently. What a shame for such good looks. But now wasn't the time to dwell on personal grudges. Saving lives was the priority. She took a deep breath, suppressing her complicated emotions, and turned to Chinian. I'll go help with the injured, she said firmly, without hesitation. Chinian nodded, worry in his eyes. Be careful. He didn't expect to see Gu Sheng at this moment. He watched anxiously as An Nuo's figure disappeared into the rescue team, but said nothing and turned to join the effort. The rescue work was proceeding intensely. Are you the doctor in the team? Gu Sheng and a soldier carried the injured person to An Nuo. Quick, look at this patient. An Nuo had just finished giving an injection to a wounded person when he heard the voice and turned his head. His gaze met Gu Sheng's in midair. Nan? Gu Sheng looked at An Nuo in shock, noticing she was wearing a mask. Those eyes appeared countless times in his dreams. He knew he couldn't mistake them. Seeing An Nuo covered in dust, a trace of guilt flashed in Gu Sheng's eyes, stabbing his heart like a needle. An Nuo only glanced at him before turning back to treat the injured, ignoring him. Gu Sheng was about to speak when an urgent cry for help interrupted him. Nan, wait. I have something to tell you. He and a young soldier ran toward the cry. Under the rubble, a mother and child were trapped, and the scene was heartbreaking. The mother used her last strength to protect her child, refusing to let go even in her final moments. A few soldiers carefully moved the bricks, afraid of causing a second collapse. Their sweat mixed with dust, leaving streaks on their faces. Finally, with everyone's effort, the mother and child were rescued. An Nuo immediately went to check. The mother had no vital signs left, but her face bore a peaceful smile. The child was still breathing faintly, with her chest rising and falling like a flickering candle in the wind. An Nuo quickly took out silver needles and began to treat. Each needle was inserted precisely into the acupoints, as if racing against death. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, but her hands remained steady. Gu Sheng stood nearby, watching An Nuo's focused face. That familiar face now looked so strange. Time had changed many things, but her kind heart remained the same. The child is fine, An Nuo said softly, putting away the silver needles. Her voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Although she saved the child, thinking about him waking up to the pain of losing his mother made her feel uneasy. At that moment, the already fragile mud brick house suddenly tilted toward An Nuo. The sound of bricks breaking was sharp in the air. Be careful. Gu Sheng instinctively reached out to pull An Nuo back, but he saw Huachinian appear in a flash, shielding her in his arms. His movements were quick as lightning but steady as a mountain. This scene stunned Gu Sheng. Huachinian? How could he be here? Watching Huachinian protect An Nuo so tightly, a complex feeling arose in Gu Sheng's heart. An Nuo broke free from Huachinian's embrace, wiped the dust off her face, and looked around at the ruins. Her heart felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing it tightly, making her hard to breathe. Keep saving people. She gritted her teeth and said, her voice firm and unwavering. Huachinian nodded silently. He understood that at this moment, An Nuo needed support, not interference. He turned and joined the rescue team, moving quickly and efficiently, each step showing his military resolve and strength. Gu Sheng stood still, watching An Nuo busy with her work, feeling a mix of emotions. He never thought he would see her again in such a situation. The girl who once was lively and bright was now covered in dust, with visible scars on her face. Yet, she still shone brightly and was impossible to ignore.
Captain.
A soldier ran over to report there are a few families buried in the east. We need reinforcements. Gu Sheng snapped back to reality, suppressing his complicated feelings. As a soldier, now is not the time to be caught up in personal emotions. Let's go, he said in a deep voice, running eastward with the soldier. Meanwhile, over at An Nuo's side, she had just bandaged an elderly man's leg, injured by a fallen beam, when she heard someone shout, and Jiqing, there's a child here who's unconscious. She immediately stood up and ran over. She saw a thin little boy lying on the ground, his face pale as paper, lips trembling slightly, clearly terrified and hurt. An Nuo quickly knelt down and checked his pulse. At her touch, her brow furrowed. Shock. We need to give immediate first aid. She took out several silver needles from her needle bag and quickly inserted them into key points like the middle of the mouth and acupoints, each needle precise and accurate. The onlookers held their breath, watching her calm and skillful movements, feeling admiration grow in their hearts. He's waking up. The child is waking up. Someone exclaimed happily. The boy slowly opened his eyes, filled with confusion and fear. He looked at An Nuo, his lips moving but no sound coming out. An Nuo gently patted his head and spoke softly but firmly. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. At that moment, a villager ran over, hugging the boy and crying loudly, Gooden, my Gooden. Watching this scene, tears welled up in An Nuo's eyes, but she quickly composed herself and turned to continue her rescue efforts. At this moment, hurried footsteps approached. Gu Sheng was carrying several soldiers and rushing over with a badly injured person. Nan, this person is seriously hurt. Please take a quick look, he said, his gaze towards An Nuo complicated and restrained, filled more with unspoken apology and guilt. An Nuo did not respond to his look. She simply lowered her head to check the injured person. It was a middle-aged man, with obvious chest depression, likely caused by broken ribs damaging internal organs. If not treated quickly, his life could be in danger. But now, with limited conditions and no medical equipment, she could only try to slow the condition and buy time for further treatment. Lay him flat. I need to perform acupuncture to relieve pressure, An Nuo calmly directed, quickly selecting suitable needles from her silver needle pouch. Under everyone's tense gaze, she moved swiftly, each needle seeming to carry some kind of magic power, gradually stabilizing the injured man. Gu Sheng watched nervously. He had never seen such skillful medical work and never imagined that this calm, highly skilled healer was once that delicate little girl, Nan. A deep question arose in his mind. When did she become so skilled in medicine? Thank you. The injured man weakly spoke, showing gratitude to An Nuo. An Nuo simply nodded faintly, rest well and recover. Then she turned and left without lingering. Her attitude made Gu Sheng feel even more guilty. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He could only silently follow her, feeling awkward and helpless like a misbehaving student. Meanwhile, Chinian was working with several soldiers to move a large stone slab. They had been working for hours, each exhausted and sweating, yet no one stopped to rest. Push harder. Together now. Chinian shouted. His muscles tensed like a machine running at its limit, focusing all his strength on his arms. Under his leadership, the stone slab finally moved aside, revealing a trapped young girl underneath. Quick, pull her out. Chinian yelled, then reached out to lift the girl himself. He carefully handed the girl to someone waiting nearby, then patted his dusty hands and said, Keep searching for survivors. Comrade, you've been working all day. You should rest, a soldier advised. But Chinian shook his head. It's okay. I can keep going. His tone was calm, but the firmness in his eyes made it impossible to argue with him. He turned and walked toward another ruin, and his silhouette was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind, inspiring respect. As night fell, the rescue work paused for a while. The soldiers set up temporary tents in the open area. Some rested inside, while others sat around a fire to stay warm. Those who were badly hurt were taken to a simple medical station built by the troops for treatment. An Nuo sat by the fire, using a cloth to wipe blood from a silver needle. Her bright, sharp eyes reflected the firelight, looking both beautiful and sad. Gu Sheng stood nearby, watching her, hesitant to speak. Finally, he gathered courage and stepped forward. Nan. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with guilt and pain he couldn't hide. Please call me An Nuo, she interrupted without looking up, focusing on her work.
I'm sorry.
Gu Sheng said painfully, It was my fault back then. I was terrible, and I hurt you. An Nuo finally looked up. Her eyes showed no anger, but instead a chilling coldness that made people shiver. Does it matter now to say these things? Gu Sheng was speechless. He lowered his head, unsure how to respond. At that moment, a familiar, deep voice interrupted them.
Who are you?
Hua Qinyan's appearance broke the silence. He stood between the two, tall and strong like a barrier, blocking Gu Sheng out. You don't know who I am? Gu Sheng frowned and asked, surprised by Hua Qinyan's cold attitude. Hua Qinyan said coldly, no matter who you are, stay away from her. His calm tone carried a suffocating authority, making Gu Sheng step back instinctively. When he looked at An Nuo, his deep, ocean-like eyes were full of concern and tenderness. Are you tired? Do you want to go home and rest for a while? No, I'm fine. An Nuo shook her head, then stood up. There's still a lot to do. Hua Qinyan looked at her stubborn yet tired face and sighed helplessly. Then I'll stay with you. Their figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, while Gu Sheng, standing still, clenched his fists and pushed all his complicated feelings deep inside. The late-night wind sliced through the ruins like a blade, stirring up dust that floated in the air, making it hard to breathe. Dust mixed with a faint smell of blood, like a silent cry of pain, shrouding the small town devastated by disaster with deep sadness. Faint sounds of groaning and calling for help from afar, like broken notes, gently touched everyone's nerves. An Nuo lowered her head to adjust her headlamp, and her first aid kit on her back shifted slightly with her movement. She looked around, noticing the collapsed buildings like torn wounds revealing broken skeletons. Hua Qinyan walked ahead of her, holding a flashlight, his expression serious and steps firm. A few soldiers followed behind, all looking solemn, as if they were breathing quietly to avoid disturbing the faint hope still alive among the ruins. The gravel underfoot made creaking sounds, each step careful yet stubbornly persistent. Suddenly, a soldier stopped abruptly, pointing at a collapsed pile of debris, trembling slightly as he called out, Comrade Hua. There might still be someone here. Hua Qinyan immediately ran toward the sound, the flashlight beam piercing the darkness and illuminating the debris clearly. Without hesitation, he squatted down, one hand supporting the ground, the other searching along the edge of a stone slab. The rough stones cut his palm, but he felt no pain, only giving a firm command, Quick. Help me lift it. His tone was deep but carried an undeniable authority, making everyone follow his lead instinctively. Several soldiers quickly gathered around and forcefully lifted the heavy stone slab. As the slab was slowly moved aside, a middle-aged woman covered in dust appeared before everyone. Her face was pale as paper, eyes closed tightly, as if trapped in a nightmare on the edge of death. Hua Qinyan pressed on her carotid artery, and after a moment, he frowned and decisively ordered those nearby, Her pulse is very weak. The situation is critical. Bring the stretcher quickly. Before the soldiers could act, Anna swiftly squatted down, taking out a silver needle pack from her waist. Her movements were clean and precise, her gaze focused, as if she could see through the darkness. The silver needles reflected cold light under the dim lamp, one by one accurately inserted into her acupoints, such as Zhongcheng and Higu. Her small, white hands seemed capable of supporting the weight of life itself, each needle carrying a reassuring strength. The surrounding silence was so deep that even breathing was barely audible. The soldiers held their breath and kept their eyes fixed on An Nuo, as if afraid that even the slightest movement would disturb her. But An Nuo seemed completely lost in her own world. Every move she made was precise, as if she had practiced countless times. All right, after a few minutes, An Nuo finally spoke. She slowly put the silver needle back into her bag. At this moment, the woman finally opened her eyes. Her gaze was vacant, but she managed to squeeze out a weak voice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't speak. Rest well. An Nuo softly comforted her. Her gentle tone carried a firm strength that made people feel at ease. Then she looked up and ordered the soldier nearby, take her to the medical station immediately and give her some glucose. The The soldiers quickly lifted the woman onto a stretcher. An Nuo only had time to catch her breath before she stood up and hurried toward the direction of another cry for help. Her slim figure moved through the ruins, each step filled with unwavering determination. Huachinian stood still, watching An Nuo's distant figure, a complex emotion appearing in his heart. This feeling wasn't due to doubt of her skills, but stemmed from her persistence and stubbornness. This seemingly fragile woman, in such a harsh environment, showed incredible resilience, making others both admire and feel pity for her. Rescue work in the ruins continued from late at night until dawn. Everyone was exhausted, but no one stopped. They knew each minute was a matter of life and death, and every life saved was the best reward for their sweat and effort. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion in Beijing, another scene unfolded. The living room was decorated lavishly, with a crystal chandelier shining brightly, illuminating the entire room but unable to dispel the gloom and coldness in people's hearts. And Jian sat lazily on the sofa, one leg crossed high. He held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, his gaze sharp and dangerous. On the coffee table in front of him was a telegram from the front lines of the disaster zone. The handwriting on the paper seemed sharper than a knife, making him more irritable each time he looked at it. His wife, Lu Feng, stood beside him, dressed in a dark green qipao. The bright color made her look delicate yet cold. She held a teacup but didn't drink from it, instead speaking cautiously. "Jian, this disaster has actually become a rare opportunity." "Humph." And Jian sneered and slammed the telegram onto the table. "That girl is really tough. She's fine even in this situation?" Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sneer. A mocking smile appeared on her face. "TSK, but to be fair, that girl really knows how to cause trouble. It's only been a few days, and the whole town is calling her a hero." "Hero?" And Jianli scoffed, his voice cold and sharp like a knife slicing through the air. "She's just a small clown. I want to see how long she can keep acting like this." "Exactly. She's just a little girl," Lu Feng quickly agreed. "As long as we make a small move, she won't be able to make any waves." The two whispered quietly, their tone dark and cold, filling the room with an unbreakable chill. Meanwhile, far away in the ruins, the people had no idea about all this. They were doing their best to fight against fate, trying to bring hope to every life. 3 days later, the rescue efforts in the ruins finally came to an end. The town was badly damaged, but the survivors refused to give up. They started to organize themselves and work hard to rebuild their homes. Gu Sheng received orders from his superiors. He led the troops to station at Xinglong Production Brigade to help Hongqi Commune rebuild after the earthquake. Meanwhile, An Nuo was still busy at the medical station. Her thin but tough figure moved quickly among the crowd, never stopping. Every time someone looked at her with gratitude, she would smile softly and then continue her busy work. When Gu Sheng was coordinating with the team leader, he accidentally asked about An Nuo. When he heard about her and Huachinian, he suddenly stood up and shouted, "What? An Nuo and Huachinian got married?"